William Morrow and Harper Audio present Lord of the Fading Lands by C.L. Wilson, performed by Abby Creighton. A note before we begin. For a map and a list of key terms, don't forget to download the accompanying enhancement PDF from your audiobook provider, or go directly to www.harpercollins.com/audio/Lord of the Fading Lands. Prologue. Loudly, proudly, Tairen sing as they soar on mighty wings. Softly, sadly, mothers cry to sing a Tairen's lullaby. The Tairen's Lament, Fey Nursery Rhyme. The Tairen were dying. Rain Tairen's soul, king of the Fey, could no longer deny the truth, nor, despite all his vast power and centuries of trying, could he figure a way to save either the creatures that were his sole kin or the people who depended upon him to lead and defend them. The Tairen, those magnificent magical winged cats of the fading lands, had only one fertile female left in their pride, and she grew weaker by the day as she fed her strength to her 6 unhatched kitlings. With those tiny unborn lives rested the last hope of a future for the Tairen, and the last hope of a future for Rain's people, the Fey. But today, the painful truth had become clear. The mysterious, deadly, wasting disease that had decimated the Tairen over the last millennium had sunk its evil, invisible claws into yet another clutch of unhatched kits. When the Tairen died, so too would the Fey. The fates of the two species were forever intertwined, and had been since the misty time before memory. Rain looked around the wide, empty expanse of the Hall of Tairen. Indeed, he thought grimly, the death of the immortal Fey had begun centuries ago. Once, in a time he could still remember, the hall had rung with the sound of hundreds of Fey lords, warriors, shadowlands, and Tairen souls arguing politics and debating treaties. Those days had long passed. The hall was silent now, as silent as the long-abandoned cities of the Fey, as silent as Fey nurseries, as silent as the graves of all those Fey who had died in the Mage Wars 1,000 years ago. Now the last hope for both the Tairen and the Fey was dying, and Rain sensed a growing darkness in the east, in the land of his ancient enemies, the mages of Eld. He couldn't help believing the two events were somehow connected. He turned to face the huge, priceless globe of magical Tairen's eye crystal called the Eye of Truth, which occupied the center of the room. Displayed on the wings of a man-high stand fashioned from 3 golden Tairen, the eye was an oracle in which a trained seer could search for answers in the past, the present, and the infinite possibilities of the future. The globe was ominously dark and murky now, the future a dim, forbidding shadow. If there was a way to halt the relentless extermination of his peoples, the answer lay there, within the eye. The Eye of Truth had been guarding its secrets, showing shadows but no clear visions. It had resisted the probes of even the most talented of the Fey's still-living seers, played coy with even their most beguiling magic weaves. The eye was, after all, Tairen-made. By its very nature, it combined pride with cunning, matched passion with often wicked playfulness. Seers approached it with respect, humbly asked it for a viewing, courted its favor with their minds and their magic, but never their touch. The Eye of Truth was never to be touched. It was a golden rule of childhood, drummed into the head of every Fey from infant to ancient. The eye held the concentrated magic of ages, power so pure and undiluted that laying hands upon it would be like laying hands upon the great sun. But the eye was keeping secrets, and Rain Tairen's soul was a desperate king with no time to waste and no patience for protocol. The Eye of Truth would be touched. He was the king, and he would have his answers. He would wrest them from the oracle by force if necessary. His hands rose. He summoned power effortlessly and wove it with consummate skill. Silvery white air formed magical webs that he laid upon the doors, walls, floor, and ceiling. A spidery network of lavender spirit joined the air, then green earth to seal all entrances to the hall. None would enter to disturb him. No scream, no whisper, no mental cry could pass those shields. Come good or ill, he would wrest his answers from the eye without interruption, and if it demanded a life for his impertinence, it would be unable to claim any but his. He closed his eyes and cleared his mind of every thought not centered on his current purpose. His breathing became deep and even, going in and out of his lungs in a slow rhythm that kept time with the beat of his heart. His entire being contracted into a single shining blade of determination. His eyes flashed open. Rain Tairen's soul reached out both hands to grasp the eye of truth. Power immeasurable, immutable, arced through him. His head flew back beneath its onslaught, his teeth bared, his throat straining with the scream of agony. Pain drilled his body like 1,000 Seldor blades, and despite 1,200 years of learning to absorb pain, to embrace it and mute it, Rain writhed in torment. This pain was unlike any he had ever known. This pain refused to be contained. Fire seared his veins and scorched his skin. He felt his soul splinter and his bones melt. The eye was angry at his daring affront. He had assaulted it with his bare hands and bare power, and such was not to be borne. Its fury screeched along his bones, vibrating down his spine, slashing at every nerve center in his body until tears spilled from his eyes and blood dripped from his mouth where he bit his lip to stop screaming. "Nay," he gasped. "I am the Tairen soul, and I will have my answer." If the eye wished to cement the extinction of both Tairen and Fae, it would claim Rain's life. He was not afraid of death. Rather, he longed for it. He surrendered himself to the eye and forced his tortured body to relax. Power and pain flowed into him, through him, claiming him without resistance, and when the violent rush of power had invaded his every cell, when the pain filled his entire being, a strange calm settled over him. The agony was there, extreme and nearly overwhelming, but without resistance, he was able to distance his mind from his body's torture, to disassociate the agony of the physical from the determination of the mental. He forced his lips to move, his voice a hoarse, cracked whisper of sound that spoke ancient words of power to capture the eye's immense magic in flows of air, water, fire, earth, and spirit. His eyes opened, glowing bright as twin moons in the dark reflection of the eye, burning like coals in a face bone white with pain. With voice and mind combined, Rain Tairen's soul asked his question: "How can I save the Tairen and the Fae?" Relentlessly, absorbing the agony of direct contact with the eye, he searched its raging depths for answers. Millions of possibilities flashed before his eyes, countless variations on possible futures, countless retellings of past events. Millennia passed in an instant, vision so rapid his physical sight could never have hoped to discern them, yet his mind, steadily commanding the threads of magic, absorbed the images and processed them with brutal clarity. He stood witness to the deaths of millions, the rise and fall of entire civilizations. Angry, unfettered magic grew wild in the world, and mages worked their evil deeds. Tairen shrieked in pain, immolating the world in their agony. Fae women wept oceans of tears, and Fae warriors fell helpless to their knees, as weak as infants. Rain's mind screamed to reject the visions, yet still his hands gripped the eye of truth, and still he voiced his question, demanding an answer. "How can I save the Tairen and the Fae?" He saw himself in Tairen form, raining death indiscriminately upon unarmed masses, his own Tairen claws impaling Fae warriors. "How can I save the Tairen and the Fae?" Sariel, his beloved mate, lay bloody and broken at his feet, pierced by hundreds of knives, half her face scorched black by mage fire. She reached out to him, her burned and bloodied mouth forming his name. He watched in helpless paralysis as the flashing arc of an Eldin mage's black Seldor blade sliced down across her neck. Bright red blood fountained, the unutterable pain of Sariel's death, tempered by centuries of life without her, surged back to life with soul-shredding rawness. Rage and bloodlust exploded within him, mindless, visceral, unstoppable. It was a Fey-wilding rage, fueled by a Tairen's primal fury, unfettered emotions backed by lethal fangs, incinerating fire, and access to unimaginable power. They would die. They had slain his mate, and they would all die for their crime. His shrieking soul grasped eagerly for the madness, the power to kill without remorse, to scorch the earth and leave nothing but smoldering ruins and death. Nay! Rain yanked his hands from the eye and flung up his arms to cover his face. His breath came in harsh pants as he battled to control his fury. Once before, in a moment of madness and unendurable pain, he had unleashed the beast in his soul and rained death upon the world. He had slain thousands in mere moments, laid waste to half a continent within a few days. It had taken the combined will of every still-living Tairen and Fae to cage his madness. Nay! Please, he begged, clawing for self-possession. He released the weaves connecting him to the eye in the frantic hope that shearing the tie would stop the rage fighting to claim him. Instead, it was as if he had called fire in an oil vault. The world was suddenly bathed in blood as his vision turned red. The Tairen in him shrieked for release. To his horror, he felt his body begin to dissolve, saw the black fur form, the lethal curve of Tairen claws spear the air. For the first time in 1,200 years of life, Rainier Valendaris knew absolute terror. The magic he'd woven throughout the hall would never hold a Tairen's soul caught up in a Fey-wilding rage. All would die. The world would die. The Tairen change moved over him in horrible slow motion, creeping up his limbs, taunting him with his inability to stop it. The small, sane part of his mind watched like a stunned, helpless spectator, seeing his own death hurtling towards him, and realizing with detached horror that he was going to die, and there was nothing he could do to prevent it. He had overestimated his own power, and utterly underestimated that of the Eye of Truth. "Stop!" he shouted. "I beg you, stop! Don't do this!" Without pride or shame, he fell to his knees before the ancient oracle. The rage left him as suddenly as it had come. In a flash of light, his Tairen form disappeared. Flesh, sinew, and bone reformed into the lean, muscular lines of his Fey body. He collapsed face down on the floor, gasping for breath, the sweat of terror streaming from his pores, his muscles shaking uncontrollably. Faint laughter whispered across the stone floor and danced on the intricately carved columns that lined either side of the Hall of Tairen. The Eye mocked him for his arrogance. He whispered, his eyes closed. "I deserve it, but I am desperate. Our people, mine and yours both, face extinction. And now dark magic is rising again in Eld. Would you not also have dared any wrath to save our people?" The laughter faded and silence fell over the hall, broken only by the wordless noises coming from Rain himself, the sobbing gasp of his breath, the quiet groans of pain he didn't have the strength to hold back. In the silence, power gathered. The fine hairs on his arms and the back of his neck stood on end. He became aware of light, a kaleidoscope of color bathing the hall, flickering through the thin veil of his eyelids. His eyes opened, then went wide with wonder. There, from its perch atop the wings of 3 golden Tairen, the Eye of Truth shone with resplendent clarity, a crystalline globe blazing with light. Prisms of radiant color beamed out in undulating waves. Stunned, he struggled to his knees and reached out instinctively towards the eye. It wasn't until his fingers were close enough to draw tiny stinging arcs of power from the stone that he came to his senses and snatched his hands back without touching the oracle's polished surface. There had been something in the eye's radiant depths, an image of what looked like a woman's face, but all he could make out were fading sparkles of lush green surrounded by orange flame. A fine mist formed in the center of the eye, then slowly cleared as another vision formed. This image he saw clearly as it came into focus, and he recognized it instantly. It was a city he knew well, a city he despised. The second image faded and the eye dimmed, but it was enough. Rain Tairen's soul had his answer. He knew his path. With a groan he rose slowly to his feet. His knees trembled and he staggered back against the throne to collapse on the cushioned seat. Rain gazed at the Eye of Truth with newfound respect. He was the Tairen soul, the most powerful fae alive, and yet the Eye had reduced him to a weeping infant in mere moments. If it had not decided to release him, it could have used him to destroy the world. Instead, after beating the arrogance out of him, it had given up at least one of the secrets it was hiding. He reached out to the Eye with a lightly woven stream of air, fire, and water and whisked away the faint smudges left behind by the fingers he had dared to place upon it. Sixta, thank you. He filled his mental tone with genuine respect, and was rewarded by the instant muting of his body's pain. With a bow to the Eye of Truth, he strode towards the massive carved wooden doors at the end of the Hall of Tairen and tore down his weaves. Mauricia. He sent the mental call to the fae's strongest living Shadowlin, even as he reached out with air to swing open the hall's heavy doors before him. The fae warriors guarding the door to the Hall of Tairen nodded in response to the orders he issued with swift, flashing motions of his hands as he strode by, and the flurry of movement behind him assured him his orders were being carried out. Rain. Mauricia's mental voice was as soothing as her physical one, her curiosity mild and patient. A change of plans. I'm for Celeria in the morning, and I'm doubling your guard. Let your kindred know the fae Ryzen is coming with you. Even across the city he could feel her shocked surprise, and it almost made him smile. Half a continent away in the mortal city of Celeria, Ellysetta Berestani huddled in the corner of her tiny bedroom, tears running freely down her face, her body trembling uncontrollably. The nightmare had been so real, the agony so intense. Dozens of angry, stinging welts scored her skin, self-inflicted claw marks that might have been worse had her fingernails been longer. But worse than the pain of the nightmare had been the helpless rage and the soul-shredding sense of loss, the raw animal fury of a mortally wounded heart. Her own soul had cried out in empathetic sorrow, feeling the tortured emotions as if they had been her own. And then she'd sensed something else, something dark and eager and evil, a crouching malevolent presence that had ripped her out of sleep, bringing her bolt upright in her bed, a smothered cry of familiar terror on her lips. She covered her eyes with shaking hands. Please, gods, not again. Chapter 1.
Ellie, don't be such a soggy dorn.
9-year-old Laurel Berestani pouted at her older sister. It was, in Ellysetta's opinion, an adorable pout. Laurel's out-thrust lower lip was plump and pink, her round cheeks soft as satin, and her big brown eyes heart-tuggingly soulful. The whole enchanting picture was complemented by masses of mink-brown ringlets, and more than one seasoned adult had been known to abandon common sense in the face of such considerable infant artillery. Unfortunately for Laurel, Ellie was made of sterner stuff. Ellie smiled and bent to kiss her sister's cheek. A soggy dorn, am I? Just because I don't want to spend the whole day caught up in what's sure to be the worst crush in the past year? And for what? To catch a brief glimpse of a fae warrior as he walks past? Ellie shook her head and punched down the bread dough she was making for tonight's dinner rolls. Tomorrow was the much-anticipated annual visit of the Shadowlin, Mauricia von Soland. Her arrival was always a spectacle as she and her guard of 100 fierce leather and steel-bedecked fae warriors entered the city and marched down the main thoroughfare to the palace. A week ago, Ellysetta would have gone, no matter how long the wait, just for the chance of glimpsing the glint of a fey blade. But that was before that disturbing nightmare, and before the dark dreams that had continued to haunt her ever since. When she woke each morning, her skin felt tight, her muscles inexplicably sore and weary, as if each night she fought a battle in her sleep, as if she were fighting to keep something out, or worse, to keep something in. Memories flashed, of horrifying convulsions racking her body, Mama's fear, the Church of Light exorcists with their fervent shining eyes and merciless determination to drive the demons from her soul. She shuddered from the awful memories and quickly sketched the sign of the Lord of Light. No, all things considered, now was a bad time for her to go anywhere near the Fae and their powerful magic. Besides, I'm busy tomorrow, she told Laurel, grateful for the genuine excuse. Lady Zelina ordered an entire new suite for her receiving room, and Mama wants me to get started on the embroidery for the pillows.
But Ellie, the Feyrizen is coming!
Ellie's breath caught in her throat. The Feyrizen? Despite her well-founded fear of magic, she dreamed all her life of seeing Rain Tairen's soul in the flesh. Then common sense returned, and Ellie cast a stern sidelong glance at her sister. Who told you that bit of silliness? Everyone knows the Feyrizen hasn't set foot outside the fading lands in 1,000 years. Not since the end of the horrendous magical holocaust known as the Mage Wars.
It's not silliness,
Laurel protested indignantly.
I heard it straight from Tommy Saurus.
Tommy Saurus, son of the printer, was a local town crier and usually well on top of the latest news and gossip. Ellie was unimpressed. Then Tommy's been smelling too much printer's ink. She transferred the dough back into its rising bowl and covered it with a damp cloth.
He has not!
A stamp of one small foot expressed the child's outrage. Well, perhaps he's just misinformed then, Ellie replied. If Rain Tairen's soul were coming, they'd have heard about it long before now. The Fae who'd once nearly destroyed the world in a rage of Tairen flame wouldn't simply end his 1,000-year exile without someone knowing about it in advance. With a few quick swipes of a clean cloth, she swept the light dusting of flour off the tabletop into her palm and disposed of it in the waste bin beneath the kitchen sink. She cranked the sink pump twice and rinsed her floury fingers beneath the resulting cold spurt of water, then cast a glance back over her shoulder at Laurel. Besides, why would the Feyrizen come here? He never had much use for mortals even before the wars. She recalled a story in yesterday's paper about a small caravan of travelers attacked near the borders by Dalryzen, the frightening mercenaries who'd once been Fey warriors before being banished from the fading lands for the darkness in their souls. Would Rain Tairen's soul come to Celeria because of that? She dismissed the idea instantly. All her life she'd heard tales of Dalryzen raids. Such tales were so common, they were used to frighten small children into behaving. But none of those stories had ever lured the king of the Fae beyond the faring mists that circled the fading lands. No, Laurel must be wrong. Ellie untied her apron and hung it on a wooden peg in the corner of the modest, cozy Baristani family kitchen and smoothed slender hands over her serviceable tan muslin skirts. Her shirt sleeves were bunched up around her elbows, and she tugged the plain cuffs back down to her wrists, unable to stifle a wistful sigh as she imagined a fall of ivory lace draped over her hands. It was, of course, a foolish daydream. Lace would only get dirty and torn as she went about her chores. She smiled at Laurel, whose pout had now become an outright scowl. Come now, Kitling, don't be cross. I'll take you to the park instead. It won't take up the whole day, it's bound to be less crowded, and we can still have a fine time. Laurel crossed her arms over her chest.
I don't want to go to the park. I want to see the Feyrizen.
Before Ellie could reply, Laurel's twin, Lilith, came skipping into the kitchen, all a twitter. A mirror image of her sister, Lilith would have been indistinguishable from Laurel, except for the radiant excitement stamped on her face, which contrasted vividly with Laurel's dark scowl.
Ellie, guess what?
Ellie made a show of widening her eyes with exaggerated interest. What?
The Feyrizen is coming, and Mama says you can take us to see him enter the city tomorrow.
Ha! Laurel exclaimed.
I told you so.
This time the breath that caught in Ellie's throat stayed there. Tommysaurus might have sniffed too much printer's ink, but Mama was never wrong. Seeking confirmation, Ellie glanced towards the door. "Mama, is it true? Is the Feyrizen really coming to Celeria?" Luriana Baristani nodded, her fingers deftly untying the bow of her large-brimmed sun hat as she crossed the threshold and entered the kitchen. There was a light of excitement in her eyes that Ellie had never seen before. "It's true," she confirmed. Ellie watched in astonishment as her mother tossed her hat and woven shawl over the back of a nearby chair, rather than hanging them neatly on the wooden pegs provided for that purpose. Her mother was a firm believer in a place for everything, and everything in its place. Something was going on. Something that had nothing to do with the unexpected ambassadorial visit from a 1,200-year-old Fae who could turn himself into a Tairen. "Mama?" She picked up the hat and shawl and hung them in their place. "What is it?" She gave her mother a searching look. Luriana was a handsome woman in her mid-50s, with a solid build and strong arms that could help her husband move heavy pieces of handcrafted furniture or hug her children close. She had the same rich brown hair as the twins, though her soft ringlets were threaded liberally with silver, and her eyes were a pleasant hazel. Her brown dress was neatly made of sturdy, sensible cloth, and her shoes were sturdy, sensible brown leather to match. But at the moment, she did not look sensible at all. She looked giddy. "Oh, Ellie, you won't believe it." Luriana reached out to grasp Ellie's hands. "Queen Honora," she said, squeezing Ellie's fingers tight, "sent Lady Zelena to commission your father to produce a special carving in the Feyrizen's honor. He's to have it finished and ready to present to the Feyrizen at the prince's betrothal ball." When Ellie gasped again and the twins squealed, Luriana beamed and nodded. "Commissioned by the Queen! At last!" "Oh, Mama," Ellie breathed. "Papa must be singing with pride." After 10 years as a master woodcarver, Sol Baristani had finally received a coveted royal commission. When word got out, nobles and rich merchants would be banging down his door to commission his work. Money, always rather scarce in the Baristani household, was sure to flow into the family coffers. Luriana flashed her eldest daughter a devilish grin. "And won't that just put Madam Rich and Snooty Mincet's knickers in a twist?" "Mama!" Ellie gasped, giving her mother a shocked look. Her mother, definitely not her staid and sensible self, laughed out loud, then clapped a hand over her mouth. "Oh, that was evil. Just evil." Ellie couldn't help laughing herself. It was so unlike her calm, unflappable mother to say something nasty, even about the social climbing Madam Mincet, the banker's wife. Though if ever a woman deserved to have something nasty said about her, Madam Mincet did, and that went double for her daughter, Kelly-soned. "But, Mama, why is the Feyrizen coming to Celeria?" Luriana shrugged. "No one knows, but it's sure to be a spectacle. And I promised Lilith you would take her and Laurel to see the Feyrizen." Ellie stared in surprise and her mother blushed a little. "I know what you're thinking, and this doesn't mean I approve of Fey sorcerers. I don't. Not in the least. But the bright Lord did select Rain Tairen's soul as the vehicle through which he has delivered this latest blessing upon our family. I wouldn't want him to think us ungrateful. You will take the girls, won't you?" Ellie glanced at Laurel, who was now sporting a grin as large as a dairy cow, and had to laugh. "Of course I will," she agreed. The twins shrieked with happiness and danced about the kitchen. No matter how dreadful her nightmares, Ellie would never have missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see the one and only Rain Tairen's soul. He was living history. The Fae who'd once, in a fit of grief-induced madness, almost destroyed the world. How many ballads had been written about that terrible day? How many plays? Celeria's Museum of Arts held no less than 20 enormous oil paintings that commemorated the entire series of events, masterpieces painted by Celeria's greatest artists over the past 1,000 years. Ellie couldn't count the number of times she'd stood in front of Fabrizio Celan's immortal Death of the Beloved and wept at the unspeakable anguish the great master had depicted on the face of Rain Tairen's soul as he held Lady Serial in her death swoon and cried out to the heavens. To see Rain Tairen's soul in the flesh, it was more than she'd ever dreamed possible. She wagged a finger at the twins. "You two had best plan to go to bed early. We leave at the break of dawn so we can be sure to find a place with a good view. Her mother shook her head. You and your love of the Fae. But for once, she didn't add her usual lecture about the evils of magic and the danger of temptations that wore a pretty face. Though Ellie shared her mother's fear of magic, all things Fae had fascinated her since she was a small child. That doesn't mean I'm any less excited about your news, Mama. She reached out to grasp her mother's hands. Indeed, I want you to tell me everything. What exactly did Lady Zelina say? Don't leave out a single detail. Loriana pulled up a stool and related the whole story, including the ultimate pleasure of having Stella Morin, the neighborhood's biggest gossip, witness the entire event. She'd come into the shop to tell Loriana that Donatella Brodson, the butcher's youngest daughter, was officially contracted to wed the third son of a wealthy silk merchant. Oh, Loriana snapped her fingers. That reminds me, Den is coming for dinner tonight. Den? Ellie repeated with dismay. Den Brodson, the butcher's son, was a stuffed pork roast of a young man. And ever since his first wife had died in childbirth 6 months ago, he'd been following Ellie around like a starving hound on the trail of a juicy steak. He'd made a habit of catching her in dark corners, standing so close she could smell the reek of onions and bacon on him, and looking too intently down the neckline of her dresses, as if he could see straight through the fabric to the soft curves beneath. His thick fingers were ever clutching at her arm, as if he had some right to her. She shuddered with revulsion. She'd never liked him much, even as a child. Now he made her skin crawl. Beside her, the twins rolled their eyes and clutched at their throats, making gagging noises. They didn't like Den either. Loriana paid no notice to the rolling eyes and gagging faces, but she did shoo the twins out of the kitchen. Go play in your room, girls. Then to Ellie. Wear your green dress, Kit. It makes you look rather pretty. Why would I want to look pretty for Den? A stern hazel gaze pinned her in place. The laughing, flighty Mama was gone. Practical, no-nonsense Mama was back. You're 24, Ellysetta. That's long past time to be making a good match and starting your own family. Look at your friends. All of them married for years, with at least one child walking and another on the way. Kelly-san's not wed, Ellie reminded her mother. Yes, but Kelly-san's not lacking for offers. The stern look in Loriana's eyes remained the same, but her voice softened. She's got beauty, girl, and wealth. You don't. Ellie ducked her head to hide the glimmer of tears that sprang to her eyes. She knew she was no beauty. She'd seen her reflection often enough to understand that, and Khalisand Minset had always been happy to point out her shortcomings in case she missed them. Even though you've got a fine, kind heart, Loriana continued, and a strong back to make any man a treasured helpmate, young lads and their parents don't look for those blessings first. The lads want beauty, the parents want wealth. The Queen's commission will probably be enough to bring Den's family up to scratch. But you don't have the time to wait for Papa to make a fortune so you can take your pick of men. Unspoken was the common knowledge that if a girl was not wed by 25, she was obviously defective in some way. Spinsters were to be pitied and watched carefully lest the hand of evil that had blackened their futures laid its shadow over those around them. Ellie couldn't believe what she was hearing. It was obvious her mother had already decided whom Ellie would marry. But I don't love Den, Mama. To her horror, her voice wobbled. Ellysetta. There was a rustle of skirts, and then the unexpected warmth of her mother's arms wrapping around her thin shoulders and drawing her close. Oh, girl, this is my fault, Loriana sighed. I should have done my duty by you long ago, but you were such an awkward creature, and we were poor. I thought you'd never be wed, so where was the harm in letting you keep your dreams? Awkward? Such a mild euphemism for the fearful truth Mama never voiced. Ellie knew her parents loved her, as did Lilith and Laurel, but that had not stopped her from hearing the talk of others, or seeing the fear that Mama could never quite hide whenever things happened around Ellie. But you've changed, Ellie, and so have our circumstances. You've grown rather pretty in your own way, and this royal commission puts a few coins in our coffers with the promise of more to come. Look at me, child. Obedient to the command and the accompanying hand raising her chin, Ellie met her mother's solemn gaze. "Life is never certain, Ellie. This is your chance to wed, and you must take it."
"But Mama,"
Loriana held up a silencing finger. "Despite everything that happened when you were young, I've never curbed your love of fae tales or your dreams of true mates and happy endings. But that's for fae, not mortal folk like us. We don't have centuries to wait for true love."
"I know that, Mama."
"Love will come in time, Ellie."
"But not with Den, Mama."
How could it, when the very thought of his touch revolted her? "Hush. You've not even given him a chance, Ellysetta. Den's not a bad sort, and he's certainly shown interest in you these last few months. His family's well enough, both in manner and position, and your children would never lack for food. Believe me when I tell you there's nothing worse for parents than hearing a child cry for food they cannot provide, even if that child is not of their own blood." Ellie dropped her gaze as a reminder that she was not the Baristani's natural child knifed through her. Almost 24 years ago, on a journey from Kreps to Hartsley in the north, Sol and Loriana had found an abandoned baby in the woods near Norban, a girl baby with a shock of orange hair and startling green eyes. Despite the fact that they were grindingly poor, Sol's hands stiff and nearly crippled by an accident that had left him unable to work as a journeyman woodcarver, they had taken in the baby rather than leaving it to die, and they had kept her, even while Sol barely eked out a living on a few coppers a week as an apprentice carpenter, his broken hands managing to hold hammer, nail, rasp, and lathe, though they could no longer do the intricate detail work he loved. They kept her even when mysterious, violent seizures afflicted her, and the priest declared her demon-cursed. They'd even left their home in Hartsley, rather than cast her out, or give her into the church's keeping as the exorcists and the parish priest advised them to do. After that, thankfully, the family fortunes changed. Sol's hands had miraculously healed, and he'd been able to return to his first love, woodcarving. Ellie's ghastly seizures had dwindled, then stopped almost completely, a fact that Mama attributed to Ellie swearing her soul into service of the light at her first Concordia in the Church of Light. Still, Ellie had never forgotten all they'd sacrificed on her behalf. Now there was a chance for her to wed, if not well, at least well enough. It would ensure that Lilith and Laurel would have the opportunity to make a truly fine match. "You must trust your parents to do what's best, Ellysetta, for you and the family."
"Yes, Mama,"
she whispered. She owed them that much and more. "I know he's not the man you've dreamed of, but give Den a chance. And if another young man of good family asks to court you, we will consider his suit as well."
"Yes, Mama."
"And wear your green dress tonight." Ellie's shoulders drooped.
"Yes, Mama."
That evening, Ellie donned her green dress and tried not to feel like a lamb being led to slaughter. At her mother's insistence, she wore Loriana's bridal chemise beneath the green gown, and aged ivory lace fell over the backs of her hands, looking beautiful and feminine and delicate. Ellie wished she were wearing her own plain cuffs instead. She stared hard at her reflection in the mirror. Startling green eyes stared back at her, looking too big in a too wan face, accentuated by prominent cheekbones and a slender nose. In the last year or so, her eyebrows and eyelashes had darkened to a deep auburn. The slashing wings of her brows were now exotic, rather than pale and washed out, and once her eyelashes had darkened, their thickness and length had become apparent. She had been grateful for that, though at this moment she could have cheerfully wished them back to the transparent pale orange of her childhood. Her mouth was too wide, she acknowledged critically, her lips too full and too red. Her teeth, however, were white and straight, one of her best features. She decided not to smile tonight, at least not so she showed any teeth. She had ruthlessly subdued her wild tangle of hair into a knot on the top of her head, and for once was glad of its bright, unfashionable color and the rather severe style. She stepped back from the mirror. Unfortunately, Mama had been right about the dress making her look nice. The green color was flattering, and the bodice, laced tight to push up her breasts, made her look slender rather than skinny. She was still too tall to be considered feminine by Silurian standards. Flat-footed, she could look Den straight in the eye. Ellie thrust her feet into her highest-heeled shoes and immediately grew 3 inches. Satisfied that she'd done exactly as her mother asked, and as much as possible to mitigate any hint of prettiness, Ellie made her way downstairs to the family parlor. Den was already there, sitting across from her father on one of Sol Baristani's finely carved settees and chewing a chocolate caramel with relish. His stocky body was clothed in what appeared to be a new dark blue plaid suit, cut just the tiniest bit too tight, with a yellow neckcloth tied in folds about his thick neck. A gold pin, shaped like a rather ungainly bear, glinted from the folds of the neckcloth. His brown hair, greased with a strongly scented pomade, was slicked back from his face, with a puff of curls carefully formed at the top of his broad forehead. His skin was ruddy, his nose partly flattened from a series of childhood scuffles, and his eyes were pale blue rimmed with stubby black lashes. He was attractive enough, in a rough butcher's son sort of way. That wasn't what bothered Ellie. He looked up, caught sight of her, and jumped to his feet, crossing the room to stand uncomfortably close to her. His gaze swept over her, then homed in on the swell of bosom thrust up against the delicate fabric of her mother's best chemise. A bosom that was 3 inches closer to his face, thanks to her decision, poorly considered she now realized, to wear high heels. His tongue came out to lick his full lips. That was what bothered Ellie. Fighting the urge to cross her arms over her chest, she forced a stiff little smile, no teeth, and said, "Good evening, Den. How nice that you could join us tonight."
"You look very pretty, Ellysetta."
That came from Papa, of course. Den was still salivating over her bosom. "Thank you, Papa." She was grateful for the warm love shining from Sol Baristani's eyes, and for his presence in the parlor. The gods only knew what Den would have tried had they been alone. Judging from the look on his face, she wouldn't have liked it much.
Yes,"
Den agreed, licking his lips again.
"Very pretty."
His pale blue gaze traveled up her neck and paused at her mouth. When finally he met her gaze head-on, there were spots of color in his cheeks. For a moment she imagined she felt a disturbing hunger. His hunger, she realized, and it wasn't for food. Sudden panic roiled inside her, tying her stomach in knots and making her break out in a clammy sweat. If he touched her, she knew she would be sick. "Ah, Ellysetta, good!" Mama's voice snapped through the strange emotions that had captured Ellie, and she dragged in a gasp of air. No wonder she felt ill. She'd held her breath until she was dizzy. "To ask you to help me," Loriano was saying, "but I've changed my mind. You look far too pretty to risk soiling your gown in the kitchen. Don't you agree, Den?" It was an embarrassing maternal attempt to draw a compliment from Den, but the young man didn't hesitate to oblige her.
"Indeed, Madame Baristani."
Den bowed at the waist as if he were a lord's son rather than a butcher's.
"Ellysetta looks lovelier than I've ever seen her."
The smug smile was back. "So perhaps you'd give me a hand instead?" Loriana suggested with a pointed look. Ellie's eyes went wide with panic. "I don't mind helping you, Mama." She heard the shrill desperation in her voice. "Really, I don't." "Nonsense. You stay here and entertain your young man. Your father is happy to help me." As they exited the room, her mother flashed an indulgent smile at Den and said in a coy, entirely un-mama-like voice, "We won't be but a few chimes, children." There was no mistaking her humiliatingly obvious scheme, and Den was quick to take up the unspoken invitation. As soon as Loriana's skirts disappeared down the hall, he stepped closer to Ellie, his square hands reaching for her. She stumbled backwards to escape his pursuit, only to find herself stuck in a corner, trapped between his arms, staring in horrified revulsion as his thick, wet lips tried to attach themselves to hers. Ellie escaped the kiss with a quick twist of her body and tried to duck under his arm. She wasn't quite fast enough, and her slender muscles were no match for his solid bulk. After a brief, undignified tussle, she found herself back in the corner, pulled tight against his body.
"Come on, Ellie."
His breath was starting to come a little faster.
"We both know why your parents left us alone. There's no need to play the coy maiden. I don't want anything more than a kiss or two."
He grinned. showing 2 rows of sharp and slightly crooked teeth.
For now.
Then we hardly know each other,
he laughed.
We've known each other since childhood, Ellie.
But not like this. We've just been, friends.
They'd never been friends. He'd been a taunting bully who liked to make her cry.
I want to be more than friends now.
His hands roved over her waist, and his lips descended, glancing off her cheek as she jerked her head away. Then drew back slightly and chuckled.
I've been watching you for some time now, Ellie,
he murmured, his voice thick and possessive.
Granted, you weren't much to look at as a kid, all orange hair, freckles, and knobby knees. But lately, you've started to show a little promise.
That smug, secret smile flashed again, and one thick-fingered hand came up to cup her chin.
I've decided to make you my wife, Ellie Baristani.
He didn't ask. He just said it, as if she had no choice in the matter. She stared at him, aghast, wondering how in the names of all the gods she was going to get out of this with any measure of grace.
Then you, honor me, but...
Shh. The hand on her chin moved to cover her mouth.
There's no need to say anything.
Her eyes widened in outrage and sudden fear as the hand on her mouth clamped down harder and then lowered his head to her neck. Her stomach lurched as something warm and wet touched her skin. Was that his tongue? A stinging pain at the base of her throat made her yelp against his silencing hand. The little bloat toad had bitten her. He sucked at the spot he'd just bitten, and once more that warm, wet tongue licked her. Oh, gods, she was going to be sick! Outraged and repulsed, she grabbed 2 handfuls of his hair and yanked, hard. She kicked his shins, too. He just grunted and shoved her against the wall, pinning her with the heavy, unmovable weight of his stocky body. Before she could draw breath enough to scream, his mouth was on hers. His lips were wet and slippery, and that horrid tongue was on the loose again, this time trying to get inside her mouth. Without warning, one hand closed around her breast. Instinctively, she opened her mouth to scream. It was exactly the wrong reaction, and one he'd obviously been counting on. His hand shot up to hold her jaw open, and his tongue thrust deep into her mouth. Her screams, muffled by his mouth, came out as frantic little squeals that seemed only to excite him further. Never in her life had Ellie been assaulted this way. Where were her parents? How could they have abandoned her to this mauling? Beneath the revulsion and feeling of helplessness, a darker emotion burst into smoldering life, a wild, fierce anger. Her skin flashed hot and tingling, drawing tight as if something inside her flesh were struggling to get out. Terror grabbed her by the throat as the room began to tremble. 200 miles away, beside a campfire burning in the chilly night, Tairen's soul felt a woman's emotions stab into him. Fear, outrage, desperation. He leapt to his feet, his nostrils flaring as if he could scent the emotions on the wind. His mind raced to find their path, to identify their source. Another wave of feelings arrowed into him, revulsion, rage, then stark terror. A wordless cry screamed in his mind. She was calling out to him. She was afraid, and he was not there to protect her. He flung himself from the ground into the sky, flashing instantly into Tairen form. Flames scorched the night sky, and his roar of fury rent the air as he followed the path of the mind that called out to him in fear. But then, as suddenly as the call had come, it fell silent. Confused by the abrupt termination of the connection, Rain faltered in mid-flight. His fury was still there. Licks of flame still curled from his muzzle and venom pooled in the reservoirs in his fangs, but his rage had lost its focus. The woman's fear and desperation were gone, no longer fueling his wrath. Banking right, he circled the sky and reached out with his mind, trying to find the one who had called. He found nothing but silence, and the worried calls of the Fey warriors he'd left behind. Then the even more worried call of Mauricia. The warriors he might have ignored, but not Mauricia. All Fey men were bound to protect the females of their race, even from worry. Rain? Mauricia didn't try to hide the concern in her mental voice. She was a mere century older than Rain, had known him all his life. She was his friend. What happened? She called out to me. She was afraid. Who? He hesitated. I don't know. Keen Tairen eyes pierced the night. Far away in the distance he saw the glow of Celeria. But I'm going to find out. He dipped one wing and banked again, heading towards the city in the distance. Ellie sat at the dinner table and couldn't stomach the thought of putting food in her mouth. The terrifying anger and the disturbing sensation in her skin had passed almost as quickly as they'd come, with none but Ellie the wiser. Though she could have sworn the parlor had actually trembled, no one else appeared to have sensed it. Was she going mad? Had the demons that had haunted her youth found a different, more subtle way to work their evil on her? Ellie knew not to let herself get upset. All her life she'd worked to keep her emotions in check, lest she accidentally trigger another seizure. She forced herself to take deep, even breaths and filled her mind with calming thoughts. Still, as she glanced at her mother from beneath her lashes, she couldn't quell a spurt of anger and resentment as Loriana made pleasant small talk. Small talk? With Den Brodson? How could Mama even contemplate wedding Ellie to that odious Rotschart? Did Mama know what Den had been doing in the parlor? She must have known. She'd made a series of intentionally loud noises before coming back in. What had that been all about except to let Den know he should stop his assault on Ellie? He had, thank the gods. With a final wet kiss and a last painful squeeze of her breast, Den had released her and said, "You'll do, Ellie," as if she were a haunch of beef he was approving from the slaughterhouse. Ellie's relief at being freed had rapidly turned into a sense of betrayal. How could Mama know what Den had been doing and not be outraged? Surely Mama didn't know about that awful pink slug of a tongue. Outrage and resentment clashed inside her. She was not going to marry Den Brodson. Not now, not ever. Anger flared, quick and hot. Suddenly there was a feeling in her mind, a probing touch, as if someone or something was trying to reach inside her head. She had a distant sense of scarcely banked fury and a stronger sense of something powerful rushing towards her with grim purpose. Ellie's spoon clattered to the table. Everyone looked at her in surprise. "Ellie?" Papa's brown eyes radiated concern. "Are you all right, Kit?" She put a shaking hand to her head. I think so, Papa." The feeling was gone. Had it been her imagination? Another sign of impending madness? She forced a wan smile and tugged at the neck of her chemise. Yes, I'm fine. Just a little tired."
What's that on your neck?
Laurel was staring at the spot where Den had bitten Ellie's neck, the spot that Ellie had unwittingly just revealed. In an instant, everyone was staring at Ellie's neck. Embarrassed, she clapped a hand over the spot. She hadn't looked in a mirror. Had Den left a mark on her? Apparently so, because her father was now staring hard at Den. That shameless clot just smiled his smug smile and met her papa's gaze straight on. Mama's eyes darted from her husband to her daughter's suitor. There was a look in Mama's eyes that made Ellie's heart stutter. Embarrassment faded. Even fear of what was happening to her faded, as worry slithered up Ellie's spine. "Girls," Papa said. Ellie had never heard his voice sound so emotionless, so hard. "Go to your rooms." The twins jumped to their feet and scurried out. "You too, Ellysetta." He didn't look at her, didn't take his unblinking gaze from Den's. Ellie did not immediately obey. Did her parents not know what Den had done to her after all? Was it possible that they hadn't left her alone with him in the parlor for that very reason? "Papa?"
"Go,"
he barked, and Ellie all but fell over herself rushing from the room. She raced for the stairs and took them two at a time, not slowing down until she was ensconced in the safety of her small bedroom. Needing to know exactly what sort of mark Den had left on her, she went to the small dressing table tucked in the corner of her room. Her fingers shook as she struck a match and lit the oil lamp on the table. Soft, golden light filled the room. Ellie leaned close to the mirror, tugging the neck of her chemise to one side to reveal a small, dark oval mark at the base of her throat. In the golden glow of lamplight, The mark looked like a smudge of soot. She rubbed at it, but it didn't come off. She felt invaded somehow, violated, and suddenly very afraid of what was going on downstairs. She sat on the edge of her bed and waited. She didn't know how long she sat there. It seemed like bells before she heard the creak of the stairs and the slow clump, clump of her father's boots. She rushed to her bedroom door and pulled it open. "Papa?" There was disappointment and sadness in his eyes when he looked at her.
"Go to bed, Ellysetta. It's getting late."
He looked tired and worn. Old.
"But, Papa, about Den."
What could she say? She couldn't very well tell her father about the embarrassing things he'd done to her.
I know Mama thinks he's a good match, but Papa, I don't like him. Please, I don't want to marry him."
Her father stared at her for a moment, then shook his head and turned away.
"Go to bed. We'll talk tomorrow."
"But Papa..."
He just continued walking down the hall and into his room, closing his bedroom door behind him. Ellie returned to her own room and undressed in shadowy darkness, hanging the green gown and her mother's chemise in the small wardrobe resting against the wall. She didn't want to wear either of them again as long as she lived. After donning a cotton nightdress, she sat down beside the window and unpinned her hair. It spilled down her back in long, springy coils. Brushing it with steady strokes, she stared out at the night sky. Both the large moon, called the mother, and the small moon, called the daughter, were 3/4 full. It was a bright night. "Please," she prayed silently, fervently, hoping the Silurian gods would hear her. "Please send me someone else. Anyone else but Den." She laid the brush in its place on her dressing table and crawled into bed, pulling the covers up to her chin and closing her eyes. She didn't see the shadow fall across her room as the light from the mother was blotted out by a large black Tairen winging through the night. She didn't see the lavender eyes, glowing like beacons, turn their light upon the rooftops of Sileria, searching, seeking. Chapter 2. Beautifully and fearfully wrought by dread magic splendored, with passion's fire his soul does burn, in sorrow his name be whispered. From the epic poem Rainier's Song by Avian of Sileria. Sileria's main thoroughfare was already lined 4 deep when Ellie and the twins arrived at 7 the next morning. News that the Tairen soul himself would be coming had raced like wildfire through the city, and Ellie was convinced that before 10 bells every man, woman, and child in the city would be lining the streets to ogle the legendary Feyrizen, Rain Tairen's soul, the man-beast, who had once almost destroyed the world. She began searching for a place from which to watch the forthcoming spectacle. About halfway between the city gates and the royal palace, she found a grassy knoll bordering one of the city's many small parks. From atop the knoll, the children would have an unimpeded view of the Fey procession. Sending the twins off to play while they waited for the procession to begin, Ellie spread her brown skirts and sat down without a care for grass stains or the morning dew that dampened her dress. Her mind was still chasing itself in circles, worrying over what had passed between Den and her parents last night. She still didn't know. Papa had been gone when she came downstairs for breakfast, and Mama had told her they would talk after she returned from the Fey procession. Ellie couldn't shake the feeling that something very bad was about to happen. Her sleep had been tormented by more dreams, not the familiar violent dreams of blood and death, or the dark, malevolent nightmares that had haunted her most of her life, but new, frightening dreams of fiery anger and pale purple eyes, of a soundless voice that called to her, demanding that she reply. She remembered tossing and turning, remembered trying to block out those eyes and that insistent voice. Not until close to dawn had she finally found peace. Now, staring up at the bright blue morning sky, with the great sun glowing like a huge golden ball, She could almost pretend that the dreams were nothing more than her imagination running wild, that worry about the situation with Den was to blame, that everything would be all right and life would return to its pleasant, comfortable routine. She didn't believe it for a moment. 20 miles outside the city, 200 Fey warriors and 1 Fey lord traveled at a fast lope down the broad road that cut a swath through the Silurian landscape of lush fields dotted by small villages. Farmers and villagers bordered the road in small groups, having come with their families as they always did to see the immortal Fey run past. This year, however, their attention was directed not at the road, but overhead, where Marissia von Soland rode the wind on the back of a massive black Tairen, the infamous Rain Tairen's soul himself. The Fey warriors had broken camp 3 bells before dawn and resumed their trek to Sileria at a fast clip. Marissia had run with them until Rain returned, just as the great sun began to light the sky. Then she continued the journey on Tairen back, allowing the warriors to resume their normal, easily sustainable run. They had traversed the next 70 miles in just under 3 bells. Everyone knew that something had disturbed Rain the night before, and that he had gone in search of the source of the disturbance. But he had not spoken of it since his return, and not even Marissia could get him to talk. When they neared the city, Rain landed, lowered Marissia to the ground, and shifted back into Fey form. He paced restlessly as Marissia and the Fey prepared themselves for their ceremonial entrance into the city. Marissia shed her brown traveling leathers for a red gown that covered her from chin to toe, and a stiff-brimmed hat draped with a thick red veil that covered her face. Her waist-length dark hair was braided and tucked out of sight. The garb would have been hot and stifling had her truemate Dax not woven a cool web of air around her. Marissia was a Shadowlin, a powerful Fey healer and truth-speaker, and none who were not Fey or kin were permitted to look upon her outside of council. All around Marissia, 200 Fey warriors donned gleaming black leathers and spent at least half a bell polishing and resheathing the scores of blades each warrior wore when he left the fading lands. Her mate Dax, clad in the dark red leathers of a true-mated Fey lord, tended his own weapons with similar care. Though he was no longer of the warrior class, no Fey lord was permitted to put his mate at risk by continuing to dance with knives. His blades would always stand between her and danger. Marissia finished her physical preparations long before the men, and she went to join Rain. It had been many years since she'd seen him in such a state. He was restless, edgy, pacing back and forth with short, rapid steps. There was so much power in him, so scarcely contained that a shining aura surrounded him, flashing continuously with tiny sparks. His eyes glowed fever-bright. His nostrils quivered, as if he were an animal scenting something in the air that set him on edge. If he'd been in Tairen form, he would have been spouting flame. He was still in control of himself. She and all the Fey would have known if he were not, but he was in a high state of agitation, and that did not bode well for the long day ahead. She knew better than to touch him. One didn't touch raw power without receiving a shock. Instead, she reached out to him on their private mental path, the one they had forged centuries ago in friendship. Rain, be calm. She sent a soothing wave of reassurance along with the words, not surprised when he shrugged it off and continued pacing. She is there. For a moment last night, I was in her mind. Then I lost her again. Frustration boiled through the link. Who, Rain? Who is there? He snapped around, eyes flashing, his long, elegant hands clenched and unclenched. His chest heaved. He was angry and frustrated, yes, but now Marissia realized it was more than that. She is, he snapped. She, the one. And then the one word she was sure to understand. The one word that explained everything. He shouted it out loud. Sheatani! There was a sudden clattering whoosh of sound followed by absolute silence as 200 Fey warriors jerked around to stare at their king in stunned disbelief. Marissia's breath left her in an astonished gasp. But that cannot be.
It can be nothing else.
The tumult of Rain's emotions blasted over their mental link, and Mauricia stumbled back in shock, recognizing those feelings for exactly what they were. Her mind reached instinctively for Dax, her own truemate, sharing the shocking truth of Rain's emotions with him. Their gazes met across the distance, and as one they turned to look at their king. He was pacing restlessly once more. Every few moments his head turned towards Celeria, and the power in him burned a little brighter. They both knew the instincts driving him, knew that because he was the Tairen soul, those instincts would be far more intense and far harder to control, fueled by Fae and Tairen passions combined. If they weren't very careful, the coming days could end in disaster. As she caught sight of the Fae Risen riding the wind in Tairen form, Ellie acknowledged that just a glimpse of him was well worth the interminable wait and jostling crowds. Long before the Fae warriors drew near, Ellie and the twins saw Rain Tairen's soul soaring through the sky. He was all that legend claimed, and more. A gigantic, ferocious black feline with glowing purple eyes, frightening and beautiful at the same time. He winged like a raptor over the city, circling again and again, emitting warning bursts of fire when the thronging crowd moved too close to the approaching warriors. Even from a distance, she could see the glistening danger of his sharp, venom-filled fangs. His ears were laid back on his head, his claws extended. When the Fae warriors came into view, the sight of them was almost as awe-inspiring as that of the Tairen soul. There were at least twice as many warriors as had ever come before. Row after impeccably formed row marched into view, and for the first time in Ellie's memory, magic surrounded them in a glowing aura of light. A murmur of wonderment rose up from the crowd. The Fae warriors presented a stunning display, clad in black leather from neck to toe and bristling with silvery swords and knives that gleamed in the sunlight. Every warrior clutched 2 long curving blades called mecha, and what seemed like hundreds of razor-sharp throwing knives called fecha were tucked into leather belts that crisscrossed their chests. As if that weren't enough, each warrior wore 2 massive Seani long swords strapped to his back. It was said that one Fae warrior was as lethal as 10 champions. Looking at their fierceness, their precision, and the tangible glow of magic enveloping them, Ellie believed it. In the center of the formation, surrounded by an even brighter glow, walked an unarmed figure draped in voluminous folds of blood red. It was the Shadowlin, the truth speaker, Mauricia van Soland, and the handsome, dangerous-looking man in red leather by her side was her truemate, the Faelord Daxian van Soland. As the procession moved closer, the crowd surged forward, everyone straining for a better look. Rain Tairen's soul roared and spouted a warning flare of fire. With many screams and uplifted heads, the crowd wisely jumped back. In the sudden shifting of massed bodies, Lilith lost her footing and fell to the ground. She howled in pain when Laurel, trying to avoid being knocked over herself, trod on her hand. Ellie was there in an instant, hauling Lilith to her feet and inspecting the injury. The child's little fingers were red, the skin slightly torn over one knuckle.
"Oh, Kitling, I'm so sorry. Would you like me to kiss it better?"
Lilith sniffled and nodded.
"Yes, Ellie. You kiss the pain away better than anyone."
Giving her a fond smile, Ellie raised the girl's injured finger to her mouth.
"God's bless and keep you, Kitling,"
she murmured and kissed the little finger. A tiny electric current leapt from Ellie to her sister, making them both jump. Ellie laughed a little.
"Sorry, Lily Pet. I didn't mean to shock you."
Rain Tairen's soul whooshed overhead, roaring, the sound like a clap of thunder in the air. Ellie straightened in time to see the Fae warriors come to an abrupt halt, their curved mecha blades raised. The ones closest to the truth speaker drew their long swords with a hiss of metal leaving scabbard. The Shadowlin turned her head from side to side, as if scanning the crowd. Beside her, her mate had razor-edged swords in hand and was ablaze with power. The crowd went silent. From her vantage point on the knoll, Ellie watched with bated breath and clutched the twins to her side. She didn't have any idea what was happening, but it was something unusual, something important and frightening. The crowd around Ellie began shoving, everyone trying to get a better glimpse of what was going on. "Lilith! Laurel, stay close to me!" She grabbed the twins and hugged them tight, afraid they were about to be pushed off the knoll into the trampling feet below. Rain Tairen's soul roared again, clawing the air, now obviously agitated about something. Flames seared the air, followed by another roar of Tairen fury. From the street, the Shadowland raised her arms and shouted, "Rain! Nay!" The crowd began to panic, and so did Ellie. Someone stumbled heavily into her back. She staggered and tried to keep her balance, but her leather shoes slipped on the grass. With a cry of alarm, Ellie toppled off the knoll. She fell forward, pushing the children to safety with one hand and reaching out with the other to break her fall. She landed hard and screamed in pain as a man's boot heel stamped on her fingers, crushing the slender bones with a snap. Pain and terror swamped her senses. People rushed madly around her, and another boot ground into her broken hand. She shrieked again, barely able to think, certain she was about to die. She curled her body into a tight ball and brought her broken hand up over her head. She was dimly aware that people were screaming around her. She didn't see Rain Tairen's soul fold his wings and drop like a hurtling black meteor towards the ground, but something touched her senses. Something made her realize that suddenly the sun was gone, and so were the people hurting her. She glanced up and let loose another shrill cry of horror as a huge, terrifying, black-winged Tairen swooped down upon her, metamorphosing at the last chime into Rainier Velendaris Feyrizen, the infamous Rain Tairen soul, who lightly stepped from sky to ground, one black-booted foot at a time. He towered over her huddled form. Death-black hair hung in long, straight strands that blew about his face in the windy remnants of the Tairen's downdraft. His skin was pale and faintly luminescent, his face terrible in the perfection of its stunning masculine beauty, and his lavender eyes glowed with a brilliant, icy fire. With a wave of one hand, he threw up a towering cone of air and fire magic that surrounded the two of them in a whirling haze of white and red. Ellie cowered in fear and instinctively held up her broken hand to ward him away. With a sobbing gasp, she rolled to her feet and staggered back. "Stay away!" she ordered hoarsely. Her heart was racing, her breath coming in fast, shallow gasps, but she couldn't seem to get any air. Had he used his magic to steal the breath from her lungs? She knew the Fae could do that sort of thing. "Veriza kuchai, kemsura sheatani." He spoke to her in a lyrical foreign tongue, Faean she realized, though she didn't understand the words, and stepped towards her. "No!" she cried out. For all she knew, he just told her to prepare for her impending death. "Stay back! Don't come any closer!" He paused for a moment, frowning. "Vetador, vekujin valar." Then Rain Tairen's soul came towards her again, his steps slow and resolute. He reached for her, ignoring the way she sobbed and flinched away from him. His fingers, strong and surprisingly warm, curled around her forearms and trapped her with effortless strength. She had the overwhelming sensation of immense power, deep sorrow, and a terrible longing. But underlying all of those was another emotion, a violent swirl of rage. She cried out and struggled to free herself, succeeding only in grinding the bones of her hand together. Agony knifed up her arm, a scream ripped from her throat. She fell to her knees. Unexpectedly, she found herself free. She blinked and risked a glance up at the Feyrizen. His eyes were squeezed shut, his hands clenched in white-knuckled fists at his sides. He was shaking as if he were in pain. His eyes flashed open again. The ice was still in them, and confusion, and more than a hint of madness. She watched him fearfully, her body poised to flee if he came towards her again. With a flick of his finger, he fashioned a door in the whirling cone of magic. His voice, deep, ancient, commanding, called out in Faean. A moment later, the truth speaker stepped through the doorway, followed closely by her mate. The Fey Lord Dax had sheathed his swords, and as he stepped inside the cone of magic the Feyrizen had erected, His own glow of power winked out. He followed a few feet behind his mate as she approached Ellie. Though the Shadelin's face was hidden behind folds of red, she radiated waves of compassion and reassurance. Despite everything, including her own mind whispering that this was a fey trick, Ellie felt her terror begin to abate. She needed to trust this woman. The truth speaker would never cause her harm. There was no need to be afraid. She could be calm. All would be well. The soothing compassion, the compulsion to release her fear was impossible to resist. Dazed, lulled by the powerful hypnotic spell of a fey Shadelin, Ellie didn't protest when Mauricia reached for her broken hand. The fey woman's long, pale fingers, slender and elegant, passed over Ellie's. Warmth sank through Ellie's skin and into the flesh and bone below. Her pain evaporated. A strange, ticklish tingling spread across her hand, and she watched in astonishment as her bones straightened and knit. Within moments, her hand was whole and unhurt. She flexed her fingers experimentally. There wasn't the faintest twinge of pain. Ellie swallowed the lump in her throat and raised awestruck eyes to the fey woman. "How did you do that?" "Eva, Tella, Kolavali, Veiriza." The voice behind the veil sounded so peaceful, so soothing, so compassionate. Ellie wanted to sink into the comfort of that voice and absorb its tranquility. She fought off the lethargy with a brisk shake of her head. "I don't understand you." The truth speaker's head jerked up. Though Ellie couldn't see her eyes, she had a feeling the Shadelin was staring at her in surprise. "You don't speak the fey tongue?" "Only a word or two." Ellie couldn't understand why that would be so unusual. Had she offended them somehow? "I'm sorry," she apologized. "I read it fairly well, but very few Silurians still actually speak your language." "You are Silurian?" Ellie blinked. "Of course." The truth speaker cast a glance over her shoulder. The fey Ryzen was still staring at Ellie, and he was frowning. She began to inch away. Immediately the Shadelin turned back to her, lifting her heavy veil as she did so. Huge blue eyes, so full of compassion Ellie could drown in them, were smiling at her from a face so beautiful it would put a light maiden to shame. "Be at peace, little sister," the Shadelin murmured, and her hand came out to rest on Ellie's. "Of all people, you need never fear Rainier." As the fey woman spoke, Ellie felt a faint pressure in her head. So slight, she might not have noticed it had she not already been on edge. Her eyes widened as she realized the truth speaker was probing her mind. It was said that a Shadelin could strip a soul naked, leave even the strongest of men sobbing like infants. Truth speakers could bend anyone to their will. "No!" Ellie yanked her hand out of the fey's grip and imagined a gate of brick and steel slamming shut around her mind, thrusting out the invading consciousness. The Shadelin gave a muffled cry and staggered back. The Tairen soul's eyes flared bright, and a bubble of lavender light burst into glowing life around Ellie. A feral snarl rumbled from the Tairen soul's chest, and he bared his teeth like a wild animal on the verge of attack. In a blur, he leapt between Ellie and the Shadelin. In the same instant, the Shadelin's mate also leapt forward. "Get back!" The voice was in Ellie's head, sharp, commanding. Somehow she knew it had come from the fey Ryzen. Scared out of her wits, Ellie pushed against the purple light enveloping her, trying to escape before the two fey lords decided to slaughter her where she stood. Instead, to her utter amazement, the Tairen soul whirled on the Shadelin and her mate. His hands rose, power arcing from his fingers in blinding flashes, just as the other fey lord's power snapped into blazing light, and he sent a bright bubble of energy surging forth to wrap around his mate. Like reins, Daxian von Solon's teeth were bared in naked menace, but that menace was directed solely at the fey Ryzen. The two men faced each other, faces drawn in fury, power bursting around them, scorching the air with the scent of ozone. "Nay, Rain!" the truth speaker protested. Her voice wasn't calm now, it was afraid. "Nay, Shaitan!" Then in Silurian, "I didn't mean to frighten you. Please forgive me. Calm yourself. Guard your feelings. It took a startled moment for Ellie to realize the truth speaker was addressing her. Me? Yes. Can you not see he's protecting you? Even as she spoke to the girl, Mauricia sent a silent plea to Rain. I'm sorry, Rain. I didn't mean to frighten her. Please. She is unhurt. See for yourself. Be calm. You must be calm. It is you who frighten her now. And to her truemate, whose thoughts and feelings she sensed as her own. Dax, Sheatan, I am not hurt. She only surprised me. It is my fault. I should not have probed her. She felt it and was frightened. Rain responds to her fear, to protect her as you protect me. Please, let go before someone gets hurt. Neither Rain nor Dax relaxed his grip on his power or his rage. It wasn't surprising. A Fey Lord reacted violently to even the smallest perceived threat to his mate. Please, Rain. She needs you strong for her, in control of yourself. You must control the Tairen in you. She was hurt, and you came. You protected her. She is safe. She fears you. Blazing half-mad lavender eyes pinned her. I will not permit it. I'm sorry, The weave of fire and air appeared without warning. With incredible speed and dexterity, Rain had rewoven the protective cone of magic, shutting Mauricia and Dax out, closing himself and the Silurian girl within. It took Rain several chimes to beat back the Tairen's fury, to shove it into a small corner of his mind and keep it there. Only then did he turn to face the woman whose emotions ripped at his sanity. Her fear of him he knew, despite his wanting to blame Mauricia, toward him in ways he'd never known. The web of spirit he'd woven around her winked out as he released his power back to the elements. Still, she cowered from him. Rain would have torn out the heart of any other man who dared to frighten her this badly. Yet he would not, could not, leave her. Come. His tone was imperious, yet the hand he held out trembled. I could never harm you, Sheatani. His Silurian was rusty, deeply accented with fey tones, and his attempt to appear non-threatening was equally out of practice. The Tairen in him still clawed at the edges of his control, all fiery passion, possessiveness, and primitive instinct. I am called Rainier. I know. Her eyes were huge, and the tooth and oval of her face. Twin pools of verdant green. They stared at him as if he were a monster. You scorched the world once. It's in all the history books. That was a very long time ago. He tried to summon a smile, but the muscles in his face couldn't seem to remember how to form one. I promise you are safe with me. His fingers beckoned her. Come, give me your hand. The exotic flares of her brows drew together in a suspicious frown. Why? So you can try to invade my thoughts like the truth speaker? Rain could see she was still afraid, very afraid, yet she was working hard to master her fear. I apologize for Mauricia. She had no right. Then why did she do it? She was curious about you. She had done it to find answers, of course. Answers to the questions of how a Silurian child woman could wield the power he had felt. And more importantly, how she could possibly be Rain's Sheatani. Did she never think to just ask? The asperity in her voice was unmistakable. The delicate, frightened Sheatani had steel in her spine after all. She will now. Believe me. The Tairen in him was slowly subsiding. It had ceased pounding the door of its cage, and was now pacing restlessly within, edgy but contained. For the moment. But it, like him, had a great need to touch this woman. Once more he held out his hand. Come, give me your hand. Please. The last was more a genuine plea than an afterthought. I would give my life before allowing harm to come to you. Ellie stared at the outstretched hand in stunned silence. Was Rainier Velandaris, king of the Fae, truly standing before her, vowing to sacrifice his immortal life to protect her? Her, Ellie Baristani, the woodcarver's odd, unattractive, and embarrassingly unwed adoptive daughter? Surely she was dreaming, but this all seemed so real, and he was so beautiful, beautifully and fearfully wrought. Her dazed mind supplied the quote from Avian's classic epic poem, Rainier's Song. Avian, she now knew, had barely got the half of it. She had dreamed of Rain Tairen's soul all her life, and here he was. She felt herself moving towards him, her hand reaching out. He had asked, and she had to touch him, if only to be sure he was real. Her fingers trembled as they slid into his. She trembled as his hand closed about hers. Warmth, like the spring heat of the great sun, spread through her body, and a sense of peace unlike anything she'd ever felt came over her. She heard him inhale deeply, watched his eyes flutter closed, a nameless expression, an unsettling mix of joy and pain crossed his face. He drew her closer, and she went without protest, dazed with wonder as his arms, so lean and strong, wrapped her in a close embrace. Her ear pressed against his chest. She felt the unyielding bristle of the countless sheathed knives strapped over his chest, heard the beat of his heart, and was oddly reassured. There was safety here as no other place on earth. She felt him bow his head to rest his jaw on her hair, the touch feather-light. Tears beaded in her lashes at the simple beauty of it. Verisa kuchai kemsara sheatani. He whispered the words against her hair. "You've said that before," she murmured. "What does it mean?" It sounded familiar, like something she had heard or read somewhere. She felt the stillness in him, the hesitation, and she pulled back to look up into his eyes. His gaze moved slowly over her face, as if he were committing her likeness to memory for all time. "I don't even know your name," she blinked in surprise. Since the moment she had put her hand in his and he had pulled her into his arms, she felt as if he knew everything there was to know about her. It was surprising and disconcerting to realize that, in fact, they knew each other not at all. "Ellie," she told him solemnly, "my name is Ellysetta Baristani." Ellie. Liquid fey accents savored the syllables of her simple name, making it something beautiful and exotic. Ellysetta. His pale, supple hand brushed the mass of her hair. His gaze followed the path of his fingers as they delved deep into the untamable coils. Ellysetta, with hair like Tairen flame and eyes the green color of spring. I've seen the mist of your reflection in the eye of truth. His gaze returned to hers, filled with wonder and regret. Verisa kuchai kemsara sheatani. Your soul calls out. Mine answers, beloved. At last Ellie remembered why the fey words seemed so familiar. She'd read them before in a slim volume of translated fey poetry. It was the greeting a fey man spoke to a woman when recognizing and claiming her as his truemate. The strange buzzing in her ears was all the warning Ellie received before her knees buckled. Rain caught the girl as her legs gave way and held her tight to his chest, even as his own legs trembled beneath him. She was not the only one stunned by his claim. Never in recorded history had a Tairen soul claimed a truemate. That was the price of the Tairen soul, one he had accepted 1187 years ago, when his adolescent soul quest had shown him flame and fang. And on the day of his first change, when all the Tairen and Tairen souls of the fading lands gathered in Feybarin to guide him through his first transformation, he had trembled with fear and exultation, but no regret, as his fey form dissolved and reformed as a massive, black-furred Tairen who rode the winds on mighty wings. He had known then that he was destined for loneliness, never to find a true mate, the one who was his other half, never to bear a daughter of his loins, never to know relief from the souls that darkened his own. Sariel had joined her life with his, even knowing their souls would never follow where their hearts had led. Then she had died, and he had survived her death. Oh, gods, how he had railed against that, if Sariel had been his true mate, the mate of his soul, rather than simply the mate of his heart. Nothing could have chained him to life after her death. But he was a Tairen soul, and Tairen souls did not have true mates. Until now. Rain shook his head in disbelief. This girl in his arms was the first true mate to be claimed in 1,000 years. The first true mate ever to be claimed by a Tairen soul. Among the many wonders of the Shaitanitsa bonding, not the least of its benefits was the guarantee of fertility and the continuation of the strongest magics of the Fae. There was no doubt in his mind that she was the reason the Eye had sent him to Celeria. Somehow, for some reason beyond his understanding, the gods had granted this slender Celerian girl, scarcely more than a child, the power to save the Tairen and the Fae. Somehow, though he did not want it, they had granted her the power to save him. Chapter 3. Ellie woke wrapped in warm strength, the music of a steady heartbeat sounding in her ear. His strength, his heartbeat, Rainier Velanderis Feyreisen, Rain Tairen soul, the man who had claimed her as his true mate, the missing half of his soul. "I'm all right," she murmured, pulling away to stare up into the watchful lavender gaze of the stranger who named her his beloved. "I just got a little dizzy for a moment." Something warm and hungry unfurled within her as their eyes met. She backed away from him, hoping he had not noticed. "Why did you say what you did?"
"That you are my Sheatani," he growled. "Because it is the truth. Because I must."
A muscle flexed in his jaw. She was suddenly aware of a sense of driving need, of a hunger not warm like hers, but hot and demanding. Then the feelings faded as Rainier Velanderis turned his back to her and took several deep breaths.
"We must go," he said abruptly. "Your countrymen grow restless and too bold by half. The girl children who are with you are worried."
Her hands clapped over her cheeks. "Lilith! Laurel!" How could she have forgotten about them? She spun around, only to find her wrist clasped in his hand.
"Stay close to me, Ellysetta Beristani. I can allow no harm to befall you."
He gestured. The cone of magic surrounding them disappeared, revealing them both to the swarming crowds jamming the streets. The throngs were so thick, with more bodies pushing into the area by the second, that Celerians dared to crowd within 5 feet of the small lethal army of Fae warriors. There was a dull roar of sound, thousands of bodies shifting restlessly, voices murmuring, but all fell silent when Ellysetta and Rainier appeared.
"Wait here a moment, Sheatani."
A bubble of multicolored magic enveloped her, as Rain Tairen's soul walked several paces away to speak with the Shadowlan and her true mate. "Ellie!" The high-pitched shrieks heralded the twins' arrival as they raced towards her. Their faces were splotched with tears, their dresses torn, their lovely curls disheveled. 2 Fae warriors, looking much worse for wear than the girls, hurried close on their heels.
"Nay, little Fecha."
One of the Fae, a tall young man with silvery blonde hair, a swollen eye, and a set of 4 bleeding scratches down the side of his face, snatched up Laurel just as she would have flung herself into Ellie's arms. Laurel immediately convulsed into a howling, screaming fit. Her little fingers curved into claws, which explained the battle wounds on the man's face. He subdued her, admonishing in a gentle, genuinely concerned voice.
Nay, do not touch the Feyreisa when the bright light surrounds her. It would do you much harm."
Lilith stopped a few feet away, her lower lip trembling, tears pouring from her eyes. She looked so pitiful, so woefully in need of a hug that Ellie instinctively stepped towards her. When the warrior behind Lilith grabbed her up, Ellie froze in her tracks. A lump rose in her throat. She turned towards the Feyreisen. Please, she called out. She pushed at the light surrounding her, but it merely flowed around her hands. Release me from this thing! The look he turned upon her was once again the cold, frightening Tairen soul's gaze. With no expression on his face, he scanned the crowd for several long moments, then dissipated her shield without a word. As soon as it was gone, she lurched forward to snatch Lilith and Laurel into her arms, hugging them close as they wrapped their little bodies around her and cried into her neck, "Shh, kitlings, shh, it's all right. I'm safe." She showered kisses upon their curly heads. "I'm so sorry you were frightened. Hush now. Please don't cry."
"What's going on, Ellie?"
Laurel asked once she had calmed down enough to speak.
"Why did the Tairen man attack you, then put you in the fire cage?"
"It's all very confusing," Ellie told them, "and it must have looked very frightening. It certainly had scared the wits out of her. But the Fae didn't attack me. He knew I was hurt and came to my rescue."
"Why wouldn't the Fae let us come to you?"
Lilith asked.
"We cried and cried, but they wouldn't let you out of the cage and they wouldn't let us in."
Lilith wasn't used to her tears being so ineffective. She glared at the brown-haired, blue-eyed Fae who had kept her from going to Ellie. He only grinned back at her and bowed. "I know," Ellie soothed. "I'm sorry. But I'm here now and we're together again and safe."
"I want to go home."
Laurel's brows drew together in a scowl. "Me too, Kitling," Ellie murmured. "Me too." A few feet away, Rain watched the reunion. Her love for the children was obvious, as was theirs for her. He had known love once, but it had died along with all his gentler feelings at the Battle of Eadman's Field, where Sariel had breathed her last. That day had changed him forever, stripping him of kindness and compassion, leaving him with sorrow, anger, duty, and the stain of millions of lives darkening his soul. Had he not been the last Fae, he would have been cast out by the Fae for the blood on his hands and the taint on his soul. Yet now, in a fit of wicked humor, the gods had thrust Ellysetta Baristani in his path and decreed he must mate, binding the darkness of his ancient soul to the shining innocence of hers. He didn't want it. The responsibility for her safety and happiness was yet another burden. The reawakening of violent Tairen passions a potential danger to them all. But he was the Fae, the last Tairen soul, repository of all the ancient Fae magics, and the only remaining Fae capable of entering the Tairen's lair, Fae Barin. He had lost the freedom of choice with the death of all the other Tairen souls. What remained was his duty to protect the Fae, to live when he would rather die, to mate when he would rather remain alone. The Tairen in him roared again. The Fae in him roared back. The Tairen hungered for his mate, was furious at the delay, while Rain, the beloved of Sariel, didn't want to let another in his heart, as he must in order to fulfill the mate bond. "Rain, be calm," Marissia warned. "I am calm," he snapped back, but he grabbed the unraveling threads of his emotions and pulled them tight. "Celeria unsettles me." There were too many memories here of Sariel and happier days, of death and war. "My Shehatani is not safe here. She must return with me to the fading lands. The courtship will take place there." "You cannot just abduct her, no matter how much you worry about her safety. She has parents, a family. Do you think she will accept you if you take her from everything she knows?" "I will permit her family to enter the fading lands. They can remain until the mate bond is complete." That was fair, more than fair. No one but Fae had been allowed to enter the fading lands since the Mage Wars. "She will accept me." "Don't be so sure you know a Shehatani's heart," Marissia warned him. "She may be young, but she would never be your true mate if she weren't very strong." "Marissia's right, Rain," Dax agreed. "She doesn't trust any of us. If you take her from her home, you may never win her. And where will that leave the Fae? We can't afford to risk losing you any more than you can afford to lose her." Rain knew they were right. If Ellysetta Baristani didn't accept him, he would die. No gift from the gods ever came without a price. And that was the price Fae warriors paid for the truemate bond. He had recognized her as his mate, his soul, for good or ill, was already bound to hers. She, on the other hand, had yet to accept him, and he was ancient enough, powerful enough, that the debilitating effects of an unfulfilled mate bond would begin to take their toll on him quickly. Madness first, then death, either at his own hands or the hands of his people.
My lord Fairisen,
Ellysetta stood beside him, holding tight to the children with the lovely hair. He could feel her fear and her determination not to be cowed by it. She didn't trust him, even though she felt the pull of his soul, or perhaps because of that, and she definitely didn't trust Marissia or Dax. The Tairen within pushed against its cage, sensing its mate, seeking release.
My lord Fairisen, she repeated. My sisters and I must return home.
Logic evaporated. Cold fury took its place. She thought to leave him? Nay. Ellysetta's jaw went slack.
What Rain means is that you are welcome to walk with us,
Marissia hurried to explain.
Rain, do you want to drive her away?
She held out a hand.
I would be honored if you would join me. No.
Ellysetta all but leapt back to avoid Marissia's outstretched hand.
I mean, no thank you. We've had enough excitement for one day. I'm sure you understand.
Her eyes turned back to Rain, and she said slowly, as if he were thick in the head,
My parents will be worried if we don't come home.
Your sisters may go, Rain told her. You stay with me.
I cannot send them home alone, she exclaimed. They're just children.
Her defiance angered him. The Tairen's cage rattled.
The Fae will take them. You stay.
Her hands fisted, her body trembled.
I won't!
The Tairen screamed in rage.
She is our mate. She will not leave us. She will submit. We will make her submit.
Power flamed in his eyes.
You will.
She cried out and shrank back in fear. Suddenly, there was a glow of power around her, and it wasn't his. Baring his teeth in a snarl, he whirled around.
Who dared?
His eyes narrowed on Dax, who wore the telltale shining aura about him.
Rain, stop it!
With seeming fearlessness, Marissia stepped between her king and her mate.
This anger is a bond madness talking.
The girl must return to her home.
She is not leaving you. She has not rejected the bond. Think, Rain. Stop feeling and think.
She didn't touch him, but he felt the insistent presence of her power in his mind, urging calm upon him. He shook his head. He couldn't think. That was the problem. Since the Mage Wars, caging the Tairen required constant vigilance and concentration. His centuries-old vice-hold on it had been weakened by the Eye only days ago, and the Tairen had reawakened with a vengeance, hungry for freedom. Here in Celeria, memories and the thoughts of millions pounded at him, sapping his concentration. Added to that, the visceral power of the mate bond had him in its teeth. Just touching Shaitani's hand caused a rush of feelings the likes of which he'd never felt. Not even for Sariel. Was it any wonder he was going mad?
I must leave this place. I need to find peace and strength to do what must be done.
Marissia nodded.
Ah, but you cannot take the girl with you. We will watch over her until you return.
He looked at his Shaitani. Her lips were almost bloodless with fear, and the sight stabbed at his fey heart. He was a monster, and this poor child had just been offered up as a sacrifice.
She may return to her home for now, he informed Marissia abruptly, adding on a private weave, She must be well guarded. Half of the warriors will accompany her to her home. Stay there to guard her. The other half will remain with you, Belle.
He looked at the tall, dark warrior who had been his friend since before the Mage Wars.
Guard her. Use Kieran, Adriel, Rowan, and Keel for her quintet.
At Belle's nod, Rain released his power and glared at Dax until he did the same. Only when his Shaitani was no longer enveloped in another's light did Rain begin to relax. He crossed the short distance to Ellysetta Baristani, ignoring the Tairen's hissing command to dominate her when she backed away from him.
I know I have given you cause to fear me, and I am sorry for that. I am not myself.
He held out his hands, shamelessly used a push of earth to make the ground beneath her feet shift so that she stumbled forward into his arms. His eyelids lowered as the intense pleasure flowed up from his hands where his bare skin touched hers. He breathed in her scent, knowing he would never forget it.
Of course, you may return to your home, but you must allow me to send warriors to accompany you.
She looked at the grim-faced army of Fae and gulped. I really don't need—
It is for your protection, he interrupted. They will guard you until I return.
She looked up at him, green eyes wide. You are leaving? Her relief was so obvious that he didn't need to read her emotions to know it. His young Sheatani thought to be rid of him.
Only for a short while. There was Tairen wicked satisfaction in dashing her ridiculous hopes. I will come for you tomorrow.
Releasing her hands, he made a sharp gesture and half the contingent of Fae warriors circled her. She gathered the twins closer and eyed the warriors with naked fear. This isn't necessary. Really, 1 or 2 to serve as an escort would be fine.
Be at peace, little sister, Marissia said. They will not harm you.
There was understanding and sadness in her voice.
Indeed, they would each die to protect you from the slightest harm. Go.
Rain saw Ellysetta jerk when his voice sounded in her head.
They will protect you while I am gone. No harm must come to you.
He could not compel her with a thought. She was his Sheatani, so free access to her mind was denied him until she accepted their bond. But he knew she feared him enough to obey. Fear was his specialty. He stood there alone, remote, imperious, until she bowed her head to his will and began walking. 100 Fae accompanied her, with 5 of the Fae's greatest warriors ringed protectively around her. Beliard Velgelani, the oldest unmated warrior of the Fae and Rain's most trusted friend, walked at Ellysetta's side. Bel and the other 4 warriors Rain had designated to be part of his Sheatani's personal guard would kill hundreds and die themselves before allowing harm to come to her. Magic glowed bright around the procession as it departed from the main thoroughfare, heading into the narrow, winding side streets of Celeria. Rain waited until Ellysetta was out of sight before he broke into a run, then leapt into the air, transforming in an instant into a massive black Tairen. Powerful wings beat the air, lifting him above Celeria into the freedom and silence of the skies. He rocketed high up into the icy coldness of the ether, released a scream of Tairen fury, and disappeared over the horizon. As the Tairen soul took to the sky and half of the Fae warriors escorted the Celerian girl away, dark eyes watched with interest. Black eyes that glowed with red lights. Elden mage eyes steeped in Osran. Magic was tightly leashed to avoid Fae detection. The Tairen soul had a truemate with Tairen flame hair and green eyes like those of the child that had been stolen from the High Mage of Eld more than 2 decades earlier. Colas Monza, apprentice to the High Mage, knew his master must be informed. The decision of how to proceed belonged to the High Mage alone. In the meantime, the girl must be watched. Colas made a quick gesture, little more than a flick of one wrist, accompanied by a brief command sent on a filament-thin weave of red-tinged black carefully hidden within a subtle spirit weave to avoid Fae notice. 2 young lads beside him, unfortunate children of the street who'd given Colas access to their souls in return for full bellies and warmth in the winter, darted after the Celerian girl's entourage. Marissia sent calming thoughts over the curious crowds as she, Dax, and the remaining contingent of Fae warriors continued on their way to the royal palace. Despite the long delay, the king and queen of Celeria and a host of Celerian dignitaries were still waiting on the steps of the palace to greet the Fae with even more ceremonial pomp than usual. It seemed as though the entire court had turned out for their arrival. They were hoping to get a glimpse of the Fae Ryzen Marissia knew, and disappointment hung like heavy smoke in the air. She had never seen so much bosom on display. Many ladies bordering on indecency with the amount of skin they revealed. They were so obvious, these women, with their foolish hopes of attracting the Fae Ryzen's attention. Unlike the women of their court, King Dorian X and his queen had clothed themselves with both extravagance and decorum, and if they were disappointed that Rain was absent, they did not show it. They stood side by side in royal splendor, King Dorian outfitted in robes rich with gold thread, Queen Anura shining in silver. The queen's pale hair had been piled high and decorated with shimmering silver birds and jeweled butterflies. The pair of them remained cool and composed, while the rest of their court had melted in the summer heat. Mauricia suspected King Dorian had wrapped himself and his wife in the same cooling air magic that Dax had woven around her. Dorian had inherited at least a minor command of magic from her sister's bloodline. Standing before the royal couple, Mauricia raised the heavy outer veil from her face and uttered the traditional blessing of the Shadowlin. Peace, health, and fertility upon the house of Marika of the Fae. Greetings from the Fae, your kin.
Greetings, lady, returned King Dorian. Truth and light upon you. We welcome the Shadowlin into our walls and vow to protect her from harm. Enter in peace.
Mauricia lightly embraced the king and queen, sending them a wave of healing and peace as she did so. Her brows drew together in the tiniest frown as her fingers touched Anura.
Mauricia.
It is nothing, Shaitan. A whisper of darkness that I don't remember. She felt Dax's concern and smoothed the frown from her face. She is mortal. It is to be expected. But it was more than that, too. During the procession, she'd been aware of an unusual level of hostility in the crowd. She thought it was in response to Rain's presence. He was responsible for more Silurian deaths than any other individual in history. But now she wondered if that was the case. She touched Prince Dorian and his chosen bride, Lady Nadella, and was pleased to find little trace of darkness in either of them. As they moved towards the doors of the palace, the Fae warriors fanned out around them. Several broke off from the main group to stand guard outside the palace. Inside, Dax and 5 Fae remained with Mauricia, while the rest of her guard took up pre-assigned protective positions throughout the palace. Dax walked beside his mate, and Mauricia rested her fingers on the back of his wrist in the Fae way, leaving his fingers free to call magic or unsheath weapons should the need arise.
Your journey was pleasant, I hope, Lady Mauricia, Lord Dax,
Queen Anura said as they made their way through a labyrinth of halls and winding corridors. Liveried servants and richly garbed courtiers bowed as the entourage passed.
Yeah, Dax replied. Celeria is beautiful as always.
All seemed peaceful, Mauricia added.
Yes, well, here we are. A nice quiet spot for a private discussion.
King Dorian led the way into a small, comfortably appointed antechamber. As soon as the door closed, Dax wove shields of air and spirit to seal the room and ensure privacy. Mauricia took a seat on one of the cream velvet sofas and removed her heavy veils and hat. She captured Dorian's gaze and opened up her empathic senses. Your concern weighs heavy on your mind, Bond nephew. All is not as peaceful as it appeared on our journey then. Tell us.
A minor disturbance in the north, but the border lords have matters in hand.
Disturbance?
Tairen, Dorian admitted. They've been raiding a few of the small villages along the northern borders. They killed about 6 men last month.
Mauricia sat back. Tairen were banished Fae, who had turned their backs on honor and chosen to walk the shadowed path. You are certain it was Tairen?
As certain as one can be.
Dorian reached into his robes and pulled out a cloth-wrapped object.
Usually they leave no weapons and no witnesses, but this was recovered from one of the raid sites.
Dax took the small parcel and pulled back the folds of cloth to reveal a small shining dagger with a red silk-wrapped handle. He examined the blade and checked the marking on the pommel.
I do not recognize the name mark, but it is a true fecha. Fae rarely lose their blades. If you found this, it was most likely left deliberately, either to implicate the Tairen or to issue a challenge.
Are there witnesses? Mauricia asked.
Not from the attack where that fecha was found, but there is an old woman who swears she saw her son murdered in his bed by the Dark Lord himself.
Dorian said the last bluntly, but his sympathy skated across Mauricia's senses. She stifled a flinch. The Dark Lord was a phrase originally coined to refer to the god of shadows, but since the Mage Wars, It had been used almost exclusively to refer to Galen Velceranus, Mauricia's brother, the infamous Tairen, whose bloody vengeance for his twin sister's murder had ignited the Mage Wars. She wanted to cry out that it was not true, that her brother would not have murdered a helpless mortal in his sleep, but she could not. For the last 1,000 years, Galen had lived beyond the honor of the Fae. She no longer knew what he was and was not capable of. Is it possible to bring this woman to me that I might question her?
She has refused out of fear, and her lord is bitter enough over the recent attacks that he supports her refusal.
Has news of these raids reached Celeria City?
The pamphleteers were spreading tales more than a week ago, and the newspapers began printing the story 2 days after that, including the bits about an eyewitness and evidence proving that Tairen were behind the attacks.
That would explain the hostility Mauricia had sensed during the procession. Most Celerians considered Tairen and Fae to be one and the same. If Tairen were killing Celerians, the blame would fall on the Fae.
Enough of all this doom and gloom, Dorian announced briskly. There will be time enough for weighty discussion in the next few days. For now, tell us what happened between the Fae-Ryzen and the Celerian girl. Is it true that he dropped out of the sky and locked himself with her in a cage of magic, then sent her home with an escort of 100 Fae warriors?
It's true, Mauricia confirmed, but those tales are only part of the whole story. Rain has found his truemate. The king's eyes widened.
But this is excellent news.
Mauricia exchanged a look with Dax.
That remains to be seen, Dax replied. There has never been a true-mated Tairen soul before. The bonding period is difficult at best for any Fae man, but Rain fights a Tairen in him as well. It will push him to the brink of madness. Our best hope is that the girl accepts him, and quickly.
The marching Fae warriors caused an uproar along Celeria's quiet side streets as Ellysetta, the twins, and their enormous escort made their way to the merchant-class district that housed the Baristani residents. Luckily, the streets were mostly deserted, or Ellie's entourage would have caused all manner of problems. As it was, a crowd double the size of her escort followed them from the main thoroughfare, and more folk joined them as they went. Ellie's face was flaming with embarrassment long before they reached her street. Unlike Ellie, once the twins had recovered from their initial fear, they found the attention quite entertaining. They darted to and fro, giggling when they managed to catch a warrior's eye. The Fae did not smile at their antics. They just watched them, stone-faced and gimlet-eyed except for the brown-haired, blue-eyed warrior, who would give Lilith a tiny grin each time she stuck her little snub nose in the air to show that she still had not forgiven him for not falling prey to her earlier tears. The warrior beside Ellie was named Beliard Veljalani. She gathered he was quite old, though his face was as unlined as that of a Celerian just leaving his 20s. It was his eyes, dark and fathomless, that showed his age. Looking into those eyes, she felt an oppressive weight and terrible sorrow, as if he had lived countless centuries without joy. He did not, she noted, look directly at her for more than a moment at a time, and his stern, studious avoidance of her gaze invited little in the way of conversation. As they neared the Baristani home, Ellie's step faltered and her stomach clenched in nervous knots. Her mother stood in the doorway of their house. Someone had obviously run ahead to announce her coming, and Mama did not look happy. As the first of the Fae neared the Baristani residence, the procession smoothly parted in 2 separate columns that circled around the sides of the house, like a black river flowing around an obstruction in the effluvial plain. Within moments the house was surrounded, and Ellie found herself deposited on the doorstep, looking up at her mother's grim face. The twins ran to her, chattering excitedly about the Tairen soul and fire cages, and having been very afraid, though now they weren't. Luriana listened with half an ear, then shooed them into the house. "What's this about the Tairen soul and fire cages, Ellysetta?" she demanded as Ellie drew close. Her voice was sharp, filled with a brittle combination of fear and anger. She held no affection for the Fae. In her opinion, magic was a scourge of the earth. "And why is this army of Fae bringing you home?" Ellie cast a glance at the surrounding avid faces of the neighbors.
Can we talk about this inside, please, Mama?
There was a note of desperation in her voice. Fortunately, Loriana firmly believed that respectable folk did not air laundry on the front steps.
Very well. Get yourself inside.
Her eyebrows shot up into her hairline as Belliard Veljalani and 4 other fae, including the 2 who'd seen to Lilith and Laurel, followed Ellie up the steps.
Sirs, thank you for escorting my daughter, but you need not follow her into our home.
Her teeth made an audible click as she gave the men a grimly pleasant smile.
Especially as you have not been invited.
Belliard gave her a deep bow.
Eternal apologies, honored one, but we must enter. We protect the Feyriza. We go where she goes.
The Fey who? Loriana turned to Ellie.
What is he talking about?
Please, Mama, let them in if that's what they want. Let's go inside.
Ellie glanced again at the crowd and tried to direct her mother towards the privacy of their home.
And what are they doing?
Outraged, Loriana turned to glare at a group of warriors, weaving an intricate, nearly invisible mass of shining magic over the front of the house.
You there! Stop that this instant!
4 of the Fae behind her took advantage of her distraction to slip into the house. Belliard remained, his gaze intent and watchful as he waited for Ellie.
Mama, I'll explain inside, please.
Ellie tugged her mother across the threshold as yet another group of Fae took up guard beside the front steps. The rest seemed to melt away into the shadows of alleyways and rooftops. Ellie knew they were still there, unseen. She could feel them, like a ripple of wind on the back of her neck. Inside the house, the 5 Fae guards positioned themselves by the doors and windows of the large main room. They stood silently, arms crossed over their chests, fingers a mere breath away from the countless knives they wore. After one look at their stern faces and resolute stance, Loriana did not even attempt to oust them. Instead, she turned a dark look on Ellie.
Well, young lady, what is the meaning of this?
It's a long story, Mama.
Loriana crossed her arms over her chest.
I have time, Ellysetta.
Ellie bit her lip. When Mama called her Ellysetta and had that darkling look in her eye, she meant business.
Well, I took the twins to see the Feyrizen like you asked me to.
She related the series of incredible events, leaving out the more alarming parts, like the bit about Rainier Velanderas claiming her as his Sheatani.
And he sent the Fae to escort me home, and well, here we are.
Conscious of the 5 pairs of Fae eyes watching her steadily, and her mother's patent disbelief, Ellie flushed and stared at her feet. Her story was a fabrication of partial truths laid over gaping chasms of omitted pertinent facts. Before Loriana could take Ellie to task, a commotion outside the front door drew her attention.
Now what?
Scowling, she marched to the door and threw it open. The enormous crowd outside had grown even larger. It now included the strangers who had followed the Fae, nosy neighbors in search of gossip, and to Ellie's dismay, Den Brodson. He had bullied his way to the front of the pack and was now loudly demanding to know what was going on. Den's mother, a plump woman with ruddy cheeks and frizzy brown hair, stood beside him, clutching his elbow and adding her shrill voice to his. When she caught sight of Loriana, Tala Brodson waved a frantic hand and yelled,
Loriana Berestani, what in the name of the gods is going on? Tell these Fae to let us pass.
At Loriana's insistence, and a subtle nod from Belliard, the Fae allowed the butcher's wife and her son to enter the house. As they passed the Fae guards, Tala sniffed and stuck her nose in the air, while Den puffed out his chest and eyed the warriors haughtily. Once inside the house, Den's haughty look changed to a scowl, and he marched across the room towards Ellie.
What's the meaning of this, Ellysetta Berestani? He demanded in a bullying tone. You have quite a bit of explaining to do, my girl.
He reached out to grab her arm in what was sure to be a bruising grip. But before he could lay a finger on her, the sound of unsheathing swords cut the air. Den, his mother, Ellie, and Loriana froze. Each of the 5 guards held naked steel in his hands. Though Belliard Veljaloni was still easily the most frightening of the Fae, now even the youthful smiling one looked like death waiting to be set free. Belliard tested his thumb on the edge of his blade, eyed Den's hand, and shook his head ever so gently. Den withdrew his hand. The Fae clucked in approval and began sharpening his blade. Ellie was grateful for the intervention. The feel of Den's fingers squeezing her flesh always made her ill. Loriana, however, wasn't impressed. She planted her hands on her hips and glared.
Now you see here, sirs. This is Ellie's fiancé. Her father signed the agreement just this morning. You've no business entering my home and coming between a lad and his betrothed.
Betrothed? Ellie gasped. The Fae shared looks and a patter of quick Faean words. The young brown-haired warrior pointed at Den and laughed in disbelief. Then he grinned and shook his head.
Nay, little sausage, he told Den. The Fae-Riza is not for you.
Obviously feeling a bit braver after seeing Loriana stand up to the warriors, Den thrust out his jaw.
Ellysetta is my betrothed, and you demon-souled sorcerers have nothing to say about it. She bears my mark. Her family has signed the agreement. We wed in a month's time.
Your mark?
Ellie cried. Her hand flew to her throat.
Is that why you bit my neck, you horrid little toad?
Ellysetta Baristani, her mother snapped. Mind your tongue!
Den's face turned purple at the insult. Without warning, his meaty hand slashed out towards Ellie's face. Never having been struck before in her life, Ellie was too stunned even to think of defending herself. She didn't need to. Den's arm froze in mid-swing, and the intended blow never landed. Den's eyes went wide with surprise that changed quickly into fear, then terror. He clawed at his chest, mouth opening in a soundless gasp. It was as though all the air had been sucked from his lungs. He fell to his knees. Ellie looked at Belliard. A faint white glow emanated from him.
You may not touch the Fae-Riza,
he told Den. His voice was glacial, his eyes flat and lifeless. This was a man who would kill without a qualm.
I will not take a life in the Fae-Riza's home unless I must, and so I let you live.
The room echoed with the raw sound of air rushing back into Den's starved lungs. He coughed and his shoulders heaved. His mother rushed to his side, trying to hover over him, only to be batted away. Ellie swallowed. Her innate compassion roused a twinge of sympathy, but her outrage at the way he had tried to trap her into marriage kept her standing where she was.
Tala whirled on Loriana. How can you stand there and allow my son to be treated this way? No young man with any pride would have allowed his betrothed to speak so rudely without punishment. Most would have taken a stick to her rather than a hand, and you know it.
Loriana dragged her dazed stare away from the butcher's gasping son and faced his outraged mother.
Tala, please. It's obvious your daughter is a creature of loose morals. Who else has put his mark on her that you don't know about? This Fae Lord, perhaps? Is that why he sends his sorcerers into your house? To watch over her until he is done with her? Now just a blessed chime.
Loriana's cheeks flushed at the insult. To accuse a girl of loose morals was to accuse her family of the same.
I have a good mind to break the agreement and demand the bride bond, which I scorching well know you can't afford to pay.
By Silurian custom, all families bonded their betrothed daughters with a price 3 times the girl's dower. It gave the families of the suitor insurance against unacceptable brides and provided strong incentive for the families of the bride to guard the girl's virtue and ensure she behaved with modest circumspection until her marriage.
Tala Brotson, that is outside of enough. Are you threatening me in my own home? My son has no need of a wife who is unattractive, poor, and loose with her favors to boot. Shut up, mother.
Den had recovered his breath and gotten to his feet. He glared at his mother, glared at the Fae, then settled a narrow-eyed look of promised retribution on Ellie.
The betrothal stands. She's mine. I want her. I will have her. And Rain Tairen Soul can go flame himself. The laws of Celeria are on my side.
He straightened his clothes with a few sharp tugs and stomped towards the door.
Come on, mother. We're leaving.
At the door, he stopped to pin Ellie with a final hot look.
Prepare yourself for our wedding, Ellysetta Baristani, and our wedding night.
The door slammed behind them with a resounding bang. In the ensuing silence, Ellie began to tremble as shock set in. She clasped her shaking hands together and hid them in her skirts, then turned to face her mother.
Mama, I can't marry him. Surely you must see that.
Loriana sighed.
Ellie, your father signed the papers. You must marry him.
But Mama...
But nothing. You let him put his mark on you. In this very house. That's the same as agreeing to wed him.
I didn't let him do anything, Mama. Besides, the mark's just on my neck. I thought it'd have to be someplace more. She glanced at the onlooking Fae and blushed bright red. Intimate. Ellie knew very little about claiming marks. Both she and her best friend, Celian Sabar, had overheard Kelisand and her friends giggling about the marks a time or two, but Celian's mother wasn't from Celeria and didn't know the ancient custom, and the one time Ellie had asked Mama about it, Mama's nebulous reference to passion roses and stern caution to stay away from boys in dark corners had shed little light on the subject. The suspicion and close maternal supervision Ellie had received for weeks thereafter ensured that she never dared ask again. It was only 5 years ago, after Celian wed Gerwin Pyerson, that Ellie and Celian finally learned what a claiming mark was. Ellie still remembered Celian's fiery cheeks as she'd unbuttoned her chemise to reveal the dark smudge on the top of her left breast, and the giggling that ensued when she explained how the mark was made. It never occurred to Ellie that a mark could be made against a girl's will or put on a place as non-scandalous as her neck. Loriana set her straight on both counts. The location of the mark doesn't matter, Ellie. It doesn't even matter if you were willing. Den Brodson put his mouth on your body and left proof that he did. You're now a marked woman, a claimed one. But panic was setting in. Ellie took a deep breath and clung to the shreds of her composure. Nobody needs to know about the mark. I'll stay in the house until it fades. Ellysetta, if your father hadn't agreed to sign the betrothal, Den vowed to destroy your reputation. With that mark on your throat, there's no one who would doubt him. Then let him. People can say and think what they like. Ellie, there's more at stake here than just you. There's your father's business and the Queen's commission. There's Lilith and Laurel and their future. A stain on you is a stain on us all. Mama, I hate him. I can't marry him. No, I won't. For the first time in her entire life, Ellysetta defied her mother. She didn't know who was more shocked, herself or her mother. Loriana's face lost all expression. If you refuse, you'll see this family destroyed. Ellie's fingers curled into fists, her chest heaved. In a billow of skirts, she whirled and fled upstairs to her bedroom, locking herself within as her tears began to fall. Rain raced through the skies, flying as fast as his Tairen form was able until the worst of his wild emotions passed. He wasn't aware of the passage of time or distance until he recognized the frozen heights of the Tivoli Mountains near Elvia's border and realized the great sun was beginning to set. Exhausted, he sat down on a mountain peak, draping his massive black Tairen form across a rocky outcropping. Snow drifted around him, but he did not feel the cold. He rested his Tairen muzzle on his forepaws and looked out over the snowy peaks and the fertile Silurian lowlands to the north. His mind was calmer now, more rational. A truemate. It was not what he had ever expected, never what he had wanted after Serial's death. He knew the agony of loss, knew it in rich, memorable, fresh detail, thanks to the eye of truth, which, upon reflection, seemed a bit too Tairen devious to be coincidental. In the process of punishing him for laying hands upon it, the eye had resuscitated centuries' dead feelings, then sent him straight into the path of the only living being capable of making him feel those feelings again. The only living being for whom he would risk an emotional attachment, capable of rousing the Fey-wilding rage. Once recognized, the truemate bond was irrevocable. He could no more deny it now than he could deny his own body breath. Not even chez Sondelaine, the Fey-honor death was an option for him. He was the last Tairen soul, the only living Fey capable of entering the Tairen's lair, Fey-Barin. He could not seek death until another Tairen soul was born. Rain. The familiar sound of Belle's spirit voice sounded in Rain's mind. You must return. There is an inconvenience here. Belle quickly relayed the details of the recent confrontation with the man who stupidly thought to claim a Tairen soul's Sheatani. Rain's exhaustion fled in an instant, along with all thoughts of Serial, loss, and death. Rising up on all fours, his Tairen form crouched on the outcropping, bristling with tension,
claws digging deep into solid rock. His wings unfurled and spread wide, the long, curving mid-joint claws stabbing at the air. His tail whipped against the mountain, sending showers of rock plummeting down the sheer cliff face, venom pooled in the reservoirs in his fangs. "I will return soon. Guard my Sheatani well, old friend. Rain, with my life." Rain Tairen's soul launched himself into the air. His massive form plummeted, then soared high as his wings snapped taut on an updraft. The truemate bond tugged at him, urging him to fly faster back to Celeria City and the warmth of Ellysetta Baristani's beckoning soul. After his angry departure from the Baristani house, Den Brotzen escorted his mother back home and marched 5 miles across town to the imposing colonnaded white stone edifice of Celeria's office of the King's Law. There he headed down a twisting maze of corridors to the small cramped office shared by 4 apprentice clerks of the King's Law, including Garly Tavitz, an old chum from Den's early school days. With Garly's help, Den spent the rest of the day completing, filing, and validating all the legal paperwork necessary to confirm his betrothal claim to Ellysetta Baristani and obtain a special license for an immediate wedding. After painstakingly copying the last of a series of legal documents, Garly pushed one final parchment across his crowded and deeply scarred desktop. "Just make your mark here, Den, so I can submit the petition for special license to Master Wiley. Though I still don't understand what all the fuss is about. I remember Ellie Baristani, and believe me, Den, there's an entire ocean of finer fish out there just waiting to be caught. Fish with a little more meat on their bones, if you catch my drift." The young man cupped his hands in front of his chest and jiggled them suggestively. "There's more to love than big tits, Garly." Den dipped a ratty old quill into Garly's tarnished inkwell and labored to scratch his name on the parchment. "Yeah, like money, but she's got none of that either, Den. Don't even think I'm dim-skull enough to fall for that love line. You never liked her. Flat-chested, freckle-faced, wood-scratcher's git was the nicest thing you ever called her, and stop your glaring. You know it's true." Den gave the scrawny, big-nosed paper pusher a last hard look. "Careful there, Tavitz. That's a future Madame Brotzen you're insulting." He sprinkled sand over his signature and helped himself to Garly's blotter to remove the excess ink from the parchment. "There." He blew on the document for good measure before handing it back to the apprentice clerk. "She might not have tits, coin, or much to recommend her in the looks department, though that does seem to be slowly improving. But Ellie Baristani has something else that outweighs all the rest. Something that's going to make me a rich man." "And what's that, Den?" Den smiled, his eyes twin coins of cold blue greed gleaming in a broad, brutishly handsome face. "Magic." Chapter 4. Water pure, the path to cleanse, blood to binding's call, Tairen's eye to forge the bridge, Osran these souls enthrall. Magecraft seeking spell. The coast was clear at last. Night had fallen. Ellie's parents and the twins had turned in for the night, and the Fae who'd been swarming around the Baristani house seemed to have finally left. Ellie could no longer even sense the tingling awareness of their presence. She secured a brown shawl over her distinctive hair and slipped out her bedroom window, careful not to let the leather boots hanging about her neck bang against the glass or windowsill. While the Fae warriors outside the house might be gone, the 5 who'd followed her into the house and declared themselves her quintet were still very much in attendance. They'd stayed despite Mama's outrage, despite even Papa's coming home and ordering them to leave his house. Faced with the direct order from Papa, the Fae called Belliard had merely bowed and politely refused, just as he had with Mama. He'd offered to make himself and the other 4 Fae invisible, so as to minimize the family's discomfort with their presence. But the idea of invisible, magical beings roaming through her house had nearly sent Mama into palpitations. "Thank you, but no," Papa had answered. "We would rather see you so that we may know where you are." And then to Ellie's surprise, he demanded that the Fae swear an oath of honor not to use magic to hide their presence in his home, and not to read nor influence the minds of any of his family members. The demand had obviously surprised Belliard Velgelani, but he'd sworn the oath, first in lyrical Phaean, then in the formal eloquence of ancient Silurian court tongue. Ellie knew enough about Fae honor to know that no Fae would go back on his sworn word. Papa had also tried to get Belliard to swear not to call magic for any reason inside the house, but the Fae refused to do that.
Nay, honored one, we may need to use magic to protect the Fae-Ryza and her family. I will make no vow that puts her at risk.
And that had been the end of it. Ellie's bare feet made no noise on the wooden shingles as she crept across the back porch roof and climbed down the ivy trellis to the small bricked courtyard at the back of the house. She kept to the shadows, avoiding the brightening moonlight in the hope that no one would notice her furtive departure. Just before supper, one of the neighbor children had smuggled a note to Ellie through Lilith and Laurel. From Celianne, Ellie's best friend, the note had been scrawled in a shaking hand and read, "Meet me, you know where, 22 bells, urgent!" Celianne's fear all but left off the parchment as Ellie held the note. Her terror was understandable. A few years back, as Celianne had prepared for the birth of her first child, her mother, Tulis, had confessed that she wasn't Cerulean as everyone assumed, but that she'd actually been born and raised in Eld and sold in marriage to her sea captain husband at age 14. Celianne had kept her mother's secret. She'd only told Ellie in a moment of fear when she'd been plagued by nightmares of Eld mages stalking her son Bannon to steal his soul. Now, with Rain Tairen's soul in the city and suddenly becoming a fixture in Ellie's life, Celianne was probably terrified that he would find out the truth about Celianne and her mother and come to kill them. Despite the risk of discovery, there was no way Ellie could ignore Celianne's summons. On the ground, she ducked into the deeper shadows of a small alcove near the courtyard gate and bent to don her boots. When she rose, she let out a strangled cry. Belliard Velgelani stood before her, his face skin shining faintly, his dark eyes watchful.
"You wish to go somewhere, Ellysetta Berestani?"
Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. Behind Belliard stood the other 4 Fae of her quintet, each wearing a similar blank but watchful expression. "I wanted to go for a walk to get some fresh air." Belliard glanced at the ivy trellis behind her and followed the path she'd taken out her bedroom window, then returned his flat gaze to hers.
"You are the Fae-Ryza," he said. "You need only to ask, and we will accompany you to your chosen destination."
She paused a moment to regain her composure, then lifted her chin. "I'm going to meet a friend, and your presence will only alarm her."
"We will accompany you all the same. You are Rain Tairen's soul's truemate, and all the city knows it. There are those who might think to harm the Fae through you."
For a moment, Ellie considered heading straight back to her room, but she couldn't just leave Celianne waiting at the museum. Remembering the way her father had bargained with the Fae warriors earlier, Ellie gathered her courage and said, "If you insist on coming, Ser Velgelani, you must swear an oath of honor that you'll give my friend and me privacy. No eavesdropping or mind-reading." Belliard's expression never wavered.
Ellysetta Berestani, I do so vow."
When her gaze flickered to the 4 Fae behind him, he added,
"I speak for all of your chakor, your quintet. We are here not to spy, but to protect."
She took a deep breath. "Well, let's go then. I don't want my friend to worry." Surrounded by her escort of 5 leather and steel-clad immortals, Ellie hurried down the alleyway, then turned east on the lane that ran through the West End's quiet merchant district. Fire-lit lamps cast a golden glow over the cobblestones and storefronts.
"Do you climb out of your bedroom window often, Kemphala?"
Belliard asked as they walked. Ellie felt her cheeks heat up. "No." Her parents were sound enough sleepers that she usually went out the kitchen door.
"But this is not the first time you have done so."
"Not the first time, no."
"I had not thought Celeria's daughters were so adventurous."
"Most aren't. If her parents had known she slipped out of the house at night, they would have put an immediate stop to it. But the nightmares that plagued her all her life made sleep difficult, and alone in the silence of the small bells, Ellysetta had often found peace by walking in the night air. At first, She'd kept to the private courtyard behind the house. But as she grew older, the courtyard began to feel too confining, and she started to roam farther. Most nights, she ended up at the same place she was going now, Celeria's National Museum of Art.
You are either very brave or very foolish, Ellysetta Baristani. Night streets are no place for young women alone.
Ellie shrugged. In all the years she'd walked alone at night, she'd never had a problem. Indeed, no one had ever even seemed to notice her presence before. Celeria is well patrolled. The streets are well lit, and this is an honest part of the city.
Evil has an affinity for the night, even in well-lit, well-patrolled, honest quarters.
I'll keep that in mind. She glanced at the other 4 Fae, then back to Belliard. Since you seem determined to guard me, perhaps you should tell me your names. The 5 Fae bowed and introduced themselves one by one. The smiling brown-haired Fae was Kieran Velsoland, son of the Shadelin Marissia, and her truemate Dax. The blonde warrior whose face Laurel had scratched was Kiel Veltomar. The other 2, both black-haired and brown-eyed, were brothers, Rowan and Adriel Vel Arcanus.
There are another 5 Fae in your secondary quintet who will guard you for the few bells in the night when we must sleep,
Belliard added. Mama will just love that, Ellie muttered.
Your mother does not like magic or magical races.
She's from the north. The magic from the Mage Wars left behind many evil things. Dangerous, mutated creatures. Dark places no one dares enter. Even children with frightening afflictions. Magic and Celerians don't mix well.
And yet, here in Celeria City, the people accept magic and its benefits without question.
Belliard pointed to the fire-lit lamps. Well, the mages never sacked Celeria City, did they? The worst of the wars never reached south of Rest. People here would feel different if mutated predators like Lyrant roamed their woods, or if their children were born with ghastly deformities and deadly powers.
Do you share your mother's fear of magic?
Ellie hesitated before answering. Magic makes me uncomfortable. For the past year or so, if anyone wielded strong magic around her, she would get terrible headaches and her sleep would be tormented by particularly horrible nightmares. She didn't even want to think what her dreams held in store for her tonight. They reached Celeria's main thoroughfare and turned north. Though most of the hard-working families of the West End were asleep, that was not true of all of Celeria's population. Carriages rolled down the cobbled street, carrying nobles in colorful silks and satins to their night's entertainment. Men and women, some well-dressed, some more commonly so, strolled down the wide-bricked sidewalks on either side of the road. Boisterous laughter and music poured through the doors of numerous pubs. Normally, Ellie didn't come out until much later at night, when fewer people roamed the city. She was very aware of her Fae's escort's distinctive garb. You're going to draw attention. Belliard Veljalani shared a glance with his fellow Fae, then gestured. Lavender light glowed around them, and when it faded, all 5 warriors were dressed in simple Celerian clothing, and their Fae skin had lost its luminescence. They were still too handsome to be pure mortal, but their disguises would allow them to walk without drawing too much attention to themselves. Ellie rubbed at the goosebumps that rose on her skin in response to Belliard's magic. Nice trick. They turned the corner and slipped into the streams of people walking the sidewalks. A number of women gave the Fae long, hungry looks, but no one stopped them or acted as though their presence were anything out of the ordinary. Ellie led the way up the remaining half-mile to the arched bridge that spanned the Velpin River. Celeria's National Museum of Art lay on the other side of the river. The domed building was the crowning feature of a sprawling manicured park that bordered the Velpin's magic-purified waters. Circled by fire lamps, the building gleamed like a jewel in the night. Ellie hurried up the wide brick walkway to the museum's entrance and pushed open the leaded glass doors. Though the museum staff departed promptly at 17 bells each day, the museum doors were never locked. Something far more powerful than bolted doors protected the building's many priceless treasures. Any thief could wander in and look to his heart's content, but let him touch a single precious piece of art, and he'd be paralyzed until the curator arrived in the morning. "Don't touch any of the exhibits," Ellie warned. Her voice echoed in the marbled vestibule. She led them to the domed rotunda, where marble columns ringed a 20-foot statue of King Dorian I, holding his sword upraised in one hand, his fey wife beside him with healing hands splayed over the upturned face of a child. At the base of the statue, deeply carved letters painted with pure gold proclaimed the majestic promise of Celeria's creed: "Might and mercy shall vanquish all foes." She headed down the second arching corridor on the left. Sculpted Tairen heads with glowing ruby eyes flanked the entrance to the Fey Wing. Ellie's friend Celian Pierson was sitting on a cushioned bench beside the alcove that housed an 8-foot bronze of a Tairen rampant perched on a boulder of white marble veined with gold. Celian's normally tidy blonde hair was disheveled, as if she'd been running her hands through it, and her pretty face was drawn tight in lines of worry and agitation. She jumped to her feet when she caught sight of Ellie, then froze when she realized her friend was not alone.
"Who are they?"
Celian gestured to the 5 men standing behind Ellie.
"They are, my guards."
Faint lavender light shimmered, and the Fae assumed their true appearance.
Celian stumbled back a step. "It's true, then. The Tairen soul really did claim you as his mate."
"Apparently so." Ellie introduced the 5 warriors to her friend. "Celian and I have been friends since my family first came to Celeria City." They'd been childhood outcasts together, Celian for being the foreign-born daughter of a Sorelian sea captain and his wife, and Ellie for her odd appearance and strange ways. Celian dragged Ellie back a few steps and hissed into her ear,
"I can't believe you brought Faye with you. What if they, read my mind or something?"
"They won't," Ellie assured her. "I made them give an honor oath not to eavesdrop or mind read before I let them come with me." She glanced at Belliard behind her. "Would you mind giving us that privacy now?" He bowed. "I will build a privacy shield around you both. You may walk and speak freely to one another without worry that others will hear." He raised his hands and threads of faintly glowing white and lavender magic spun out from his fingertips. Ellie felt a soft, cool wind swirl around her. It smelled of springtime, full of sweet rain and crisp morning air. As it closed about her, she felt a strangely light and tranquil silence enter her mind, as if a pressure she'd never realized existed had been lifted. Celian stared at Ellie.
"You can feel their magic, can't you?"
Ellie raised her brows. "Can't you?"
"No. I know he's weaving magic because he said so and his hands are glowing a little more. But even knowing it's there, I can't sense it."
She lifted shaking hands to her mouth and turned away.
"Dear gods, I can't believe you brought them with you, Fae Oath or not."
"I'm sorry, Cel. It was either that or not come at all, and your note sounded so frightened. I did the best I could."
"I know. I'm sorry that I sounded ungrateful. I do appreciate your coming, and at least you didn't bring him with you."
She jerked her chin towards one of the paintings of Rain Tairen's soul.
"It's bad enough that he's here in the city, but to have him claim you? What happens when he finds out about my mother?"
Ellie clasped Celian's hands. "He's not going to find out," she vowed, staring earnestly into her friend's terrified blue eyes. "I won't let him. I'll lock the memory away so deep inside me he won't be able to find it. And we'll just stay away from each other until he's gone. Do you hear me? Everything's going to be all right." She filled her voice with conviction and kept her hands clasped tight around Celian's cold fingers until her friend's terror began to abate. After several moments, the reassurance seemed to sink in. Celian nodded and drew a deep breath.
"All right. Good plan. We'll avoid each other until he's gone."
Releasing Ellie's hands, she let out a shaky laugh.
"How soon will that be? And is there anything you can do to hurry it up?"
Ellie laughed too. "You sound like Mama."
"I knew there was a reason I loved her so much."
Celian flashed a brief grin, then shook her head again.
"I just can't believe it, Ellysetta. There must be Fae blood in you from somewhere."
Her blonde brows rose.
"Maybe you're the child of a Dal Ryzen."
"Maybe I'm the child of Celerians, and I'm just sensitive to magic because I come from the north," Ellie answered repressively. She took Celian's arm and began to walk with her away from the Fae.
What excuse did you give Gerwin to leave the house so late at night? He thinks I'm with the Ladies of Light planning the Sun Festival.
What will he do when he finds out you're not?
He won't. I actually was with the ladies tonight. I just stopped here on my way home.
Celian waved a dismissive hand.
Enough about that. Tell me everything.
Ellie tried to recap the day's tumultuous events quickly, but Celian insisted on details. Soon the whole emotion-filled tale came pouring out. Dan's attack the previous night, the fire cage, and Rain Tairen's soul's claiming of her. The shattering news of Ellie's betrothal this evening.
Oh, that sneaking, conniving, rotten little maggot,
Celian breathed, when Ellie told her about Dan's assault and showed her the mark on her neck.
But I thought the mark had to be someplace,
she broke off, blushing. I know, so did I, but apparently it's the mark, not the location that's important.
Surely your parents wouldn't really make you marry him.
They've already signed the betrothal papers, and they won't break the contract for fear of how it would hurt the family and Papa's business. And now that Rain Tairen's soul did what he did, I think Mama is even more determined to see me wed to Den. She's afraid of the Fae and their magic. She hasn't said as much, but I think she'd rather marry me off to old Master Wiesman than see me wed to a Fae. The ancient toothless old gilding master was known as much for his lechery as for his exquisite work with precious metals.
Well, put that way, I admit I understand her concern. The Fae are a frightening, secretive lot, and we all know what they're capable of.
Ellie stiffened. The same can be said of several other races I could name, Celian. Celian gave her a reproachful look.
There's no need to get personal, Ellysetta.
Sorry. Ellie blew out a breath. I'm a bit on edge. She rubbed her arms in the back of her neck to massage away the faint tension gathering there.
Be honest, Elle. Do you really think Den or your parents stand a chance of defying the Tairen soul? What's to stop him from just breathing a little Tairen flame on Den? Problem solved. Betrothal broken.
The same thought had occurred to Ellysetta earlier, when Papa had told her that he would not break the betrothal. She'd instantly dismissed it, though the possibility still nagged at her. He wouldn't do that. That's not honorable.
And flaming millions of people was?
It always came back to that whenever Celian and Ellie discussed Rain Tairen's soul or the Fae. It was the one constant bone of contention in an otherwise flawless friendship. That was war, and the mages had just killed his mate. He went mad for a while from a documented Fae phenomenon called the Wilding Rage. Galen Velceranus experienced the same thing when his sister was murdered. We've had this discussion 100 times.
It was murder, Ellie. In both cases. No matter how you try to pretty it up, it was vengeance. The Eld murdered Galen's sister. That was true murder. She'd done nothing to provoke them. The Eld murdered Serial, an unarmed woman healing the wounded on a battlefield, hoping to destroy Rain Tairen's soul. Well, in both cases the Eld got more than they bargained for, didn't they? She rubbed at the tension in her neck and arms again. You've never liked hearing anyone speak ill of the Fae, especially not Rain Tairen's soul.
Celian eyed her intently.
Aren't you even the least bit afraid of him?
Of course I am. Who wouldn't be? He's the man who scorched the world. But Celian, when he held me in his arms this morning and said those things to me, I could have died right then and been happy. I've never felt so at peace, so loved.
It was probably Fae magic, a glamour of some kind.
I know that, but Cel, if you'd felt it, part of me thinks I would do just about anything to feel that way again, even if it was a lie.
I don't like the sound of that, Ellie. You've never wanted a pleasant lie over a hard truth. Never.
Celian gripped Ellie's hand, squeezing tight.
Don't let them control your mind.
Ellie smiled and shook her head. I can assure you no one's controlling my mind. Part of me may want Fae perfect love, even if it's an illusion, but most of me is still firmly grounded in common sense. In fact, I keep waiting for Rain Tairen's soul to come back and tell me he made a mistake in claiming me. And would I please just forget the whole thing? She laughed. Celian didn't laugh with her.
I'm worried for you, Ellie. Maybe your mother's right. Maybe you're better off marrying Den, or even old Master Wiesman.
She cast a glance over her shoulder at the 5 Fae standing near the wing's entrance.
Handsome as they are, I'd never want anything to do with them.
Ellie didn't answer. The sensation she'd mistaken for tension
was now a tingling in her skin, an odd awareness that grew stronger by the second. She lifted her head. "He's coming."
He who?
Rain, Tairen's soul.
"He's coming?"
Celine squeaked.
"Here? Now?"
Yes. She felt him, felt the hunger and longing rise up within her in response to his nearness. The sensations were frightening and compelling all at once. "He's here." Fresh panic flooded Celian's eyes.
"Ellie, the Tairen soul hasn't sworn any vow against mind reading, has he?"
Ellie shook her head.
"Bright Lord save me, that's what I thought. If he picks my brain and discovers the truth, he might decide to flame me instead of just Den."
She snatched up her shawl from the bench and hugged Ellie in a quick, fierce embrace.
"I've got to go. Take care, dear friend."
She hurried away, heading for the rear exit of the Fae Wing to avoid the approaching Fae King. Ellie saw her cast one last, frantic look over her shoulder and freeze in her tracks. But even without that, Ellie would have known that Rain Tairen's soul had walked into the room. The shield's belly-yard had built, dissolved. Ellie could hear the clap of Rain's boots against the marble floor as he walked towards her. But it was the way her skin felt flushed, and the blood raced through her veins that told her he was near. She turned to face him. Everything about him called to every one of her senses, leaving her as giddy as an adolescent girl mooning over a handsome boy. His luminescent face skin shone against the blackness of his leathers. His eyes glowed with power, and Ellie saw his gaze flick from her to Celine. Worried that he would do just as Celine feared, probe her mind and discover her heritage, Ellie stepped directly into his line of vision, drawing his attention away from her friend. "You're here. How did you know where to find us?" She heard the sound of racing footsteps as Celine took advantage of the Tairen soul's distraction and ran away. The Fae Risen's fierce gaze pinned Ellie in place.
"Bel told me, but even if he had not, I would always be able to find you, Sheatani." Anger rolled over her in waves. "You should not have attempted to leave the house without guard. You will not do so again."
Though his anger frightened her, the barked command made her spine go poker straight. "I'm not your prisoner. You have no right to order me to do anything. I've gone for walks in the night many times in the past and never come to harm."
"You weren't the Fae Risa before now, while the mages may have overlooked Ellysetta Berestani, the woodcarver's daughter. Believe me, they will not overlook Ellysetta Berestani, the Tairen soul's mate."
Ellie swallowed. He sounded so certain, so ominous. "Maybe what you say would be true if there were mages in Celeria, but there are none. There haven't been since the Mage Wars. They were banned 1,000 years ago."
His lips pulled back in a small snarl. "And do you really think they've stayed away all this time? They are cunning adversaries, patient and powerful."
He advanced on her and she backed up nervously.
"You can be certain they know about you by now, and they're already plotting to capture or kill you."
Ellie's heart pounded in her chest, beating with sudden fear. She told herself that since he'd claimed her as his truemate, he couldn't possibly harm her. But that didn't seem to matter much. The way he looked right now, it wasn't hard to imagine him killing her.
You should be afraid. Perhaps fear will stop you from acting foolishly."
She turned to run, but only managed 6 steps before he caught her wrist.
"Nay, Ellysetta, you will not run from me. You will—"
His voice broke off, his attention captured by something just beyond her shoulder. Sorrow washed over her, deep and heartrending. The emotions were his, but she felt them as clearly as if they were her own. She turned to follow his gaze and her breath stalled. She had unwittingly run straight for the one room in the museum where she spent most of her time, the exhibit dedicated to the scorching of the world. More than 20 oil paintings circled the room, vivid canvases painted by Celeria's greatest masters, all depicting the tragic story of Rain and Serial and the fiery aftermath of her death. Dominating the room was Fabrizio Ceylon's masterpiece, Death of the Beloved. The look on Rain's face as he regarded the great master's most famous work would have made her heart ache even without the stunned, breathless pain radiating from him.
Tears filled her eyes. For the first time, she didn't find the famous painting tragically romantic or tragically beautiful. For the first time, she found it only tragic. He released her hand, and the terrible rawness of his grief faded.
Her death was nothing like that, he murmured.
His gaze remained fixed on the central figures captured forever through Ceylon's unsurpassed mastery of composition, color, and perspective. How do you mean?
I never got to hold her like that for the last time. They drew me away from her as part of their ambush, then attacked her to destroy me. She was badly burned. The Elden mages cut off her head so she could not be healed. I was in the air when I felt her die, and the rage took me then. I don't remember much after that, but they tell me I incinerated the entire battlefield in mere chimes. There was nothing left of her to hold when I finally came back to sanity.
He reached up a hand as if to touch the painted image of his dead mate, then pulled back when sparks flashed from the protective weave. He stood there, staring at the image of Serial in a dramatic, beautiful death swoon, her cheeks still rosy, unscorched, and glimmering with fey luminescence, clutched in the arms of the mate, who should have been at her side protecting her, but had not. She died alone, at the hands of an Elden mage. The pain of Rain's loss squeezed Ellie's heart. Her throat went tight, and tears burned at the backs of her eyes. I'm so sorry. I know you loved her.
It was a long time ago.
He frowned at Serial's image.
That isn't even a very good likeness of her.
Ellie gave a choked sound that was half laugh, half sob. This painting was one of the most famous masterpieces in all of Silurian history, and yet Rain Tairen's soul declared the image to be not only wholly false, but a poor likeness as well.
In a way, it is good to see this painting and remember, he continued.
That you loved her?
Nay, that I failed her. My first duty was to protect my mate, and I did not. It will not happen again.
His expression hardened, and he turned to face her.
Which is why you will never again attempt to leave your home unescorted. But, nay, you are my true mate. Harm to you is harm to me. The Eld know this, and that puts you in great danger, Ellysetta. The world is no longer a safe place for you.
His eyes were starting to glow again, and she could feel his anger beating at her. She should just meekly agree and go home. That was the smart thing to do. He was a powerful fae who'd already lost control of his wild magic once before. Only a fool would actually argue with him. And yet, something would not let her just meekly murmur her obedience and allow the fae to lead her home like a prized dog on a leash. I realize your concern is genuine, my Lord Faerisen, but even if Eld mages really are hiding in the city, plotting evil, they have no reason to harm me. I am betrothed to another man.
Bel told me of the butcher's offspring. His desires neither hold sway over our bond, nor protect you from the Eld. Your soul called out Ellysetta Beristani, and mine answered. That one moment made your prize the Eld would kill to claim. Nothing can change that. And that means you must never again attempt to wander the streets alone. But no buts.
His hand seized hers in a tight grip.
If you will not consider your own safety, consider the safety of others. Serial was my mate. I should not have survived her death, but I did, and you know the results.
He gestured to the fiery, violent paintings surrounding them.
Whether you want it or not, you are my true mate, even though our bond is not yet complete. If the Eld managed to kill you, I should not survive it.
Sudden intensity burned in his eyes, and his voice dropped to a low whisper.
But what if I did?
Ellie's mouth went dry. Her skin burned where Rain's hands gripped hers as images and emotions flooded into her. The blinding grief of Serial's death,
the hot, wild rush of rage, driving him to rain fire and death upon the world, the haunting screams and terror of those who died in the face of his madness. She yanked free of his grip and the onslaught ceased. She pressed one shaking hand to her mouth and the other to her belly. What was that?
A tiny fraction of what I live with, Ellysetta. Every day since I scorched the world.
I'm going to be sick.
She spun on her heel and raced for the nearest waste bin, barely making it before the contents of her stomach heaved out of her. When she was done, he was there beside her, a glass of cold water in his hand. She could have cried with humiliation. Instead, she took the glass, rinsed her mouth, and spat. Not meeting his eyes, she handed the glass back to him. It melted into nothing. All signs of her brief, violent sickness vanished as well. She stared at the empty space and couldn't even summon surprise. Of course the Fae could make vomit vanish. All that power had to have its practical uses. She forced a laugh. Where were you when Lilith and Laurel had the stomach ague last year? He didn't laugh or even smile at her weak joke.
Sixta, I should not have shared that with you. I have shamed myself. Not even fear for your safety excuses me.
He gestured and Belle stepped closer.
Your quintet will take you home. As I've just demonstrated, my control is not yet what it should be.
He bowed, his face a frozen mask. If he'd meant to impress upon her the gravity of her situation, he'd succeeded. His tactics might have been brutal, but they were effective. She couldn't even summon any anger. How could she blame him for wanting to avoid reliving the horror he'd just shared with her? She started to reach out to him, but caution made her draw back before touching him. One taste of his torment was enough. I won't leave the house without escort again, she promised. As Belle led her away, she paused at the entrance of the Fae wing and glanced back. Rain stood looking up at Chalon's painting of Serial's death, his face pale and drawn. The young boy darted silently through the shadows of the West End's quiet merchant district. A block ahead, the pretty blonde girl he'd followed from the museum turned down a narrow cobbled lane that led to a modest residential district. The boy smiled. He could practically feel the gold sovereign warm between his fingers.
Follow her,
Master Monza had ordered when he'd realized the blonde was Ellysetta Baristani's friend.
Find out where she lives. She may prove useful.
Rain remained in the museum for almost a full bell after Ellysetta's departure, sitting on the bench in the middle of the room, staring up at the countless images and remembering. He'd loved Serial. With all the unfettered, consuming passion of youth, he'd loved her. He'd been a young Tairen soul, full of the power of his gift and the promise of endless skies, and she'd been a beautiful Fae healer, not as powerful as Marissia, and no match to his own strength, but so gentle and compassionate there were none who did not love her. She'd been first in his heart since boyhood. He'd never wanted another, and now he did. It felt like betrayal, as if his own body, his own soul had betrayed his heart. Spirit swirled around his fingertips. Swaths of mystic magic poured out in a sparkling cloud that slowly began to spin. He watched it, guided it, as the magic condensed and took shape. Long, straight strands of silky black hair blew back from a luminous oval face of stunning beauty. Full red lips smiled at him with exquisite tenderness, while eyes like blue forget-me-nots watched him with endless patience and love.
Serial,
Rain whispered sadly. He'd woven the memories many times. He was a master of spirit. To any other onlooker, Serial would have seemed whole and alive and real, but Rain held the weave, and he always knew, she was an illusion. He'd managed to pretend otherwise, but no longer. The slender arms that rose to embrace him seemed hollow and faded, and when he reached out to her, his hand passed through the weave. He would have wept if he still had tears within him.
I don't want to lose you, Etani.
Serial smiled and shook her head. She bent to kiss him, but when he tilted back his head to meet her lips, the spirit weave dissolved, Serial faded into mist. Rain groaned and buried his face in his hands. Not even with a kiss to a phantom love could he betray his Sheatani. Your magic knows you belong to another, even if your heart still rebels. Rain lifted his head. Mauricia stood at the entrance to the chamber. Dax was at her side, while her quintet stood guard a bit further away. Mauricia was watching Rain with a strange mix of compassion and irritation. The truemate in her disliked that he'd even attempted to betray his bond with a kiss to his lost love, while the empath in her understood why he did. We all loved Serial, Rain, Mauricia continued, but you must let her go. Your Sheatani will never accept you so long as you cling to the memory of another.
I know that without your scolding.
Her reprimand stung even more because it was deserved. He rose to his feet. I am glad to hear it. I wasn't certain you were thinking clearly. Kieran told me you shared your torment with your Sheatani.
Kieran had a flapping tongue. She tried to leave her home unescorted, truemated to the Tairen soul, and she tried to wander Silurian streets alone, at night. She even refused to believe her life might be in danger. Did Kieran tell you that too?
One cool brown brow rose. He merely suggested you might need my help weaving control over your emotions. It appears he was right. Rain's lips compressed. To argue would only prove her point. Mauricia sighed and her expression softened. The gods weave as the gods will, Rain, and even though it may not be apparent at first, they do weave purpose into all things, even terrible things. Serial's death was a devastating loss, but all this time I believed it was a price the gods demanded for the end of the wars. That was the only pattern I saw in the weave, until today, when a Silurian girl called a Tairen from the sky.
What are you suggesting?
The Tairen and the Fae are dying. You are the last bridge between our two species. You told me the Eye of Truth sent you here to Sileria to find our salvation. We both know it can be no coincidence that Ellysetta is your truemate. Somehow, she is the key to saving us all. Though we've yet to see her power, it must be vast. She could never have called your soul if she were not your equal in every way. We also both know she could never have called you if you were still bound to another, even if that bond was only a tanitsa, as it was between you and Serial. Her hands closed over his, and cool, calming threads of empathy and healing stroked across his battered emotions. You have seen the pattern too, Rain. No matter how badly you want to deny it, Serial had to die so Ellysetta could be born to save us. Rain pulled free of her grasp and turned away. You must not blame Ellysetta, Mauricia continued. She is an innocent. She is the soul the gods shaped to save the Tairen and the Fae. She circled round him relentless. And you, Rain, are the soul the gods shaped to protect her and bring her safely back to us so she can fulfill her purpose. You cannot shirk your duty, not to the Tairen, not to the Fae, and definitely not to your truemate. Set aside your longings for what used to be. Embrace Ellysetta in your heart as well as your soul, so you can win her trust and her bond and help her discover her strength. Because, Rain, one other thing seems certain to me. The Shaidalin's eyes grew dark with portent. Whatever task the gods have set before Ellysetta Baristani, it is fearfully dangerous, else she'd not need a Tairen to protect her soul. Far away to the northeast, in the heart of the Elden wilderness, the subterranean palace of Bora Fel, seat of the High Mage Vadim Mar, lay buried deep in the earth, masterfully shielded from Fae's senses and Fae magic by rock, soil, and wards worked from the darkest Elden wizardry. The massive complex stretched for miles beneath the surface, one of many similar fortresses hidden throughout Eld. For nearly 1,000 years, the network of underground palaces had survived, thrived even, undetected and steadily growing in strength and number, like a cancer quietly spreading its deadly tentacles beneath the skin of a seemingly healthy man. High Mage Vadim Mar, leader of the High Council of Mages and uncrowned ruler of Eld, sat at his massive desk and pondered the news from his apprentice in Celeria. Around him, sconces flickered with fire, lighting the dark, windowless cavern of his study with a pale yellow glow, illuminating the numerous bookcases that held priceless ancient texts and centuries' worth of notes on his experiments. Rain, Tairen's soul, had a truemate with red hair and green eyes, so suspiciously like the child stolen years ago. Vadim sat back in his chair and steepled his hands beneath his chin. Suspicion was not certainty, and not enough to make him tip his hand. Not yet, at least. There were 200 Fae in Celeria City, too many to confront lightly even without the substantial added might of the Tairen soul. Vadim had not won and held his grip on the High Council of Mages through the blundering application of brute force. He was a man who believed in choosing his battles, and in preparing his battlefield. He'd already dispatched a handful of spies to northern Celeria, in case his search party had missed something so many years ago. Meanwhile, his apprentice, Colis Monza, would continue his work in Celeria and learn what he could about the girl without rousing suspicions. Vadim rose from his desk. His rich, gold-embroidered purple velvet robes whispered around him as he crossed the room to approach a carefully warded black metal door. He dissolved the wards, placed his hand in the hollow etched deep into the door's center panel and uttered, "Guz Vegoth." The ancient Pharaoh's witch words sent magic swirling. Metal groaned as the unseen bolts securing the door slid free from their anchors in the stone. The door opened inward to reveal the small round antechamber that served as Vadim Mar's private spell room. Fire flared to life in 3 golden sconces as the High Mage stepped through the door, and in the flickering light, figures seemed to move and sway across the intricate patterns of the mosaic tiles that covered every fingerspan of wall, ceiling, and floor in the room. A carved black stone altar occupied the center of the room. A bowl and goblet of hammered gold rested atop it. Opposite the door, pure, cool water poured from the carved mouth of a snarling dragon's head into a rune-etched catch basin below. Vadim moved around the room, murmuring a cleansing spell. When he was finished and satisfied that the room held no residue of previous spells, he grasped the small golden ewer that rested on the wide lip of the catch basin and filled it. "Water pure, the path to cleanse," he murmured as he poured the water into the altar bowl. From a deep left-hand pocket of his mage robe, he withdrew a tiny vial filled with still warm blood he had recently taken from a particular guest of his lowermost dungeon and uncorked it. "Blood to binding's call." He dribbled a thin stream of the dark red liquid into the bowl. As it broke the water's surface, the blood diluted rapidly, tiny red streamers shooting through the clear water until the bowl was filled with cloudy pinkness. With a razor-sharp black dagger, he slit the palm of his hand and added his own blood to the mix. His mage senses grew sharp, and he felt the dark binding threads of magic that tied him to the blooded captive. He tugged on the thin gold chain about his neck and withdrew the sparkling, dark, rainbow-hued Tairen's eye crystal that had been resting against his chest. The stone was not warm from contact with his skin as any other pendant would be, but instead remained defiantly cool to his touch, rejecting him as its owner had done for centuries. Tairen's eye to forge the bridge. He lowered the crystal into the water until it was completely submerged. The pink, bloodied water grew clear again as a Tairen's eye crystal at the bottom of the bowl began to glow and pulse like a heartbeat. Vadim dipped the small golden goblet into the altar bowl and drank. The pulsing beat of the crystal grew loud in his ears as his heart matched the rhythm. "Azran, these souls in thrall." The High Mage of Eld closed his eyes. He stretched his open palms over the golden bowl. Azran gathered at his fingertips and spiraled upwards. a spider silk-thin filament of darkness that pulsed with red lights, keeping time with the beating crystal. Threads of spirit joined it, wrapping the Azaran in a protective shield, hiding it from Fae senses. The weave traveled up the tiny pipe that rose from the antechamber ceiling, through hundreds of layers of rock, into the fresh night air of Eld, then raced south towards Celeria with dizzying speed. His senses raced with it, shooting over forests, rivers, and towns until he reached the glowing brightness of Celeria's capital city, and there, as his body stood vacant and chilling, half a continent away in Eld, High Mage Vandemar began softly to croon. "Are you she, girl? Are you the one? Show yourself." Well into the night, Ellie drifted in a fretful sleep, tossing and turning as she dreamed of flames and magic and horrible battles where blood flowed in rivers. The scenes changed. Shadows dimmed her vision, and a cold, frightening fog covered the world. Within the fog, something stalked her, calling to her, beckoning with familiar malevolence. Fear gripped her, the certainty that whatever she did, she must never reveal herself to that crooning evil. "Hide deep and well. Do not let him find you." A strong breeze from her open bedroom window blew across her face. In a half-waking state, she imagined a shadow falling across her. She tensed with sudden fear, then sighed her relief as a tender hand brushed hair from her eyes, her eyelids fluttering with the effort to open, but a kiss feathered across her brow, and a soft-spoken caress of words soothed her. Deep, restful sleep finally overtook her, and she sank into it willingly. Crouched on the floor beside her bed, surrounded by a weave of spirit to make himself invisible, Rain Tairen Soul watched over his truemate as she slept. Chapter 5. Ellie woke to yet another pounding headache and the feel of something soft yet bristly brushing against her cheek. Her eyes opened, and she rose up on one elbow to find a vibrant blue feather on her pillow. It was easily as long as her forearm, with a tuft of navy down at its base and iridescent pink glimmers along its edges. The feather had come from a coletu, a very rare species of bird that lived in the most inaccessible reaches of the Tivoli Mountains, bordering Elvia to the south. Hundreds of years ago, before craftsmen had perfected the delicate metal pen nib for writing instruments, the coletu feather had been the quill of choice for kings due to its rare beauty and the danger involved in acquiring it. Ellie had no idea why the feather was on her pillow, though she had a fairly good idea who had put it there. Climbing high enough to locate a coletu eyrie was risky for men, but it wouldn't be difficult for a Tairen soul. There is an old Celerian proverb, "Mind what you pray for, the gods may grant it." She had prayed for someone else, anyone else but Den. She'd been hoping for a nice, quiet man like Papa. Instead, the gods had sent her the man who'd scorched the world. The Fae Risen terrified her. He wore the promise of death like a cloak, and dread magic all but crackled around him. Yet even as her heart quailed, he drew her as no man ever had. Already, after only 2 brief meetings, he was like an addictive potion in her blood. She hungered for the sight of his face, the sound of his voice, the tingle in her skin when he was near. She didn't believe it was mind control, as Celian feared. After all, what could Ellysetta Baristani possibly have that the king of the Fae would want? She wasn't fool enough to think Rain Tairen Soul loved her just because he claimed she was his truemate. The man whose consuming tragic love for the Lady Serial was still celebrated throughout Celeria would not lightly cast aside the memories of his dead wife and set in her stead a young, unremarkable mortal stranger. But Ellie also knew enough about the legends of the truemate bond to know it only formed where deep, abiding love could blossom. The temptation of knowing a love so deep, so complete, so unconditional, was a powerful lure that appealed straight to her deepest, most secret desire. Plain, awkward, simple Ellie dreamed of love. Not the gentle, friendly love that could eventually grow between two people joined in an arranged marriage, but the boundless, passionate love that only happened in fairy tales. She brushed the pink-shimmered colletou feather across her face, remembering the feel of Rain's hands doing the same. Impulsively, she kissed the feather, then tucked it with care into the top drawer of her dressing table and hurried to get dressed. Outside, Fae minds murmured to one another in approval. It was a fine first gift, and the Fae Ryza had accepted it. The courtship had begun. At 7:30 bells, as the Baristani family broke their fast in their tiny kitchen, a knock sounded at the front door. "I'll get it," Sol said. He swiped at his lips with his napkin before tossing it on the table. Curious as to who would call so early in the morning, Ellie followed him to the front door. She and her father both froze in surprise at the sight of a royal messenger standing on the doorstep, impeccably garbed in expensive gold-embroidered livery. The man gave a brief bow. "You are Sol Baristani, Master Woodcarver?" he asked. Her father swallowed and cleared his throat. "Yes." "Father of Ellysetta Baristani?" The messenger's gaze flickered to Ellie before snapping back to her father's face. Papa's gaze did the same. "Yes," he said a little more slowly this time. The messenger clicked his mirror-polished black heels and bowed again, a half-bow rather than the previous quarter. "Then it is my honor, privilege, and duty, Master Baristani, to present you with this summons to the royal palace." He held out a rolled parchment tied with a blue satin ribbon and sealed with a large glob of gold wax bearing the crest of the royal family of Celeria. "You and your family are to make your appearance by 10 bells today." Papa cracked the royal seal and unrolled the parchment. His eyes scanned the contents rapidly. "There is no reason noted for the summons." He looked up at the messenger. "Why is our presence requested?" "It is not my place to know, Master Baristani. I have been instructed to wait for you to prepare yourselves and then to convey you to the palace. A coach has been provided." He waved at the covered coach waiting in the street. It was a massive vehicle, painted a rich celerium blue buffed to a high gloss. A team of 6 matched greys stood patiently in their harnesses. The royal coat of arms was emblazoned in gold on the sides of the coach. "I see. Then shall I assume this request is more in the way of a royal command?" The messenger bowed again. "Well," Papa rubbed his chin the way he always did when gathering his thoughts. "Give us a bell or so to ready ourselves. You are welcome to wait in the house." The messenger eyed the Fae warriors standing like dark shadows behind Ellie's father and declined. "Thank you, Master Baristani, but I shall await your convenience outside." Papa closed the door and turned to Ellie. "First the Fae, now a royal summons. I can't help believing they are related, Ellie girl." She said nothing. What was there to say? "Loriana, come quickly, my dear." Sol strode into the kitchen in search of his wife. The sudden commotion of chairs scraping back from the table marked the moment when he announced the surprising news. Her parents and sisters rushed out of the kitchen. "Why are you just standing there, Ellie?" Mama demanded, herding the twins up the stairs. "We've barely time enough to get decent, let alone fit for an audience with the king." "I'll be right up, Mama." Ellie waited until her family had hustled upstairs before she met Belliard's impassive gaze. "This is the Fae Ryzen's doing, isn't it?" she asked, his head inclined slightly. "Well, I wish he'd given us a little more notice. I have nothing suitable to wear for a visit to the royal palace." Was that almost a smile that twitched at the corner of the stone-faced Fae's mouth? "The Fae can provide you a gown worthy of a queen," he gestured, and Ellie's plain homespun dress became a dazzling court ball gown of shining ivory fabric, cascading with blonde lace, fine as a spider's web, and sparkling with thousands of tiny jewels. Stunned, Ellie touched the jewel-encrusted bodice and the billowing skirts. It was incredible. It was dazzling. It was, she frowned, an illusion? Though she could feel the cool, slippery satin beneath her fingers, the hard pebbles of each tiny jewel. even the crush of a corset pulling her waist in tight. Something told her the dress wasn't real. "It's beautiful," she told Belliard, "but it's not real, is it?" His eyebrows actually inched higher. She had managed to surprise him. "No, it is made of spirit. But you should not be able to detect the difference between my weave and a real gown." "Spirit?" "The magic I used for the weave. It is a mystic, not an elemental magic. It works on the mind, not the physical. My command of spirit is exceptional." There was a stiff tone to his voice, something that sounded very much like bruised masculine pride. "I'm sorry," she tried to make amends. "It's a wonderful job, really. All my senses are telling me it's real." Without thinking, she reached out to pat his hand, and the Fae's bored, stiff back went even stiffer. Behind Belliard, blonde Keel coughed loudly into his hand while the brothers Adriel and Rowan studiously inspected the ceiling. Brown-haired Kieran's tiny smile was now wide and gleaming with white teeth, and his blue eyes danced with open amusement. The gorgeous gown winked out of existence. "I do not command Earth," Belliard told her in stilted tones. One might have thought he was confessing to some terrible, humiliating affliction, like having the uncontrollable urge to dress in women's clothing and dance beneath the light of the Mother on All Spirits' Eve. "Kieran," he gestured to the brown-haired Fae, "controls Earth admirably. A gown made of earth is real. He can make for you what I cannot." Ellie could never bring herself to hurt this proud, solitary Fae's feelings by rejecting his offer and accepting that of another. She'd already unwittingly hurt him quite enough. She shook her head. "Thank you for the offer, but no. I'm not Ashleanne, the hearthminder, wearing her Fae gift father's gown to the ball. I'm just plain Ellie Baristani, woodcarver's daughter. I would feel silly and uncomfortable trying to be someone I'm not." She turned to climb the stairs. "Ellysetta Baristani." Belliard's voice caused her to stop and turn back around. "Even should you clothe yourself in rags and dirt, you would bring honor to the Fae." Tears sprang to her eyes. Those were quite possibly the nicest words anyone had ever said to her. "Thank you." He was so proud, so sad in his aloneness and the dark sorrow that drowned all light in his eyes. She had thought him frightening and incapable of gentle feelings, and he had just proved her utterly wrong. Sorry for her part in hurting him, wishing she could take the shadows from his eyes, she reached out to touch his face, her fingertips gentle against his cheek and jaw. "I pray the gods grant you the peace and happiness you deserve," she whispered, meaning it with every fiber of her being. Her flesh tingled, and he flinched beneath her hand, his eyes widening. To her amazement, Belliard Velgelani dropped to one knee, bowed his head, and in a shaking voice declared, "Of my own free will, Ellysetta Baristani, I pledge my life and my soul to your protection. None shall harm you while in life or death I have power to prevent it." He drew one of the small black-handled knives from the straps across his chest and slit his palm. Fisting his sliced hand, he held it over the blade and allowed 6 drops of blood to fall on the shining steel. "This I do swear with my own life's blood, in fire and air and earth and water, in spirit and in Azran, the magic never to be called. I do ask that this pledge be witnessed." "Witnessed," Kieran agreed, his smile gone. "Witnessed." The other 3 Fae echoed with like solemnity. The blade in Belliard's hand flared bright for an instant. He rose to his feet and offered Ellie the knife, hilt first. "Your Shaitan will always be your first protector," he told her. "But know that I will always be your second. So I have sworn, so it is witnessed. Take this fecha as proof of my oath and keep it with you always. If you ever have need of me, simply let a drop of your blood touch the blade. No matter where I am or what I am doing, I will know you need me, and I will come." She took the knife with hands that shook. "I don't pretend to know all your oath entails, but I know you have done me a great honor.
I will strive to be worthy." She turned to hurry upstairs. When she was gone, Belliard turned to his brother warriors. Tiny, nearly imperceptible tremors were shaking his body. He touched his cheek, still feeling the warmth, the very subtle yet incredibly strong power that had moved from her fingertips to him. He had so much death on his soul that all but the strongest women among the Fae had avoided touching him centuries ago, unable to bear the pain of his sorrow, the ruthlessly self-enforced motionlessness, and the dark burden of the lives he'd taken to protect the Fae. Even the Shadowlands only touched him when they needed to heal wounds he gained in battle. Yet this child, this incredible child whose soul called a Tairen's, had reached out to touch him and sent a flood of healing warmth and love, so strong that it burned straight through the block of black ice that encased what remained of his gentle Fae emotions. He looked at Kieran, Keel, Rowan, and Adriel. They could not feel what he felt, but they could hear his thoughts, and as Fae warriors, they would understand. "My heart weeps again," he told them, nodding when their faces mirrored his astonishment. "She is more powerful than any of us suspected." Aloud, he added, "She's no Solarian. On this I would stake every blade I own." Queen Anura strolled down the stone walkways that wound through the palace's vast manicured gardens. She'd woken early to greet the Tairen soul and attend to the most pressing of her day's correspondence while breaking her fast. Duty would call her to service again soon, but she refused to forego the pleasure of her regular morning walk. The members of her queen's court followed a few paces behind, noble young Sers and Seras, chosen as much for their beauty as for their family connections. Anura was no insecure queen forced to fill her court with drabs in order to look beautiful by comparison. She was herself a brilliant, and she insisted on surrounding herself with nothing less than dazzles to set off her own beauty to its best advantage. Of course, she also had her inner circle of favorites, the small knot of courtiers selected as her confidants for their wit, shrewdness, political connections, and loyalty. Chief among her current circle was the delicious, sultry-eyed Ser Vale, a breathtakingly handsome nobleman whose palpable aura of sensuality made Anura envy ladies for whom infidelity was not an act of treason. He joined her court as a dazzle late last fall, but his entertaining wit and keen intelligence had raised him swiftly to her inner circle. He walked beside her now, elegant as always, his hair powdered the same pale blue as his form-fitting silk breeches and matching gold and silk-embroidered velvet doublet. He wore an alluring scent today, something deep and mysterious, teasing Anura with hints of wicked, forbidden pleasure. He was not at all impressed with the news of the Tairen soul's truemate. "A woodcarver's daughter, my queen, a commoner?"
"The Fae do not share our appreciation for the purity of noble bloodlines, Ser Vale. You know that. The Tairen soul claims she is his truemate, and he will not give her up." She kept her voice low, her words private between them. "The girl is betrothed to another, and bound by a claiming mark, yet he insists we set aside her lawful marriage contract."
"It is an outrage against Solarian sovereignty. The king will of course refuse."
There was earnest surety in his voice, and in his thickly lashed blue-green eyes.
"No," she said. "I doubt that he will."
"You cannot mean it."
Vale stopped in his tracks, drawing the attention of the surrounding courtiers.
"Surely his majesty would not truly allow this Fae sorcerer to install a peasant, one of your own subjects no less, as his queen? To raise up a common woodcarver's daughter as the equal of you, Queen Anura of Soleria, in whose veins flows the world's most noble royal blood? You go too far, lordling," Anura snapped.
"It seems I erred in raising you from dazzle to favorite so quickly if you think she could ever be my equal."
Her skirt snapped as she resumed her walk at a brisk pace.
"My queen!"
Vale hurried to catch up with her.
"Your majesty, forgive me.
She glared at him. He may call her his queen and seat her on the Tairen throne, but there is much more to being my equal than the mere possession of a crown and a title.
Of course, Your Majesty. I did not mean to suggest that I would ever believe otherwise. You are the moon of Celeria, a brilliant who outshines the mother herself, and I hear the Celerian girl isn't even a gem, little more than a drab.
Anura arched a haughty brow. Now you imply I'm threatened by her looks?
Never, my queen. You know my devotion belongs to you alone.
His hand brushed hers. An onlooker might believe it was an accidental touch, but Anura knew otherwise. Her eyes narrowed. I am pleased to hear that, at least. She brought the hand he had touched to her waist out of further reach. I am not benevolent to favourites who betray my trust in them, nor am I a queen who shares the devotions due her.
Your Majesty, it is not I who would claim her to be your equal. I but think how others outside of Celeria might view these unprecedented events.
Anura kept her expression blank, but she was troubled by the suggestion that anyone might consider this upstart soon-to-be Queen of the Fae equal in power and stature to Anura of Celeria. She had spent the last 2.5 decades building renown for the elegance of her court and the power of her husband's kingdom. She would not lightly share or lessen her position in the world, especially not for some drab of a woodcarver's daughter. The girl's fate is out of my hands. The king will not deny Rein Tairen's soul his truemate. There was more. The girl's betrothed had petitioned the king's clerk for a special license to wed her immediately. The Fae Risen had been in a rage when he'd found out. He'd actually threatened war if Dorian did not revoke the license and dissolve the betrothal. The arrogance of Rein Tairen's soul's demands still infuriated Anura. Celeria was a sovereign nation, its laws inviolable. But Dorian, ever the coward when dealing with his magical kin, would not stand firm. Another time, Anura might have confessed some of the details to Vale, but he had irritated her with his insinuations, so she said merely, The House of Toraval has long supported the traditions of both Celerians and Fae. She turned back to the palace. I believe I have walked long enough this morning. I shall return to the palace. When he made to follow her, she stopped and leveled a hard, cold glance upon his handsome face. Your attendance is not required today, Sir Vale. She lifted a hand and gestured to one of her newest young dazzles, an exquisite blonde lordling who'd been vying for her attention these last few months. Sir Nilas, you may escort me back to the palace.
My queen.
The young Sir bowed so low, his golden forelock brushed the ground. Vale bowed as well, but his eyes, vibrant and burning, held her gaze with a boldness that belied his calm acceptance of her dismissal. At 10:15 bells, the Baristani family, clad in their best clothes, arrived at the royal palace. At least 80 Fae surrounded the carriage that conveyed them, with Ellie's quintet running alongside the conveyance as it rolled through the palace gates and up to the wide steps of the palace's grand entrance. Though she had vowed never to do so, Ellie had once again donned her green dress and her mother's bridal chemise, hoping that it would bring more luck this time than it had the last. Her mother had helped her put up her hair in a soft, flattering style of curls and intricate plaits, held down by a set of long-toothed ivory combs. She wore no jewelry. She had none, but Kieran of the Fae had presented her with a girdle of delicate gold links and a sheath for Belliard's knife, decorated with 6 small, lovely jewels that shone red, blue, green, white, black, and lavender. The knife fit the sheath perfectly, and now rested snugly on her right hip, pressed against the folds of her green gown. Belliard had said nothing when he saw it, but his eyes had flickered for a moment, and she knew he was pleased. An important-looking little man in elegant clothes met them at the top of the palace stairs. He greeted them with a gracious bow and introduced himself as the Right Honourable Ser Tanith Marset, Under-Secretary to the Minister of State.
If you and your family will follow me, please, Master Baristani.
He led them into the palace,
down several marble-floored hallways and into a luxurious antechamber. Ellie had never seen such wealth. Massive portraits of royal Silurian ancestors adorned the walls, their painted eyes looking down with imperious detachment. Gorgeous ivory brocade chairs overflowed with tasseled ice blue and deep rose pillows. A rich, exquisitely carved sideboard of solid burl wood rested against one wall, its lustrous top covered with silver trays bearing all manner of fruits, comfits, tiny finger sandwiches, and delicate pastries. On a nearby cart rested a three-legged silver urn with eggshell-thin porcelain cups, tiny silver spoons, and a selection of sugars and creams elegantly presented around it. After a brief investigation of the antechamber, the Fae settled themselves into the four corners of the room, and Belliard stood beside Ellie. The undersecretary gestured to the food and drink.
"The refreshments are yours to enjoy," he told them, and he backed out of the room. "Sir, wait. Can you please tell us?" Sol's voice died off as the doors closed. Lillis and Laurel made a beeline for the comfits and had already jammed 3 or 4 of the delicate candies in their mouths before Loriana noticed and rapped out a sharp order to desist.
"But, Mama,"
Laurel objected around the massive sweets in her mouth.
"the man said we could help ourselves."
"And have powdered sugar and chocolate stains all over you as a result? I think not. And don't talk with your mouth full, Laurel."
The twins pouted, but as soon as their mother turned her attention back to Sol and Ellie, they each snatched another handful of comfits and hurried to plop themselves down on one of the large chairs facing away from their parents, where they proceeded to furtively nibble their purloined treats. Ellie shook her head and noticed that the Fae named Kieran was smiling again.
"Well," said Loriana, "looks as though they intend to keep us in suspense. As it's obvious we're being treated as guests rather than prisoners, you would think someone would tell us what's going on." "I imagine we'll know soon enough," Sol replied in a distracted voice.
Ellie cast him a surprised glance, only to smile fondly as she recognized the cause of his distraction. His attention was riveted by the carving on the burlwood sideboard, and he crouched down beside the piece to inspect it.
"Exquisite," he breathed, running a hand over the intricate designs that had obviously been worked by a master. "Laurie, my dearest, come look at this workmanship. I've never seen finer. I wonder who did this. One of the old masters, no doubt. Probably Centauro. It looks old enough, and the amount of detail, amazing, is right for the period. Maybe Purcell, but no, he was never one to work with burlwood."
Completely absorbed, Sol pulled a small magnifying glass from his suit pocket and began looking for the tiny master's seal that was sure to be hidden somewhere on the carving. Ellie, having skipped breakfast in the morning's rush, reached over him to help herself to a buttery fruit and nut-filled pastry, then moved to the cart to pour a cup of dark steaming kefli into one of the delicate cups provided for that purpose. Holding the warm cup to her nose, she breathed deep of the spice-scented aroma and sighed happily. She poured a healthy dollop of honeyed cream into the bittersweet drink and took a sip, closing her eyes in bliss. Nothing should taste so lovely as this. Rich, creamy, sweet, spicy, with just enough bitterness to make it full-bodied. She rolled the flavors around on her tongue and nearly moaned in pleasure. "The gods' blessings on whoever discovered kefli," she murmured, opening her eyes to find all the Fae watching her in fascination. Her chin came up in defiance of the blush warming her cheeks.
"Well, surely some of the Fae must like it too," she challenged.
"Ah, that came from the blonde-haired warrior named Keel. Many do, but few who enjoy it so well."
Before Ellie could respond, the doors at the far end of the room opened wide, and the doorman announced in ringing tones,
"Her Majesty, Queen Honora of Celeria."
Loriana gasped and fell into a deep, awkward curtsy while beside her, Sol bent nearly double in a bow. The twins froze in the process of stuffing the last of the comfits in their mouths. Then, in a flash of petticoats and pantalettes, they tumbled off the chair and hid behind it, only their quivering bows visible over the stuffed arms of the chair. Ellie looked at the cup of kefli in her one hand and the pastry in the other, and spent a frantic moment searching for a suitable place to set them. Belliard came to her rescue, taking the cup and pastry so she could sink into her own curtsy.
"Please rise."
If the Queen found their blatant nervousness amusing, she didn't let on. Her voice was pleasant and warmly modulated.
"Master Beristoni, a pleasure to meet you at last."
As her father replied, Ellie rose to her feet, clasped her hands tightly together, and stared in wide-eyed fascination at the woman who was queen of all Celeria. She was a tiny woman, with delicate features and large blue eyes and a lovely heart-shaped face. Pale hair so fine it looked like spun sugar was piled high in an elaborate cascade of curls, threaded liberally with ropes of pearls and gold. About her throat she wore a gold necklace, dripping with sapphires and diamonds, that must have cost the yearly wages of the entire West End. She was a walking testimony to the privilege of the upper class, and Ellie was suddenly very conscious of her own humble dress, and even humbler beginnings.
"And you must be Ellysetta."
The Queen was standing before her, smiling, her delicate, milky white hands outstretched.
"My dear, I have heard quite a bit about you."
Ellie stared at those perfect, satin-skinned hands, and reluctantly placed her own much rougher ones in them.
"Your Majesty,"
she blurted, hoping to draw attention away from her chapped skin and ragged fingernails.
"I am honored to meet you, though I am still not certain why we were summoned."
The Queen patted her hand.
"Patience is a virtue, my dear. All will reveal itself in good time."
She flashed a small conspiratorial smile.
"In truth, I'm not supposed to be here myself, but I simply couldn't stand the curiosity any longer."
"Curiosity, ma'am?"
"About you, dear. About you."
The lovely blue eyes narrowed a bit.
"I would have thought the Fae would have seen to your dress before bringing you to the palace. Well, pay no mind to the gossiping tongues."
She walked round to Ellie, inspecting her from all sides.
"You are quite a bit younger than I would have imagined, and not much to look at, though you show definite promise. Skinny and very, very tall. Dear me, a veritable giant. Please tell me you've stopped growing."
Taken aback by the unexpected attack delivered in such sweet tones, Ellie stepped away from the Queen. Had the woman brought her here merely to insult her looks? Surely a queen should be above such cruel entertainment. Ellie's hands fell to her sides, and the right one brushed the hard metal sheath housing Belliard's knife. Her fingers clasped around it with sudden need. The feel of the cool metal, the tiny pebbles of the 6 stones, the sturdy hilt of Belle's Fecha dagger made Ellie's nervousness fade. She, Ellie Beristoni, tall, skinny, not very attractive Ellie, was the woman Rain Tairen's soul had declared to be his Sheatani. Her spine went stiff. She straightened to her full and quite considerable height. Her shoulders squared, her eyes flashed, and she lifted her chin, staring down her nose at the tiny Queen.
"Come to think of it, Your Majesty, I believe I must still be growing. Either that, or you are shrinking."
"Ellie!" Loriana and Sol gasped her name together. Tairen burst out laughing, and Belliard, too solemn Belliard, actually smiled. Queen Honora's limpid blue eyes sharpened, and she eyed Ellie with new respect.
"Very good, my dear," she purred. "I see you are not without claws of your own. You may just survive the coming days after all."
Ellie smiled, showing her teeth. "You may count on it, Your Majesty." The Queen inclined her head, and Ellie returned the gesture warily.
"Enough of my little entertainment."
Queen Honora glanced at Belliard.
"The Feyriza and her parents will remain here until they are called. I will send someone for the children. I'm sure they would much rather play in the palace garden than stay cooped up in this room. I trust you have no objection, Madame Beristoni? No? Good. Nurse will be eager to have such pretty little charges in her care, and I'll be sure she knows not to feed them too many more comfits."
In a swish of perfumed skirts, she was gone. Ellie sank into the nearest chair, covering her face with shaking hands.
Ellysetta Berestani!"
Loriana flew across the room to stand before her daughter, hands on hips, the light of maternal outrage in her eye.
"What were you thinking, speaking like that to the Queen? I never raised you to be so rag-mannered."
"I don't know," Ellie groaned. "I don't know what came over me."
"The Tairen, I think," Belliard replied, his cobalt eyes gleaming bright rather than dark.
"I made a fool of myself. I spoke rudely to the Queen."
"You spoke like the Fae Riser. You brought pride to this Fae."
He glanced at his Fae brethren and cried,
"Miura fella ti Fae Riser. Joy to the Fae Riser. Miura fella ti Fae Riser,"
the other four shouted back. Then the very walls seemed to shake with an echoing roar, as nearly 200 Fae voices shouting in unison rose from all parts of the palace.
"Good sweet Lord of Light!"
Loriana exclaimed. Ellie just stared at her quintet in dismay and prayed her queasy, lurching stomach would settle soon, before she humiliated herself beyond all hope of recovery. Chapter 6. Fortunately, Ellie's stomach settled and she regained at least the outward appearance of composure by the time another liveried servant came to fetch them. Circled by the Fae, she followed her parents out of the antechamber and down a series of halls until they came to a set of massive opulent doors, manned by 2 bewigged footmen and a third pinch-nosed man. 4 royal guards flanked the doors, spears in hand, swords shining at their hips. They eyed the bristling display of Fae weapons suspiciously, but made no attempt to disarm the warriors. The massive doors swung inward, and the pinch-nosed man called out in a carrying voice,
"Master and Madam Sol Berestani, Mistress Ellysetta Berestani."
Before them, the Silurian throne room loomed large. A wide blue carpet stretched for a very long way down the center of the room, leading to 2 enormous thrones that ruled over the vaulted space from a raised dais. Hundreds of people stood in crowded masses on either side of the carpet, and balconies up above held another 100. At least 24 royal guardsmen stood at attention along the walls of the room. The Berestanis and their Fae escort walked down the long and daunting aisle. The king and queen were seated on their respective thrones, flanked on the king's right by Dax von Soland and his red-shrouded truemate Marissia, the Shadelin. 2 rows of benches, presently empty, sat before the dais. Another small platform surrounded by a semicircular wooden railing stood off to the right between the thrones and the benches, angled so the occupants of the thrones, the benches, and the room at large would be able to see whoever stood behind that railing. Ellie's mouth went dry, and her stomach took another unpleasant lurch as sudden realization struck. This was the annual gathering of the Silurian Supreme Court of Justice, presided over by the king and queen, who served as judge and jurors, and facilitated by Marissia von Soland, whose touch could force the truth from even the most hardened criminal. This was the court that rendered final judgment on disputed or undecided cases from all over Sileria. The verdicts of this court were final and irreversible, and Ellie had just mouthed off to the queen,
"Oh, gods, if there's any mercy in you, don't let the Queen hold a grudge."
A man in calf-length blue robes met them at the end of the carpet and gestured for them to take seats in the second-row benches to the right. After making their bows and curtsies, Ellie and her parents sat, but the Fae went to stand at the far edge of the benches. The pinch-nosed man's voice boomed out again.
"Master and Madam Gothar Brodson, Goodman Den Brodson."
Ellie felt her heart sink into her stomach. Sure enough, there they were. Den was once again stuffed into his too-tight suit, pomaded and curled, and wearing a smug Klotz smile as if he knew something no one else did. The steward of the court, wearing blue robes with gold stripes on the lower half of the sleeves, walked to the king and handed him a parchment. King Dorian scanned the parchment, then handed it back and nodded. The steward turned to the benches.
"Goodman Brodson," he said. "Yesterday you petitioned the court to validate the betrothal contract between yourself and Mistress Ellysetta Berestani. You were granted the validation and have petitioned the courts for a special license to wed her immediately. Is this correct?"
Den stood, his chest swelling, his strong chin jutting forward. "It is, sir." "You have a contract signed by the girl's father?" "I do." The steward referred to the parchment. "The girl bears your mark?" "She does." "Is she in this courtroom?" "She is." Den pointed towards Ellie. "That is my betrothed, Ellie Barristani." "Thank you, Goodman Broadson. You may sit." Den shot a gloating look at Ellie and sat. The steward came to stand before Ellie's father. "Master Barristani, did you sign a betrothal contract promising your daughter in marriage to Den Broadson?" Sol stood. "I did, sir." He glanced back at Ellie. "But—" "Thank you, Master Barristani," the steward interrupted. "That will be all." He turned his cold, dispassionate gaze on Ellysetta and called her name. "Ellysetta Barristani?" With a gasp, she jumped to her feet. Yes, sir." Her heart was racing, her stomach roiling, giving her cause to regret the pastry and kefli she had consumed. "Do you bear Den Broadson's mark on your person?" "I had no idea what he was doing," she blurted. "I tried to stop him." Guffaws and raucous jeers sounded in the gallery, and her face flamed with embarrassment. The bailiff banged his gavel and called for silence. "Answer the question, Mistress Barristani. Do you bear Den Broadson's mark on your person?" Her head drooped. "Yes." "You may sit." She sank down on the bench, her shoulders slumped. She and her father had just confirmed before the king and queen that Den had a valid and binding claim to her. That was the same as clapping a collar round her neck and giving Den the leash. She glanced at Bell, but his face was inscrutable. Not even Kieran was smiling. "Goodman Broadson." This time it was the king who spoke. Den leapt to his feet again as the king leaned forward. "Silurian laws and customs regarding betrothals and betrothal contracts are clear and immutable, as we are certain you are well aware. So clear and immutable, in fact, that you should not have found it necessary to file your petition. But your case has extenuating circumstances, does it not? Circumstances that we see you excluded from your petition." A little of the smugness faded from Den's face. "It has been brought to our attention that these circumstances alter the very nature of your case from a simple civil dispute to a potentially explosive situation that could adversely affect Siluria's foreign policy, our diplomatic relations, and even our national security. Did you not think those considerations were important enough to include in the statement you filed?" Den went pale around the mouth. "But, Your Majesty, Take your seat, Goodman. There is another who would address this court." The king gestured, and the massive doors at the back of the room swung open again. In deep, ringing tones, the tempo slowed so that each word sounded clear as a bell. The king's man called out, "His esteemed Majesty, Rainier Valendaris Feyreisen, the Tairen Soul, King of the Fading Lands, Defender of the Fae." Ellie's heart, which had been in her stomach, leapt up into her throat. She jumped to her feet and turned, like every other person in the room, to watch the Fae King make his entrance. "Dear gods," she heard one woman whisper, "he is magnificent." Tall, lean, and searingly handsome, Rainier Valendaris exuded the dark, dangerous beauty and mystery of the Fae race as he strode down the blue carpet. His black leather tunic and snug leggings seemed to absorb light, while his bristling collection of Fae blades were so highly polished that they reflected light back with almost blinding intensity. Black boots, tooled with scarlet and purple Tairen, crossed the length of the throne room in smooth, ground-eating strides. A scarlet sash embroidered with Tairen worked in gold thread, draped from his left shoulder to his right hip, just below one of the two crossed bands of Fecha daggers, while a chain made of fist-sized squares of gold, each set with large Tairen's eye crystals, hung from one shoulder to the other. A golden crown circled his head, each of its 6 points topped with a small globe of priceless Tairen's eye crystal. Even without the crown, no one who saw him could fail to recognize he was a king. He carried power as effortlessly as his broad shoulders carried the purple-lined black cape that billowed out behind him. He reached the end of the carpet and condescended to bend his spine in the almost bow made by one king to another,
He didn't look at Ellie, but his emotions reached out to her and his voice whispered in her mind, Shaitani. She shivered at the liquid caress of the fey word that meant truemate, wife, and beloved all wrapped up in one. Every nerve in her body was aware of him as he stood only feet away, and when a warm breeze of air brushed across the back of her neck and swirled around her ear, she almost cried out at the pleasure of it. The crack of the bailiff's gavel brought silence to the court.
The king of the fading lands has approached us with a petition of his own, King Dorian announced. One that has made us reconsider the validation and license granted to Goodman Brodson yesterday. We have invited the Faerisen to give testimony.
King Dorian gestured to the platform beside him.
If you would step into the testimony box, my lord Faerisen.
The Fey King strode to the platform on the right and stepped behind the railing, facing the court. Marissia came to stand close, but she did not touch him. The steward stepped forward.
Rainier Valandaris, you have stated that you have a claim to Ellysetta Barristani that supersedes our laws, and you have petitioned this court to dissolve the betrothal contract between Den Brodson and Ellysetta Barristani. Is this correct?
It is. His voice was deep and sure, his face proud and uncompromising.
What is the nature of this claim that supersedes our laws?
Ellysetta Barristani is my Shaitani.
His eyes found hers.
My truemate.
A murmur of voices rippled through the crowd.
Please tell the court what a truemate is.
A truemate is the person who holds the other half of a Fae's soul.
His gaze never left hers, and Ellie felt the magic of his voice wrapping her in imperceptible weaves of longing.
It is the most sacred bond known to any Fae, more sacred than that between a king and his subjects, more sacred even than that between a mother and a child.
Ellysetta Barristani is a Solarian, not subject to your laws or customs, but rather to ours, the king interjected. Though she may indeed be your Shaitani, she is also legally betrothed to Den Brodson, according to our laws. She has a prior claim, which she is obviously unwilling to renounce.
Rainier met the king's gaze impassively.
I am the Faerisen. She is my Shaitani. The betrothal to the Solarian must be dissolved. I understand your ways. I will pay Den Brodson and his family restitution for their loss. I do not ask that you break your laws, only that you understand and recognize that there is a higher law at work here. The gods created one woman whose soul could call mine. She sits there. Her betrothal to the Solarian must be dissolved.
And if it is not dissolved?
The sudden, biting coldness of the Fae's expression chilled the room.
I am the only living Tairen soul. Any harm to me is harm to the Fae. I have recognized her as my Shaitani, and the bond must be fulfilled. If you deny her to me, you do me irreparable harm. The Fae will consider it an act of war.
An audible gasp rose from the gallery. The Tairen soul's face smoothed.
But let us hope it does not come to that. As I have said, I will pay the young man's family restitution for their loss.
He gestured, and the doors at the back of the throne room opened. 2 Fae entered, bearing a huge chest between them. They brought it to the front of the room, and at Rain's signal placed it before the Brodsons and opened the lid to reveal a dazzling display of gold and jewels, wealth enough to dower a princess several times over. Gothar Brodson's eyes nearly popped out of his head, while his wife fell back in her seat in a half-swoon.
I know enough of your Solarian laws to know that if the parents accept restitution, the betrothal contract is void.
He pinned the Brodsons with a hard, haughty look.
Do you accept?
Yes,
Den's parents cried, even as their son shouted, No!
Gothar cuffed his son on the side of the head. Quiet, boy. That's a flaming fortune before you. More money than you'll see in a lifetime. No girl's worth losing that.
The butcher nodded.
We agree.
I don't, shouted Den.
When his father would have hit him again, Den deflected the blow and glared ferociously at his sire.
Why do you think he's offering you that money? Because she's worth 20 times that, and he knows it. I won't give up my claim to her.
With a snarl of rage, Rain faced him, and Den's voice suddenly went silent, even though his mouth was still shouting words. It didn't take anyone very long to realize what had happened.
My lord Feyreisen, the king snapped. Release our subject at once. You will not use face sorcery to silence a Silurian subject in a Silurian court of law.
Though he had the power to destroy Den Brodson with a flick of an eyelash, and despite the fact that the Tairen in him was eager to take the burden of this Roltshart's death upon his soul, Rain knew it would be unwise. Ellysetta had not yet entered into the mate bond. She and her family were Silurian. They honored Silurian laws, not Fey ones. Besides, a Fey did not call Tairen to hunt mice. With a narrow-eyed look at the king that plainly said he released the boy because he wished to, not because Dorian commanded it, Rain dissolved the bonds of air he had woven over Den's larynx to prevent speech.
You see?
Den cried, pointing an accusing finger at Rain.
How do you know he hasn't used his sorcery to steal my bride?
Goodman Brodson, King Dorian said.
You're beginning to annoy me. But, Your Majesty, be silent. You marked a girl under questionable circumstances, forced a betrothal contract out of her parents based on that mark, and now you object because another man may have laid claim to the same girl using his own superior brand of force. Little boys shouldn't throw torches at Tairen, Goodman. The Tairen may get a burn, but the boys will be roasted and eaten for dinner.
The king turned to Rain.
As for you, my lord Feyreisen, regardless of whether or not the Brodsons accept your payment, there are still lawful procedures this court must follow.
There are no procedures to govern the bond between a Tairen soul and his mate, Rain interrupted. I have stated my case before you. She is my Sheatani. You have seen the Brodsons accept my payment to them. Dorian Velseranis Toraval, king of Sileria, son of the line of Marika Volseranis of the Fae, do you dissolve the betrothal between Ellysetta Baristani and Den Brodson, holding the Baristani family blameless of any wrongdoing in this matter?
My lord Feyreisen,
Queen Honora leaned forward in her throne before her husband could reply.
You have indeed stated your case.
Her blue eyes were narrowed, and there was a snap in her voice.
The Brodsons have accepted your payment, and yet I don't recall hearing Master Baristani grant you the right to break the betrothal on his behalf.
She met Sol Baristani's bespectacled brown eyes.
Have you given this right to the Tairen soul, Master Baristani?
Sol rose to his feet. He gave Rain a long, hard look.
No, Your Majesty,
he said very clearly.
I have not.
Ah, so it seems, Rainier Velandaris, you are incorrect in your assumption that the betrothal is broken merely because the groom's family accepts your very large bribe.
The queen smiled sweetly.
Perhaps you are not so familiar with Silurian laws as you thought.
Rain's eyes blazed a furious command at the woodcarver. You will grant me this right.
Sol!
The woodcarver's wife tugged at her husband's sleeve. Her voice was an urgent whisper that Rain brought easily to his ears on a waft of air.
Don't do it. Think of Ellie, what's best for her. You can't mean to cede her over to these godless sorcerers.
Sol shrugged her off, muttering, Hush, Laurie. I am thinking of what's best for her.
She never wanted Den, you know that. That she's dreamed of the Fae. This Fae. All her life. You've always given her everything she wanted, but not this soul. They'll destroy her. They'll corrupt her soul. Everything we've ever done to keep her safe will be lost. Maybe, Laurie, the Bright Lord sent these Fae to help her, to protect her from the things we can't. And maybe they're the very thing we were meant to protect her against.
Sol took a deep breath, stiffened his spine, and struck an aggressive, challenging stance that any male of any species would have recognized. He turned to Rain.
I don't know you, my lord, and you don't know me, but lest you think it has escaped my notice. For all this talk of souls and mating, not once have I heard the word marriage fall from your lips. I did not raise my daughter to be any man's concubine, even if he is a king. If you want the right to break Ellysetta's betrothal, Tairen soul, rest assured you will wed her. And I mean by Silurian custom
in a Silurian church with her family in attendance and a binding marriage contract in my hand.
Soul, his wife gasped. No! Papa!
Incredulity and hope warred with fear and pride on Ellysetta's face. Rain's expression lost its fury. A man protecting his daughter was something any Fae understood all too well.
Agreed.
He turned back to the Queen.
I believe now your Silurian laws are satisfied. Ellysetta's father has given me the right to offer payment on his behalf. The Broadsons have accepted it. The betrothal is broken.
Seeing Ellysetta about to slip from his grasp,
Den jumped to his feet and shouted, "She's mine! She bears my mark! She accepted it willingly! Ask her parents! She never tried to stop me! Never called out for help!"
A feral growl rumbled ominously from the Fae Risen's throat. He bared his teeth, his eyes flashing hot with power and rage. The guards along the wall snapped to tense alertness.
She called to me. I felt her terror, her fear, her outrage across hundreds of miles. Willing, you attacked her in her own home, took advantage of her innocence and her ignorance of your mating rituals to put your filthy mark on her and lay claim to her against her will. You did not know she was my Sheatani. It is the only reason you still draw breath.
My Lord Verizon, the king snapped. You will not threaten our subjects in our presence.
Rain's head whipped around. The torches on the wall flared violently, making the crowd gasp.
Then your subjects had best not lay claim to the Tairen soul's mate, he hissed.
It was not a ruler, not a man of peace who looked out from Rain's face, but a fierce predator, barely caged. No one in Sileria had seen a Tairen soul in 1,000 years, and no one, not even the king with his Fae blood, had understood what they were dealing with. Ellie couldn't help feeling both fear and a thrill of excitement at the display of primitive possessiveness. His savagery, which should have frightened her witless, made her feel protected instead. She had never known what it was to be wanted so badly by anyone, had never dreamed such a thing could happen to her. A tide of longing swept over her, drowning out her fear of magic, her nightmares, even Celian's warning not to let the Fae control her mind. She looked at Rain's hands, now clenched into tight fists. She remembered the feel of them sliding into her hair, remembered the closeness of his arms pulling her tight, the way his voice had poured over her like honeyed cream as he spoke the Fae words of Shaitanitsa claiming, Veriza Kuchai, Kemsara, Sheatani. Your soul calls out. Mine answers, beloved. She remembered the warmth and security she had felt with the sound of his heart beating in her ear. Heat bloomed in her breasts and belly, a tingling heat that made her skin feel 2 sizes too small. Rain drew a hissing breath, and his eyes, glowing like beacons, fastened on her face. Need, hot and urgent, rolled over her, scorching her, bringing every nerve in her body to quivering life. She could almost feel his desire, like hands, stroking her through the fabric of her gown, touching the aching tightness of her breasts, the liquid heat gathering in her loins. Her breath came very fast, and a fine trembling started in her belly, radiating outward. "Dear gods," she whispered, her eyes starting to lose focus. What was happening to her? Dear gods. Then he was there, his strong hands drawing her up against his chest, his arms enfolding her. His cape swirled about her, hiding her from the hundreds of prying eyes surrounding them. She leaned into his strength, pressing her hot face against his throat. Her arms linked around his waist and clung tight as his head bent to her and his lips rained searing kisses and a storm of passionate Faean words in her hair. "You are mine." The fierce claim sent another bout of shudders rippling through her. All she could do was cling to him and whisper brokenly, "Yes, yes." Rain's head shot up in savage triumph.
"She is mine," he growled,
his narrowed gaze spearing the onlookers with naked threat, a lethal promise of death to anyone fool enough to try to take Ellysetta Baristani from him. The scorching heat of the Tairen soul's desire for his mate was palpable, and his primitive claiming of her raised the temperature of the room several degrees higher. In the gallery, breathless corseted ladies swooned by the dozens. On the dais, the king swallowed and ran a finger under the suddenly too tight neck of his tunic, while the queen shifted restlessly on her throne and fanned her face, muttering, "Good sweet Lord of Light." King Dorian cleared his throat.
"It would indeed seem that you and Mistress Berestani are in accord on the subject, my Lord Feyrizen, and this court has heard all it needs to hear."
His face settled into a stern expression, and he leveled a hard gaze on the butcher's son.
"Den Brodson, you claimed the girl by marking her without her consent or knowledge, and when the King of the Fae also claimed her, you filed a petition in the hopes that our court administrators would not yet have heard the name of Ellysetta Berestani and would make your claim binding before anyone was the wiser. You sought to deny the Tairen soul his truemate through legal maneuvering."
Den opened his mouth to object, but the king's hand slashed up in a curt gesture that silenced the objection before Den gave it voice.
"If Ellysetta Berestani were being claimed by the Feyrizen against her will, if he threatened her in any way, then I might very well refuse the Fey King his mate and face the consequences of that decision, whatever those might be. But you, Den Brodson, not the Tairen soul, are the one who has molested the girl, claimed her against her will, threatened her family, and tried to manipulate this court in order to force her to your will. I will not, now or ever, plunge Celeria into war in order to support the questionable claim of an unquestionable bully." "She is mine," Den shouted. "She bears my mark. Everything she says is being manipulated by these Fey sorcerers, and you are falling prey to their magic. Goodman Brodson, you will be silent."
The king gripped the arms of his throne and glared at the butcher's son.
"As my queen correctly noted earlier, the betrothal agreement is between Master Berestani and your father. You have no say in the matter. Your father has accepted payment in lieu of your bride. The betrothal is dissolved. The Berestanis are free of all obligations, material or honorable, entailed by the agreement or the circumstances leading up to it. Ellysetta Berestani may bear your mark, but she is no longer yours to claim. Is that clear?" "It's clear, Your Majesty," Gulthar replied quickly, grabbing his son up in his arms and clamping one huge hand over the younger man's mouth. "Very clear. Thank you for your time and patience. Den won't be bothering these people."
"See that he does not," the king warned. Then he took a deep breath and leaned back in his throne.
"In light of the obviously strong feelings this case has, aroused,"
a weak, dazed laughter rippled through the audience,
"I call a one-bell recess to allow passions to cool."
He nodded, and the steward's gavel cracked out the call for dismissal. The king immediately rose to his feet and thrust out an imperious hand to his queen.
"Anura, you will attend me."
The queen eyed the passion-dark eyes of her husband, the flaring nostrils, the ruddy color of his face, and took his hand, allowing him to drag her off her throne and into the privacy of the antechambers beyond. Only a few paces away, Ellie's Fey protectors watched the throne room empty with astonishing quickness, the majority of observers leaving by twos with flushed faces and dazed eyes. The few dozen who remained were mostly women who stayed behind to ogle the Fey Tairen soul and his Celerian truemate.
"Any bets on the number of Celerian babies born in 9 months' time?"
Gil Van Tomar murmured dryly as he watched the rush of departing couples. Rowan Vel Arcanus ran a hand through his black hair and shook his thighs to ease the tightness of his leathers.
"And I thought the Kefli thing was stimulating."
Beside him, his younger brother Adriel gave a bark of laughter that he tried to disguise with a fit of coughing. Kieran grinned and obligingly thumped him on the back.
"What do you think, Belle?"
"She is a fine mate for our king," Belliard replied in a distracted voice. The watchful eyes of Ellysetta's blood-sworn champion were focused on the enraged face of Den Brodson as his father dragged him from the courtroom.
"Belle."
Losing his grin, Kieran followed the older Fae's gaze.
"You think the little sausage still hopes to make trouble? Surely even he would not be so stupid."
"Not stupid, no. He was wise enough to see in our Feyriza what these other Celerian fools did not, what even she does not see in herself."
Belliard fingered one of the red-handled fecha sheathed in his crisscrossed chest straps. A man who has laid claim to such wealth will not let it slip from his hands without a fight.
Chapter 7. As the courtroom emptied, Sol cleared his throat to gain the attention of the infamous Fae holding Ellysetta.
"My lord, Fae-Ryzen, your majesty."
Lavender eyes snapped open, bright and fierce. Sol felt his knees tremble, but he stood his ground.
"I am Sol Baristani, sir, the father of that young woman you're holding so closely. It would make me quite a bit happier if you would release her." "Sol?" Loriana muttered a barely audible warning. "Ah, the father." Anger skated across the Tairen Sol's face. "The man who would sell my Sheatani to the Rotshart with the filthy, roving mouth and disrespectful hands."
Sol drew in a sharp breath.
"Despite what you obviously believe, I love my daughter. I urge you not to cast judgment when you know nothing of me or the reasons for my actions."
"Papa?" Ellie emerged from the folds of the Tairen Sol's cloak. Her hair was mussed. A few of her curls had won freedom from their confinement, and now dangled in springy ringlets from their anchor pins. Her green eyes were heavy-lidded and slumberous. Though she glanced from Sol to Rain, her gaze sharpened considerably. "My lord Fae-Ryzen." The Tairen Sol's expression relaxed, and he reached out to wind one loose flame-colored coil around his index finger. He rubbed the curl with his thumb, a tender expression warming his eyes.
"I would never bring nor allow harm to my Sheatani's family," he announced,
and his fingers set to work on the intimate task of putting Ellysetta's escaped curls back in order.
"To do so would be to harm her. You may speak your mind, Master Baristani, without fear of reprisal."
He tucked the last ringlet in place and secured it with a pin. The Tairen Sol's knuckle lightly caressed Ellie's cheek, while his gaze met and held Sol's. Sol understood. The boundaries had just been established. Though Sol was Ellie's father, the Tairen Sol was her mate, and he claimed the right to protect and guide her. Sol expelled a weary breath.
"Den Brodson isn't the husband I would have chosen for Ellie, but once he marked her, with or without her consent, she would have been shunned here in Celeria had I not signed the betrothal. I made what I considered to be the right decision under the circumstances, to protect both Ellie and the rest of my family."
"To protect her, you sell her to a man she despises, a man who takes advantage of her innocence, to trap her into a union she does not want."
"And what of you?" Sol retorted. "Your actions are certainly not beyond reproach. I don't know how things are done in the Fading Lands, but here in Celeria, a man of honor does not approach an innocent girl and overwhelm her with intimate attentions the likes of which no decent unmarried young woman should be subjected to."
"Ah." Rain's lips curved in a mockery of a smile.
"Then I should have come into your house to overwhelm her with intimate attentions, as you allowed the butcher's son to do. Don't twist my words."
"They are untwisted. I merely spoke them back to you." Ellie laid her hand on the Tairen Sol's arm. "Stop," she told him quietly. "He is my father. Do not mock him. In my own ignorance, I have shamed him not once, but twice." The Tairen Sol took her chin between his fingers and compelled her to meet his eyes.
"What is between us shames no one, Sheatani. And any shame brought by the mark forced upon you lies with your parents and the butcher's offspring, not with you. You are bright and shining."
Despite Sol's distress, he couldn't mistake the astonishing gentleness in the fierce man's face. If Sol had been able to choose a husband for his daughter, he would not have hesitated to choose one who looked at her with such tenderness. The Tairen Sol raised his other hand to brush a wave of bright hair away from Ellysetta's face.
"Where is this mark that has caused such trouble?"
When Ellie tugged her chemise aside, he bent his head and frowned at the dark spot on her skin.
"An attractive custom," he murmured. "Why blemish beauty to claim it?"
"I'm not beautiful," she protested.
"You are to me."
He raised his head and rapped out a command in Feyn that brought the red-shrouded Shadelin and her mate to his side. When the Shadelin reached out a hand, Ellie shrank away from her touch.
Do not be afraid, Sheatani, Rain said. Mauricia will only remove the mark, like she healed your hand. There is nothing to be afraid of.
She won't try to pry into my mind? You promise?
Nay, she will not. I promise. Black brows arched. Would you rather keep the mark? I thought it distressed you and that you would be pleased to be rid of it.
It does distress me. I would like it removed if she can do it, but nothing more than that. No probing. Ellie stared at the red-veiled face beside her with trepidation.
I was wrong to trespass before Ellysetta Berestani, the Shadowland said. I will not do so again. You have my oath as Celeria's truth-speaker. May I touch you to remove this mark?
Mauricia waited for Ellie's nod before proceeding. Even then, Ellie flinched as the Shadowland's fingers touched her throat.
Peace, little sister, Mauricia murmured. You will feel heat and tingling where I touch. I call upon your body to unmake the stain on your flesh, to break it down and expel it.
Her thumb brushed over Ellysetta's collarbone, removing the dry dust that was all that remained of Den Brotson's attempt to claim a Tairen soul's mate.
There, the mark is gone as though it were never there.
Ellie touched her throat, rubbing the spot that still tingled. Her eyes widened in surprise when Rain produced a mirror out of thin air and presented it to her.
It is made of spirit, he told her, but the reflection is true.
I see, she said, though she didn't really. Understanding the engineering nuances of magic was far beyond her realm of comprehension. Thank you. She lifted the mirror and ran her fingers over the spot where Den had bitten her. The mark was gone. She released a breath, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from her. Thank you, Lady Mauricia.
Chevalme, I am glad to be of service to the Feyriza.
Rain turned back to Sol.
You were chastising me. You may continue.
Sol shook his head. His anger, justified though it had been, was gone.
My point, he said wearily, is that you are a stranger to me, and you have sent other strangers, lethally armed ones at that, into my home to work gods only know what magical mischief. You appear to care for my daughter, but that doesn't excuse your behavior. You summoned my family to a public forum and put our most private family matters on display for the titillation of the masses, including things better saved for the privacy of a bedchamber. And you've done it all without having the common decency to present yourself to me as any honorable man would have done when seeking to win my daughter's hand.
After a moment of silence, the Tairen soul bowed his head. To Sol's surprise, twin flags of color stained the man's cheeks. Who would have thought the king of the Fae could be put to blush? It made Sol like him a bit better.
The father of my Sheatani is right to upbraid me for failing to introduce myself and request his blessing. Even in the fading lands, a man must approach his mate's family before he begins the courtship. My only excuse is that the bond caught me unawares and has left me unsettled.
The Tairen soul grimaced, and Sol had the feeling there was a great deal left unsaid on that subject.
As for the Fae I sent into your home, they are there to protect Ellysetta and your family. I am not without enemies, and they might do you harm to hurt me through her. With your permission, Master Berestani, I would introduce you to the warriors who protect your daughter.
At Rain's wave, the 5 Fae who served in his truemate's quintet came closer.
This is Tairen Velsolond.
He gestured to the brown-haired, blue-eyed Fae who always seemed to be smiling.
He is the son of Mauricia and Dax, and as you may have already learned, he enjoys a good joke. There are none among all the Fae who can wield earth better than he.
450 years old, Tairen was the last child born to the Fae people. Though he had only recently completed the final level of the Dance of Knives and earned the right to guard a Sheatani outside the fading lands, he was so strong in earth, air, spirit, and fire that Rain had not hesitated to appoint him to Ellysetta's quintet.
This is Kiel Veltomar.
The lean, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Fae bowed low with a supple grace that exceeded even Fae standards.
He is a master of water magic. He likes small children, and they usually like him, though it appears your Laurel may have a different opinion.
The black eye and scratches Kiel had earned yesterday had healed considerably, thanks to the natural Fae recuperative powers, but he still bore the marks of Laurel's displeasure.
These two are Rowan and Adriel Vel Arcanus.
Rain gestured to the 2 black-haired, brown-eyed Fae, who closely resembled each other.
They are brothers. Rowan is a master of fire, and Adriel is unbeatable in air. Both were also strongly gifted in earth.
Twins?
Loriana asked. Nay, there are 73 years between them.
Her look of surprise amused him.
That makes them almost cradle friends by Fae standards. And this,
Rain clapped a hand on his friend's leather-clad shoulder.
This is Beliard Veljalani, the oldest and fiercest of all Fae warriors, and my friend. Bel is a master of spirit.
He was also master of every elemental magic save earth, which to his undying shame he could not wield at all. He had walked the earth for more than 1,400 years, and was now the oldest unmated Fae warrior in the Fading Lands, a fact that made Rain both proud of and afraid for his friend. It would not be long before the burden of the many deaths on Bel's soul either sent him to eternal rest or eternal wandering as an outcast, a Dal Raisin, one of the death and sorrow shadowed lost souls who were forever banished from the Fading Lands.
Earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. Each of these strangers I sent to guard your daughter masters one of the 4 elemental magics and the one mystic that we wield. Alone, they are more powerful in their particular magic than any Fae you are ever likely to meet. Together, they are nearly invincible. I sent the best warriors of the Fading Lands to protect your daughter, Master Baristani. Each of them has pledged his steel and his life to keep her safe. They will remain by her side whenever she is not by mine.
Well, said Sol, eyeing the Fae warriors with new respect.
And as for bringing you into this court to air your private affairs, I would never have done so had Den Brodson not tried to use your legal system to rob me of my Sheatani. King Dorian and Marissia persuaded me that this was the best way to handle the situation. It was not done to bring shame. The Fae are a very proud people, though I have not done them honor since entering Celeria. With your permission, I would begin anew.
With grave graciousness, Rain Tairen's soul bowed low before the spectacled mortal who, at less than 1/10 his age, would, God's willing, be his bondfather in the not-too-distant future.
Blessings and peace on the house of my beloved. Life, soul, steel, and magic, I do pledge to her protection. May I prove worthy of her trust.
In Faean, then in Celerian, Rain spoke the traditional words of a courting Fae warrior to his mate's family. That much honor at least he could do this man, after all the unintentional dishonor Rain had shown him thus far. Rain bowed again.
These are the words a Fae warrior speaks to the family of the woman he courts.
He had spoken those words once before to Sariel's parents, more than 1,100 years ago. Then he had failed in his pledge. Sariel had joined him in the mate bond and died while under his protection. It would not happen again. After a moment, Sol held out a hand.
I welcome you as a suitor for my daughter's hand, and I thank you for the honor you do my house.
He smiled a little.
Those are the words Celerian fathers speak to young men who come courting their daughters in the proper fashion.
Rain stared at the extended hand in surprise. It took him a moment to realize he was supposed to shake it. Fae senses being what they were, the Fae did not use touch as casually as other races did, especially not the skin-to-skin contact favored by the non-Fae of the earth. Still, to refuse this handshake would be to insult his prospective bondfather. Rain clasped his hand carefully around the smaller man's and was pleased to sense almost no darkness in the woodcarver. The brightness of his spirit was refreshing, and it proved that he was an honest, humble man who was happy in his life and his family. As Sol shook his hand, his thoughts poured freely into Rain's mind. Out of respect for the man's privacy, Rain tried to block most of them out, but he could not prevent himself from hearing the thoughts concerning Ellie's happiness, her safety, and Sol's related concerns about the security of his family. Though Rain would have liked to erase the man's fears, he could not promise more than he already had. Danger always courted the Fae people. They had too much power, too much wealth, too much that other races coveted.
For a Fae, the blessing of a truemate is the greatest gift that can be bestowed. Master Baristani, you have my thanks for guarding her so well and for keeping her safe until now. I add my strength and vigilance to your own until the honor of protecting her becomes mine alone.
Thank you, my lord. Ellysetta touched the back of his bare hand with her fingertips. Rain drew in his breath at the sudden rush of feelings that sprang from the simple feel of her skin meeting his. The strength of his connection to this young Silurian went so far beyond what he had felt for Sariel he could hardly fathom it. She was so young, so incredibly new to the world and to him, and yet regardless of the cost to his soul, Rain would destroy anyone and anything that dared to stand between them. And if any dared to harm her, he would shred them without mercy and dance as he drank their blood. Ellysetta misunderstood the fierce look on his face because she snatched her hand back and apologized for touching him.
Nay, do not apologize. Rain could barely restrain himself from reaching for that hand and putting it back on his skin.
His fingers itched to do so, and he clenched them into fists. He craved her touch, ached for it as only a Fae warrior could. But admitting to his need was the same as admitting a weakness, something a Fae rarely did willingly.
I was merely surprised. You may touch me if you like.
But she didn't lay that sweet hand upon him again. He cursed his own unguarded reaction that had cost him such a small but much desired pleasure, and wondered how he might contrive to get it back. He bent his head to her, his gaze intent as he willed her to touch him again. To his disgruntlement, she did not. Laughter sounded in his mind. Laughter he recognized, but had not heard in any form for centuries.
Belle.
He turned to his old friend in disbelief. Though to most, the solitary Fae would still appear blank as a wall, Rain knew better. Belle's dark eyes glinted with amusement, and the grim stoicism of his face was less pronounced. There was even the faintest crinkling at the corners of his eyes, humor struggling to find expression.
If you could see yourself, Rain, pouting like a cicada whose lunch just got away.
The corner of Belle's mouth actually twitched.
You could always just command her to put her head back on you.
Despite his amazement over Belle's incredible rediscovery of levity, Rain scowled. To issue such a command would be to admit he could not win his desire any other way. It would be the same as admitting defeat, another thing no Fae warrior would ever willingly do. Nay, he was Tairen enough to be crafty, to lure his Sheatani into giving willingly that which he desired, without revealing to her how badly he desired it.
You babble like a child, Fae. Aye, but then the babblings of a child so often hold truth, my king. What has happened to my fierce friend Belle? Your Sheatani, thank the gods.
Rain's scowl was immediate, the hand reaching for a fecha instinctive, though before Rain could pull the blade free, Belle's quick denial sounded in his mind.
Nay, nothing like that. By the flame, Ray, no Fae would dare.
In an odd tone, torn between shock and something that almost sounded like hurt, Belle added,
Red Rain, you would pull red against me?
Rain's gaze darted to the scarlet fecha handle his fingers still clutched. With an oath, he snatched his hand away.
Forgive me, Belle.
All Fae steel was tempered in fire and imbued with magic as a result, but red fecha daggers were doused in Tairen venom as they were forged, making them deadly poison even to Fae. Fae did not pull red against other Fae. To actually attack another Fae with red was a banishing offense.
These feelings drive me mad. I cannot think. Peace, Rain. This is a difficult time for any Fae, you more so than others.
Rain nodded curtly and lifted a hand to run his fingers through his hair, only to stop when he realized what he was doing. To continue showing his distraction was yet another sign of discipline unraveling. He forced his hands down and extended an arm to his Sheatani.
Come, we are through here. I will escort you and your family home.
When Ellysetta would have linked her arm through his in the Silurian fashion, he stopped her.
Nay, in time of need I would lose time untangling my arm from yours.
He took her hand, straightened her fingers, and laid them on his wrist, bathing in the pleasure of her touch, and ignoring the sound of Belle's laughter in his mind the whole while.
This is the Fae way. My hands and arm are free should I need to call steel or magic to your defense.
In a flash, he had an unsheathed black fecha in his hand.
You see?
She eyed the naked blade with obvious worry. You think there will be trouble here? In the palace? His lips thinned.
Trouble has begun here before.
He regretted the fear that sprang to her eyes, but he could not lie to her. Outside the Fading Lands, danger was never far from the Fae. She must learn that and be wary enough to watch for it. Still, she was his truemate, and it was his duty to keep her from harm and worry.
Will there be trouble today, Sheatani? I doubt it, but we must always be on guard.
He sheathed the blade and extended his arm to her again.
Come, let us walk. I will send the Fae to bring your sisters to us.
Before taking his arm, she adjusted a golden chain at her waist and curled the fingers of her left hand around the black hilt of a blade sheathed at her hip. Only then did she place the fingers of her right hand on his wrist in the manner he had taught her. If there were to be danger, she and her Fae-cha would be ready for it. Even as the gesture took him aback, no Fae woman would ever lift a blade against a living creature. Gentle amusement and pride mingled inside him. His Solarian Sheatani might be foreign and far too young, but her spirit was fierce. She would not cringe from the possibility of trouble. She would meet it with steel. As Rain, Ellysetta, and her parents made their way through the palace, Rain looked more closely at the dagger in his Sheatani's grasp. His brows climbed skyward as he recognized the identifying mark carved into the black pommel.
You have made a conquest, I see.
She blushed faintly. Belliard gave it to me, she admitted, in some sort of Fae ceremony. He said I should always look to you to be my first protector, but that he would always be my second. It's all right that I accepted the knife, isn't it?
Ah, Rain agreed, frowning. Bell had blood sworn himself to her. That's what I was trying to tell you, Rain. She touched me and wished me joy, and now my heart weeps again. What?
What Fae warrior wouldn't blood swear himself to a woman who could lift the weight of centuries of death from his soul with a single touch? But who was his Sheatani that she would have such power? Even Marissia, the strongest of the Fae Shadolins, could not work such a miracle. Rain turned to Ellie's parents.
Is there a history of magic in your families? Fae blood, perhaps?
They had intermarried with Solarians in the past. Sol shook his head.
No. Laurie and I are both pure mortal, simple folk from simple stock. Not so simple. You've produced a Tairen Sol's Sheatani. That has never been done before in all of Fae memory.
The Baristanes looked at each other, then back at him.
Oh, no,
Sol informed him.
Ellie's our daughter, but she's not of our blood.
The woodcarver quickly related the tale of how he and his wife had found the infant Ellie in the woods of Norban, a week's journey north of the Solarian capital.
There was no sign of a parent, nothing to identify where she came from.
Sol shook his head.
Nothing except a note asking someone to take her. She was just there, sitting under a tree. I don't think she'd been there very long when Laurie found her. She was awake, but she wasn't crying.
He smiled fondly at his adopted daughter.
She was a solemn little waif with big green eyes and the brightest hair you've ever seen. Laurie and I didn't think we could have children, so we took her in. Not that we had much to offer, poor as mice we were. My hands had been crippled in an accident. I didn't think I'd ever carve again.
But your hands have healed.
Yes,
Sol agreed, grinning and flexing his fingers.
Better than ever.
And the little girls with the brown hair, are they adopted also?
No, Lilissa and Laurel are ours. Ellie'd been with us almost 15 years when we were blessed with the twins. She was almost as happy as we were. She'd been wanting her own little sisters to love.
You enjoy good health?
The best. Hardly ever even get the sniffles.
And good fortune.
We do well enough. We've never been rich, but we've never lacked for anything either. Now that we've received a royal commission, we'll not lack for money to dower our girls. We're simple folk with simple needs, and we're happy. That's all that really matters in the end, isn't it?
Aye, Rain murmured. Happiness is a fortune beyond compare. He glanced at Belle and the other Fae and saw comprehension dawning in their eyes.
Belle sent 2 men to Norban. Perhaps someone there knows more.
Belle nodded, and Rain turned his attention back to Sol and Loriana.
So, you took in an abandoned child. After that, your hands, which were crippled, were healed. Your wife's womb, which was barren, bore fruit. You have enjoyed excellent health and happiness, and you've never lacked for anything you truly needed. And when you needed a little more, you received a royal commission. Have there been any other small miracles since you took her in? Any other dreams that have come true? We've always said she was our good luck charm, but surely you're not implying that Ellie... No, these are coincidences, nothing more. Any one on its own might be a coincidence, but taken all together, with Ellysetta also being a Tairen soul's Sheatani, it can be no coincidence. The slender hand covering his wrist jerked. Rain caught it in a loose grip before she could pull away. What are you saying? That she's Fae? Soul asked. Fae, possibly. Magic? Most definitely.
With a yank, Ellie pulled her hand free, crossing her arms and stuffing her hands in her armpits where he could not reach them. I'm not magic. There's not a magic bone in my body. If there are miracles here, it's the work of the gods, not me.
Do not fear what you are, Sheatani. It is a wondrous thing.
No, I'm Silurian, just plain mortal like my parents. I'm no different than they are.
Lass, peace, Ellysetta. I do not mean to upset you.
The frightened, almost frantic look in her eyes reminded Rain of the desperate fear that radiated from an animal as they swooped upon it in Tairen form.
I don't understand why you would fear your magic so.
What Silurian wouldn't?
That bitter question came from Loriana.
How many magic-blighted forests do we have thanks to you and the rest of your kind? How many dark places to trap unwary travelers?
Her mouth turned grim.
Stoll and I both knew what it meant when we found Ellie abandoned in the woods. She was born in the Darklands, infected with magic left over from the Mage Wars, but neither of us could bear to leave a child to die, so we took her in and did our best to raise her in the light and keep her safe from magic and magical creatures.
She gave her husband a hard look.
You were compassionate indeed to take her in despite your fears, Rain replied. But rest assured, she possesses no mere remnant of magic, dark or otherwise. Her power is bright and shining and very strong.
It had to be, or she could never have reached Belle's heart.
Arrogant Fae Rultsharts. Think they can come in and take whatever they want? Thrice damn soul-scorched sorcerers!
Den Brodson sat at the bar of the Charging Boar pub and glared into his nearly empty pint of dark ale.
Another pint of Red Skull Briggs,
he growled as he downed a swallow of what was already his third pint in half a bell.
Make that 2.
The smooth, accented voice behind him brought Den's head around for a quick, assessing glance. The newcomer, a foreigner, wearing a blue sea captain's coat, smiled slightly and gestured to the bar stool beside Den.
May I?
Den shrugged.
As you like.
The man straddled the bar stool.
I couldn't help overhearing your story. The young woman claimed by the Tairen soul. She was yours?
My betrothed. At least she wasn't until that damned face sorcerer stole her from me.
Den flicked another appraising glance over the foreigner, noting the man's oiled curls, woven with gold rings, and the dark blue tattoo in the shape of crossed swords high on one sun-bronzed cheek.
What's it to you?
A matter of interest, and perhaps a problem I can assist you with.
What makes you think I need any help?
The man held Den's gaze steadily, and for a moment, Den glimpsed something hard and dangerous in the man's vivid blue-green eyes. Then the man blinked and said mildly,
Perhaps I misunderstood you earlier. I thought you wanted the woman back.
I do?
Then do not be foolish. A powerful immortal has claimed your woman, and the courts have upheld his claim. You cannot possibly hope to stand against him unaided.
Briggs approached with 2 pints in hand. The foreigner pulled a money purse from an inside pocket of his coat and extracted a gold coin.
Shall I buy this round?
Den shrugged again, his eyes watchful.
I never turned down a free pint.
The man smiled, revealing impressively white teeth. He tossed the coin to Briggs, then held out a hand to Den.
The name's Bate, Captain Bate. I sell a merchantman from Sorelia.
Den Brodson.
Den shook the captain's hand.
And just how exactly do you think a Sorelian merchantman can help me best reign Tairen's soul?
Is there somewhere we can speak privately, Goodman Brodson?
Without taking his gaze from the Sorelian, Den called over his shoulder,
Briggs, is the back room open?
It is,
the bartender replied.
Help yourself, Den.
Den led the Sorelian to a small private room at the back of the pub. As the door closed behind them, he turned and crossed his arms over his chest.
Well, how can you help me?
Captain Bate smiled.
Not I alone, goodman. I am but the humble servant of a very powerful man, but first, as a gesture of your goodwill.
He pulled a small oval object from his pocket and held it out. The mirrored surface appeared cloudy at first, but then an image began to form in the misty glass, a wizard's glass, Dan realized, used for scrying and for recording images.
Tell me everything you know about this woman.
The wizard's glass was clear now, and the image of Cillian Pierson, Ellie's best friend, stared up at Den from the crystalline surface. Chapter 8. My beloved is the sun, and I am the earth that thrives only in her warmth. My beloved is the rain, and I am the grass that thirsts for her quenching kiss. My beloved is the wind, and I am the wings that soar when she fills me with her gentle strength. My beloved is the rock, upon which rests the happiness of all my days. The Elements of Love, a poem by Aileron von Cavalli of the Fae. That evening, 2 bells before sunset, Rain presented himself in full ceremonial splendor at the door of Sol Baristani's humble home. Marissia and Dax accompanied him, along with Marissia's quintet, and another 5 Fae warriors carrying several chests. After introducing Marissia and Dax, Rain bowed to Sol Baristani.
This is how I should have begun, Master Baristani, Rain said. In the Fading Lands, a man brings gifts to the home of his beloved to ask her family's blessing on the courtship. The gifts, his hands gestured towards the 3 chests the Fae had carried into the room, are intended to show the suitor's depth of feeling for his prospective mate. The stronger the bond to his mate, the more clearly he sees her family through her eyes. If my gifts please you, then I have seen you clearly, and the bond is true. Please, open them.
Needing no further prodding, the twins fell upon the chest that bore their name and flung back the lid. Inside, a selection of brightly colored clothes with matching shoes and hair bows, and a collection of porcelain dolls and full court dress elicited squeals of delight. For Loriana, Rain had selected a dashing burgundy dress adorned with black lace at the cuffs and collar, matching hat and gloves, a pair of gleaming black boots with sturdy heels and buttons up the side, and a black cape with downy soft fur at the collar. The clothes were sensible but of superior quality and workmanship, obviously expensive but discreet enough that Loriana could wear them about the neighborhood without feeling as though she were putting on airs. On the collar of the dress, an exquisite sun and moonstone cameo set in gold filigree gleamed with subtle and very feminine elegance. Despite Loriana's distrust of the Fae, the stern lines of her face softened when she beheld the gifts meant for her.
"It's so lovely," she said, running a hand over the fabric before she could catch herself. "Thank you."
Sol's chest contained a collection of raw woods, the finest to be found, including a large block of black, almost grainless ebon wood, and a slightly smaller block of pale cinnamon-colored fire oak that would gleam like copper flame once it was properly polished. Also nestled inside was a pouch containing a new burlwood pipe and a selection of fine tobaccos that made Sol smile in pleasure when he sniffed them.
"Well,"
said Sol, caressing the wood with his master's fingers, already envisioning the beauty waiting to be revealed by judicious application of his chisels and gouges.
"The bond must indeed be true. I don't believe you could have chosen better for any of us."
Rain bowed low to show his appreciation of the fine compliment, while Ellie's 5 Fae guardians nodded approvingly and spread the word to the rest of the Fae that their king had successfully made his amends with his prospective bond family.
"With these, Master Baristani," Rain touched the ebonwood and fire oak, "I ask that you make a particular piece."
He carefully formed the image of what he wanted in his mind, and using a narrow weave of spirit, placed that image in Sol's mind.
"Do you see it?"
Eyes wide with wonder, Sol nodded.
"Yes. Can you make it?" "Yes."
Rain released his weave and the picture winked out of Sol's mind. Dazed, Sol touched his temple.
"How did you do that?"
Rain explained at least as well as he could to a mortal with no concept of magic.
"It is like drawing a picture, only instead of paper, I use spirit. All living creatures hold spirit within them. It is the energy that allows you to think thoughts, to dream, to imagine. Because you possess spirit, I can communicate with you using it. Fey magic is merely the ability to control the elements and the mystics, to open their natural paths and weave them to our will.
And the mirror you made earlier, Ellie asked, beginning to understand,
was spirit, not real, but a mental projection of a mirror that I created using spirit. A bit more complex because I tied to the image the ability to reflect the natural world. The mirror was both a picture of a mirror and a picture of what the mirror would see at any given moment. A master of spirit can tap all of your senses, building taste, touch, smell, sound, everything into the weave. But an object created of spirit remains an illusion at heart.
Belle told me that Kieran commands earth and that things made of earth are real.
But to weave earth into substance, you must first have the substance to weave. You can pull it from the world around you, but that is difficult and takes great care and concentration, as well as exceptional command of earth. If you pull too much from something else, you damage it.
Rain's eyes crinkled at the corners.
Fey magic is not without its limitations, despite what mortals believe.
What of the wizards that come to Celeria? Are all their feats illusion also? Do they control spirit like the Fey?
Some do. Most are charlatans. Others tap the dark magics. Osron, chief among them. They use spells and charms to trap other-world spirits and force the elements to their command.
You're speaking of the Elden Mages, Ellie said. The Tairen soul's face hardened instantly into cold, unyielding lines.
The black-souled spawn of demons. They use Osron and other magics for their own evil purposes. They covet what the Fae possess and kill without remorse. How can death stain a soul already given over to the dark?
Rain?
Even without Maricia's silent warning, Rain saw the worry on Ellysetta's face. Frightening her with his hatred of the Eld was no way to court her. Enough of the Eld, he commanded. It is never a pleasant subject with me.
He looked at Sol and Loriana.
I asked Maricia and Dax to accompany me so that we might negotiate the Celerian marriage contract. Is there somewhere we may sit and speak? Of course. Loriana has prepared the parlor and set out a plate of refreshments in anticipation of your visit. If you will follow me.
Sol led the way into the parlor. When Ellysetta did not immediately accompany them, Rain paused and held out an arm.
Join me, Sheatani. Celerian customs may leave such negotiations to the parents, but in the Fading Lands, the conditions of courtship and mate bonding require the consent of both mates.
Surprise and gratitude warmed her eyes. She placed her fingers on his wrist and allowed him to lead her into the parlor. The small parlor seemed to grow smaller when the two Fey lords entered. It had been built for Celerian comfort, not Fey, and the ceiling was slightly lowered to create a cozy feel. Too cozy, Rain thought, as his head almost brushed the ceiling. He moved to take the most vulnerable seat in the room, a large green wing-back chair with its back to the window, and gestured for Ellysetta to sit beside him on a matching ottoman that placed her securely between the protective strength of himself and Dax. Loriana bustled about the room serving kefli and frosted hazel cakes before settling down beside her husband.
In 12 days' time, immediately after the prince's betrothal ceremony, the Fae returned to the Fading Lands. Rain began. Ellysetta must accompany me.
He felt Ellysetta's quick spurt of surprise and trepidation.
Peace, Sheatani. I cannot leave you here alone and unguarded, but I cannot stay either.
12 days, Loriana breathed, staring at him in shock.
I hoped to return sooner, but Maricia has convinced me that Ellysetta needs time to prepare for her new life.
Rain chafed at the delay. He wanted Ellysetta safe in the Fading Lands, protected by the magical barrier of the faring mists that surrounded the Fae homeland. He could not court his true mate properly here in Celeria, where he must remain vigilant, always on the alert for an attack. Neither could he forget his obligations to the Tairen. If the eye had steered Rain true, Ellysetta was the key to saving the Tairen and the Fae, and that meant he must bring her to the Fading Lands as soon as possible.
If you are amenable, we will drop the Celerian marriage contract tonight and hold the ceremony in 2 or 3 days.
2 or 3 days? Loriana exclaimed. Impossible! She clasped her hands to her cheeks, horror etched on her face. The church alone requires 7 weeks for devotions and the bride's blessing, not to mention all the other necessities. She needs a wedding dress, a trousseau. We must notify our friends and family. And then there are flowers, food, prenuptial dinners, receptions. She shook her head. No, I'll need 3 months at least, unless you wish to shame us and our daughter with some shoddy, rushed little affair.
Rain's spine stiffened. Shame his truemate? The insult was outrageous.
This I would never do. His voice was cold and clipped. I do not have 3 months to give you. In 12 days I leave Celeria. Ellysetta will accompany me then.
It is very little time, I know, Mauricia broke in. The Shadolin cast a warning glance at her king. Their ways are not ours, Rain. You brought me here to negotiate. Allow me to do so. Turning her attention to Loriana, Mauricia continued, Your daughter's wedding will be as grand as you desire, and will bring your family honor, I assure you. The sudden clearing of Sol's throat made everyone turn to look at him.
The wedding will not take place until the blessings and ceremonies required by the church are complete,
Sol stated in a mild but firm voice.
In that regard, my wife and I are in perfect agreement. Speak to the Archbishop if you like. I know the church will abbreviate their ceremonial timescales under special circumstances, but until the bride's blessing is complete, there will be no wedding. And irrespective of the Archbishop's decision, the wedding will not take place sooner than 1 month from tomorrow. That gives my wife at least some time to prepare and gives our family and friends a bit of notice, so they can have a chance to attend.
2 weeks, Rain countered.
3, Sol returned swiftly. And that is the absolute minimum.
Rain met his future bondfather's eyes in a brief visual skirmish that ended when Ellysetta placed her hand on the arm of Rain's chair and whispered, Please. Though it chafed him to wait a moment more than necessary, Rain put aside his impatience.
3 weeks, he agreed. But at least 3 bells of every day will be set aside for our courtship, and the Fae will continue to guard her and your family as they do now. That is not negotiable.
Sol considered the offer for a moment, then nodded. Rain sat back.
Then we are agreed.
His hand covered Ellysetta's, his fingers threading through her smaller ones. Pleasure filled him at the simple touch and made Ellysetta blush. This may actually work out better, Mauricia said. Prince Dorian's betrothal ceremony will be over by then, so the wedding won't conflict with those celebrations, which is good, as I know the king and queen will wish to attend.
The king and queen? Oh, my!
Loriana sat back in her chair, fanning a hand before her face.
3 weeks to prepare a wedding the king and queen will attend.
It will be fine, Mama. Don't worry. Ellysetta gave her mother a reassuring smile. No one will be expecting a huge celebration, and I would be happy with something simple. A priest, perhaps some flowers. But her words only seemed to distress her mother more.
Nay, chère Tawny, Rain interrupted. Since there is to be a ceremony, it must be grand, else it would not bring honor to your family or the Fae.
The Celerians had always adored pomp and ceremony, and that had not changed in over 1,000 years, because Dorian and Anura were planning to attend. The high-ranking Celerian nobles must also be invited, and Rain would not leave his chère Tawny vulnerable to their cruel, wagging tongues. He looked at Loriana and Sol.
Mauricia is correct. I will assign a group of warriors to help you. Those talented in earth can make what your Celerian merchants cannot provide on such short notice. You may also hire whatever Celerian help you require. Mauricia will have Queen Anura provide the names of tradesmen supplying services for the prince's ceremonies.
Anura wouldn't like it, of course, which almost made Rain smile. It would be a subtle punishment. Belle had told him of the way she dared to test Ellysetta's mettle earlier in the day.
We will discuss the marriage ceremony again, but for now, let us attend to the matter of the marriage contract.
Rain nodded at the Shadolin.
Mauricia is more familiar with your customs than I, and I've asked her to speak for me.
Mauricia leaned forward slightly. With your permission, Master Baristani. She waited for Sol to incline his head before proceeding. I have taken the liberty of modifying a standard Celerian marriage contract. She nodded at Dax, who produced 2 copies from thin air and handed them to his truemate. She passed one to Sol. There is no need to settle a bride price. What Ellysetta brings to this union is beyond price. In that, Den Brodson was correct. The Fae would have paid 20 times, 1,000 times what we did to break her betrothal. We will speak to the Archbishop, and if he is amenable, the wedding will take place in 3 weeks, at which time Rainier will accept full responsibility for Ellysetta's well-being in accordance with your customs. Though the Shaitanitsa bond will not be fulfilled by this ceremony, in the eyes of Celeria, Rain and Ellie will be man and wife. When the Fae departs Celeria, she will accompany us to her new home in the Fading Lands. Your family, Master Baristoni, may travel with us to the Fading Lands and remain there until the Fae mate bond ceremony is held, or we can send escort for you when the time comes. Sol set his copy of the marriage contract on the small table beside him and pulled a pipe and tobacco pouch from his pocket. He hesitated and glanced at his Fae guests. Do you mind? When the Fae shook their heads, he filled the pipe's bowl with dark, moist tobacco, tamped it down, then lit a match against the sole of his shoe and cupped the flame over the pipe bowl. The room was silent except for Sol's quiet puffs as he lit the pipe. Fragrant smoke filled the air, a deep, rich aroma that smelled of flowers and spice. He puffed the pipe for a few moments more, then picked the contract back up. Why would you not hold the Fae ceremony at the same time as the wedding? Ellie must accept the bond before the ceremony can take place. Didn't she already do that this morning in council? Marissia shook her head. Ellysetta only recognized the bond today. She has not yet accepted it within herself. I don't understand, he frowned. It is confusing, I know. The Shadowland smiled gently. Acceptance of a truemate bond is not a conscious act. Ellysetta cannot just say, I accept, and complete the bond. When she opens her soul to Rain and allows him in without reservation, when she willingly enters into his, then she will have accepted the bond. No one, not even she, can say when that moment will come. The path is different for every true-mated couple, and it is never a simple one. Both Rain and Ellysetta will be tested, as will the strength of their bond, and they must prove their worthiness before the bond can be complete. She and Rain will know when it happens, and so will all the Fae. Until then he must court her, as all Fae warriors court their mates. Marissia turned her head and captured both Rain and Ellie with her gaze. The Shadowland's voice lowered and grew so gentle it was almost hypnotic. He must prove himself strong enough to protect her, gentle enough to win her heart, and worthy of the great gift of her love and her unconditional trust. She must find the courage to embrace the darkest shadows of his soul, and the even greater courage to bear the shadows of her own soul to him. When all barriers are sundered, all secrets revealed and accepted, she can complete the bond, and they will no longer be two separate people, but rather one person, one soul, complete for eternity, stronger together than either could ever be apart. A fierce longing rose up in Rain, closing his throat and clasping a tight, aching fist around his heart. Ellysetta turned her head, and her eyes locked with his. Of its own volition, his hand reached out to touch her cheek, even as her hand reached out to touch his. Your soul calls out. Mine answers, beloved. The sending was a tender caress. Her lashes fluttered down, half veiling her eyes. One day, Ellysetta, you will say those words, and this Fae will at last know joy.
What happens if Ellie cannot accept this Fae bond?
Loriana asked with obvious agitation.
We've raised her in the Church of Light, and she believes as we do that all souls belong to the Bright Lord. Ellie pledged her soul to him at her first Concordia 10 years ago.
Madame Baristoni, the Fae worship the same gods as Celerians, including the Lord of Light, Marissia reassured her. Shaitanitsa does not violate the bond between believers and the gods. Indeed, true mates exist only because the gods decreed they should. But Loriana wouldn't be soothed. She cast a frightened glance at her husband.
I don't like the sound of this at all. So you know why I insisted she complete her Concordia. And haven't I been right?
Loriana turned back to Ellysetta, and to Rain's surprise there were tears in the older woman's eyes.
I know you hated me for pressing Den's suit, Ellie, But at least with him I knew your soul would be safe from the perils of magic. Mama!"
Ellysetta pulled away from Rain and crossed the room to kneel at her mother's feet.
"I could never hate you."
She grasped her mother's hands and pressed them to her face.
"You're my mother, and I love you."
"Even with Den, I knew you had only my best interests at heart. But you heard Lady Marissia, the Fae aren't evil. They walk the bright path, just as you've raised me to do." Ellysetta's voice dropped lower. "I promise you, I will not forget the vows of my Concordia, and I do not believe the Bright Lord would abandon a soul in his service. So please be happy for me. I want this. It's what I've always dreamed of." A nearly imperceptible wave of power whispered in the room. Rain exchanged a look with the Shadowlan and her mate. "Marissia, Dax, we feel it too, Rain." All three of them turned their attention to Ellysetta. Surprising, amazing, Ellysetta was weaving spirit. The weaves were delicate, incredibly subtle, invisible even to Fae eyes but faintly perceptible to their heightened senses. Had they not been in such a small confined room sitting close to her, with the weaves around the Baristani house buffering them from the random surges of power that came naturally from all living creatures, Rain doubted they would even have sensed her magic at all. Ellysetta was weaving a Shadowlan's calming power with an untutored expertise so natural and yet so powerfully and flawlessly done that even Marissia could not hide her astonishment. Compared to Ellysetta's weave, the delicate probing touch that Marissia had tried to use on Ellysetta's mind was as subtle as a hammer strike. It was obvious that Loriana had no idea she was being influenced. It was equally as obvious that Ellysetta had no idea she was doing anything more than offering comfort, and that made her skill all the more incredible.
"Ah, Kit, perhaps you're right and I'm being a silly old woman. Seeing demons in every shadow."
Loriana wiped her eyes and nose with a handkerchief.
"Your faith in the Most High makes shame of my doubts. You've always been a bright soul, even at the worst of times."
More tears spurted when she embraced Ellysetta again, and she gave a self-conscious bark of laughter.
"Well, now I know I'd best bring several handkerchiefs to the wedding."
Ellysetta laughed too, as did Sol, and the emotional moment passed. The spidery weave of spirit dissolved, leaving no trace of its existence. "Rest assured, Master and Madame Baristani," Marissia continued, "if for any reason Ellysetta does not accept the mate bond, she will have the choice of remaining in the Fading Lands or returning to Celeria. Should she elect to return, the Fae will dower her sufficiently so that she may remarry or live independently for the rest of her life." Sol's brows rose with that unusual generosity.
"That is very kind."
The Shadowlan inclined her head. "The Fae Ryza will be expected to attend at least some of the upcoming court functions. Am I correct in assuming she's had no training in the noble graces?"
"There was no need. We're simple folk."
"I will arrange for her to meet with instructors who will teach her what she will be expected to know, both about the Celerian graces and those of the Fae. Once we return to the Fading Lands, the Fae will see to any further education she requires to fulfill her duties as our queen. The rest of the marriage contract is standard. If you wish, I can leave it with you, so you may have your solicitor review it."
"That's not necessary. I'll look at it now."
Sol took the contract and began to read. When he was satisfied there were no nasty surprises, he went to the writing desk in a corner of the room and signed both copies of the contract. Rain signed them also, and affixed his seal, a Tairen rampant in a blob of purple wax. Behind them, Loriana, Ellie, and Marissia began to discuss wedding preparations. Rain settled back in his chair and let the conversation flow over him. To his credit, he managed to sit through 3/4 of a bell of wedding plans before the first yawn hit him. He managed, admirably he thought, to stifle it, but Sol looked at him and grinned.
"Hey, girl, why don't you take your betrothed for a walk in the park? It looks like he could use some fresh air."
Rain was far too pleased with the idea of escaping the detailed discussion of flowers and color schemes to take offense at Sol's teasing. The twins, who had been listening at the doorway, jumped into plain view.
"Can we come to the park, too?"
they asked in eager unison.
"Girls,"
Loriana rapped in a stern voice.
"Nay, it is all right. They may come."
Rain nodded at the young girls, and hoped their presence would put Ellysetta at ease. His consideration earned him the silent laughter of the Fey warriors, who were amused their king would stoop to bringing infants along on his courtship. He deserved the teasing, of course. Courtship among the Fey was as much a masculine rite of passage as the soul quest and the dance of knives. Fey men vied openly with one another to prove their greater strength, bravery, and skill in all such rites. But Rain was the first Tairen soul ever to claim a Sheatani, and he would shamelessly employ whatever methods he could to win her. Ellie's quintet accompanied them, along with 30 other Fey who, fortunately, were little more than dark shadows that she glimpsed now and again as she, Rain, and the twins walked through the streets to the riverfront park, a scant mile upstream from the National Museum of Art. As could only be expected, they garnered a following of curious Silurians, all of whom were suddenly inspired to take in the view of the Velpin River at sunset. Though the Fey warriors deterred the onlookers from venturing too near, Ellie was painfully aware of the many eyes focused on her party as they made their way to the park. The stares made her realize just whose company she was keeping, and how inadequate and inexperienced she must seem to him. "What are you thinking?" Rain asked after the silence between them had dragged on for several chimes.
"I was just thinking that I must seem very young to you," she admitted.
Indeed, you do."
"I'm sorry."
She clasped her work-roughened hands before her and stared hard at her ragged fingernails.
"I'm sure you would have preferred someone older, more experienced."
"Nay, you misunderstand. If anything, I envy you." When she cast him a startled, disbelieving glance, he nodded. "It is true. To you, everything is still fresh and new. That has its own appeal to someone like me. I had forgotten, you see, what wonder felt like. You have reminded me." He paused. "Those older, more experienced women, they have lost their wonder too, and in their endless searching for something to make them feel it again, they have let darkness into their souls. I would never prefer that." They had reached the park, and with a natural courtly charm, Rain, Tairen's soul, opened the gate and ushered her into the park. Thick green grass rolled up before them like a carpet, while brown gravelled paths offered stately, symmetrical walks bordered by blooming flower beds and immaculate hedges. Benches sat in select locations alongside the river and beneath the shady canopy of sheltering trees. The clear, Fey-cleansed purity of the Velpin flowed past, singing its soft water music. Rain led her to the walk that bordered the steep granite embankment. There they stood together and watched the great sun set over Celeria, while Lilith and Laurel played stones nearby.
"It is beautiful,"
Ellie murmured, as the last golden red rays of sunlight glimmered on the water. Celeria has always been beautiful." As twilight settled over the city, the warm glow of candlelight rose up from thousands of street lamps to replace the brightness of the great sun. Once, long ago, the lamps had been lit by small armies of lamplighters carrying lit wicks from lamp to lamp. But now, a Fey fire spell performed the task in one magical moment each evening. It was one of the gifts from the Fey, like the Velpin water cleansing spell, that had been bestowed centuries ago when Marika Volsaranis became Celeria's queen.
"It's been 1,000 years since last you were here," Ellie said. "What was it like then?"
"Not so different from now. Many of the buildings are new, which I would expect, given all the years that have passed. But the city itself remains remarkably unchanged. Except, of course, there are no Elden mages wandering the streets and working their evil in the palace, thank the gods. And the only Fey here are the ones that came with Marissia."
"Do the Fey despise all Eld, or just the mage families?"
He gave her a sharp look. "Why do you ask?" She shrank back from the suspicion in his eyes and the sudden frightening fierceness of his expression.
No particular reason," she stammered. "I was just curious. A number of Eld families have come to live in Celeria over the last few decades. None from mage lines, of course, but they've always been quite nice to me."
His hand shot out to capture hers. Who are these Eld you have befriended?"
Shocked, she tried to pull her hand away. "I haven't befriended any of them," she protested. It wasn't technically a lie. Celian wasn't Eld. She was Celerian born and bred, and even if I had, it wouldn't be your business.
"You are my truemate.
Any eld folk who befriended you are utterly my business. Give me their names, Ellysetta."
When she set her jaw and remained stubbornly silent, his eyes narrowed.
"Must I summon Marissia?"
Fear shot into Ellie's heart at the thought of the truth speaker invading her mind and stripping her soul bare. But even that frightening threat wasn't enough to make Ellie betray her dearest friend. Her spine went stiff.
"If you ever order the Shadowland to truth-speak me, I assure you, I will never accept your bond."
Rain released her hand as if it burned him and spun away. Belle, who had fallen back to give them a measure of privacy, took one look at their set, angry faces and stepped forward to mend the breach.
"Ellysetta, Kemphala, you must understand. We have dealt with the eld for centuries before you were born. The Feyrizen has only your safety at heart. The eld can do you great harm. Because the mages soulbind their followers to them," Rain snarled, "enslaving them for their own evil purposes. Once a soul is claimed by the mages, that person's will is no longer his own. A man would slay his own parents, even his own children, if the mages ordered him to do so."
A muscle flexed in Rain's jaw. Not even to please his Sheatani would he abandon a millennium of suspicion and outright hatred for all things eld. What the eld touched, they corrupted. Even an eld who loved Ellysetta, the woodcarver's daughter, could be turned into a tool for the mages to use against Ellysetta, the Tairen soul's mate. Through Ellysetta, the mages could strike a mortal blow to the entire Fey race.
"Promise me you will not go near anyone with eld blood, especially not someone born in that cursed land."
His voice was a whip cracking with the demand for complete obedience.
"But nay, you are innocent of the evil in the world, Ellysetta. You have no idea what the mages are capable of, what they will do to accomplish their goals."
Her chin was set stubbornly, and Rain forced himself to take a deep breath. For thousands of years, the daughters of Celeria had been taught obedience from the cradle. How was it that his Sheatani was the one Celerian girl in the whole miserable kingdom who had not?
"Ellysetta, Sheatani, I am sorry I threatened to summon Marissia. I should not have done so, but promise me, you will never again go near these eld. The danger is too great, even to them. Your presence would bring them to the attention of the mages."
Her outthrust chin lowered. Uncertainty crept into her expression. That possibility had obviously not occurred to her. They would be in danger because of me?
"The gravest danger."
Tears filled her eyes. She blinked them back quickly, but he saw them, and the sight nearly broke his heart. "You have my word," she vowed, her voice barely audible.
"Bela Vo, thank you."
He reached out, wanting to comfort her and mend the breach between them, but she turned away and took a quick step to avoid his touch. He grimaced. Less than 1 day into his courtship, and he'd already all but alienated his Sheatani completely. Marissia would scorch his ears if she knew how badly he was bungling. Gravel crunched beneath his booted heel as he turned, looking for something, anything to distract Ellysetta. His eyes fell upon the twins, who had ceased playing stones and were now begging Kieran and Keel to show them some Fey magic.
"So you would like to see Fey magic, would you?" The forced heartiness in his own voice sounded false to Rain's ears, but the twins didn't seem to notice. Their eyes lit up and their little mouths curved wide in eager grins.
"Oh yes, my Lord Feyrizen, please."
"My name is Rain. You may call me that."
He held out his hands to them.
"Come, I will show you some magic my father once showed me."
"You have a father?"
Laurel took his hand without hesitation, though Lilith held back.
"I did. He died in the Mage Wars along with so many of my people. His name was Rajal Velanderis. He was a Tairen soul like me."
He remembered his father as a proud, somber man, devoted to his mate, his son, and the protection of the Fae. What gentleness his father had retained was reserved for his family, and Rain still treasured the memory of his father's rare, beautiful smiles, and his even rarer laughter. "He died with your mother, the Lady Chiaria, at the Battle of Torrens Pass," Ellie said.
Rain shot her a startled look. "Ah, he did. Though I'm surprised you know of it. Torrens Pass was a terrible battle, but very small. I would not have thought it made the history books."
"It didn't, at least not as more than a footnote. I read about it in an old book of Fey poetry."
"Ellie reads lots of Fey poetry,"
Lilith offered, now venturing to put her small hand in his.
"She's read lots and lots about you,"
Laurel informed him,
"and she knows the poem Rainier's song by heart, all of it."
Which apparently was an amazing feat.
Does she?
Rain's brows arched. Though lamplight made it difficult to be certain, he thought his Sheatani was blushing. He opened his face senses and became certain. She was blushing, furiously. Curious. I am not familiar with this poem. Relief at his ignorance warred with shock on Ellysetta's face. It was as if he'd admitted to some terrible crime not to know the poem. "It's one of the most famous poetic works in Silurian history," she exclaimed. "Required reading in all Silurian schools."
Ah,
There was a poem about him, he assumed, that was required reading in all Silurian schools. Incredible.
they have put the poem to music, theater, opera, and ballet as well.
Belle's amused voice sounded in his mind. Rain shot his friend a dark look before turning his attention back to Ellysetta.
Then of course I must hear this poem. Would you recite a little?
Ellie shook her head, avoiding his gaze. "I don't have the voice to do it justice."
"Yes, you do,"
Lilith exclaimed.
"She performed it at the All Souls' Eve pageant at our school just last fall,"
Laurel added. "So what is this magic your father showed you, my Lord Fairisen?" Ellie asked quickly.
Rainier, please, or Rain, or Sheatan if you prefer.
In a rare show of Tairen mischief, his lips curved up at the corners.
Else I'll insist you recite this poem.
Ellie's breath caught in her throat. The tiny smile softened the coldness of his face. The sparkle of mischief warmed his eyes. His legendary fey beauty stunned her senses, but it was the unexpected flash of gentle laughing humanity that stole a place in her heart. "Rain," she whispered. His eyes flared bright. She gasped and pressed a hand to her pounding heart. In an instant, the world ceased to exist except for him. He wasn't touching her, and yet she knew he was clutching her to him with every fey sense he possessed. Then abruptly she was free, her knees so weak she thought she might collapse.
Sixta, I'm sorry,
he muttered, dragging a hand through his hair.
Your father was right to complain about my lack of control.
He grimaced, then forced a pleasant expression on his face and took the twins' hands again.
Come, I will show you this magic. I think you will like it.
He escorted them to a riverside bench, partially secluded by the long leafy branches of a burlwood tree, and stood beside the bench as Ellie and the twins sat. Belle and the rest of his quintet formed a protective semicircle behind them.
Watch the river,
Rain instructed. He raised his hands and summoned water and fire, easily blending the weaves until spouts of crystalline water fountained up in the center of the river, each fountain lit from within by various colors of fire. At his command, fire and water danced together in the shimmering patterns of Chabaruk, the dance of knives. A circle of 5 fountains splashed in perfect symmetry. They sprayed up in a bright flare of light, whirled, and began to move in a perfect circular clockwise motion. A tiny bright blue spurt of water jumped from across the circle, looking exactly like a glowing dagger tossed across a small distance. Another blue blade of water was returned. The number of water blades increased, cartwheeling across the center of the circle until fire and water formed a glowing dome of flashing blue lights, performing a stunning aerial display, water blades still flying. The 5 fountains split into 5 new circles, each with its own dome of flashing fire-lit water knives in a different color, while the blue blades, increasing exponentially in number, continued to dance from circle to circle. The 25 fountains became 125, and now there are thousands of fire-lit water blades flashing an endless rainbow of colors. Crowds had gathered on both sides of the river and on the bridges to watch the Tairen soul work his magic. Ellie and the twins gaped at the incredible display in awestruck silence. Rain shifted the weave from the fierce exuberance of the Chabaruk to the gently flowing Felabaruk, the dance of joy. The Chabaruk fountain subsided, and 10 new fountains arose to dance in an interweaving loop. 5 tall, fierce jets of water circled 5 gently arcing fountains that twirled slowly within the weave. Watching, Ellie could almost see fey women bending and swaying seductively as their fierce suitors paid court. Each twirling fountain, orbited by its fierce protector, danced in an ever-tightening ring until they all merged into a single huge plume of water from which rose a blaze of fire in the shape of a Tairen rampant, burning white, then red, then purple. The fire Tairen roared at the onlookers and lit up the night sky with an exploding blossom of flame before sinking back into the shrinking fountain and disappearing beneath the surface of the river. The light of fire slowly faded, and the water grew still once more. After a moment of utter silence, thunderous applause exploded from all sides of the river. Lilith and Laurel jumped up and down, clapping their hands and clamoring for more. Ellysetta sat in stunned silence, feeling her heart clench into a tight knot. "You must be very powerful." Ellie didn't realize she had spoken aloud until Rain replied, "All men of the Fae are powerful, but I am the Tairen soul, defender of the Fae. A Tairen soul is a master of all Fae magics." He looked out over the night-darkened river, glimmering now only with the golden lights of the lamps that lined the streets and bridges. "And I am a very powerful Tairen soul." He stood so straight, so tall, so alone, a bulwark of strength standing between his people and the world. Though he had not said as much in words, his skills set him apart, made him different from everyone around him. She knew what it meant to be different. Even when she was among those who loved her most, there was always a part of her that felt lonely, outside the close bond of sameness that everyone else seemed to share. She reached out and took his hand. She felt him tense as her fingers closed around his. Then he gave a little shudder and pulled her to her feet so he could wrap his arms around her. Need and violent passion raged in him, but she felt him battle it back, control it, cage it. That took strength too, she realized, immense strength, which he exerted with such fierce will because he did not want to frighten her. She feared both his magic and the savageness that lived in his soul, could not imagine ever having access to such seemingly limitless power, but she also understood what it was to be alone and to long for acceptance and the warmth of a loving embrace. Her prayer went up, silent but heartfelt. "Dear gods, grant him peace." His body went stiff, then trembled faintly. When she would have pulled back in concern, his arms clutched her tight. "Nay, Sheatani, do not leave me just yet. Let me hold you a while longer." She felt his lips press against her hair, felt his need for her down to her soul, and for this moment in time, she did not feel alone. They stood there by the Velpin for many long silent chimes, the woodcarver's daughter and the man who had once almost destroyed the world, the man whose face was now drawn in lines of mingled joy and anguish. Chapter 9. Ellie wandered blind and searching through a dark black cavern lit only by the faint light of distant flickering fires. The air was hot and heavy, burning her lungs so that her breath rasped harshly in the tomb-like silence. Perspiration beaded on her skin. A rustle sounded down one wide tunnel, a growl, low and dangerous. Fear skated across her nerves, but she followed the sound, drawn to it against her will. Something hissed behind her, making her jump. She turned, squinting into the shadows, but if something was there, she could not see it. Heart pounding, she continued forward, one shaky step after another, down a black, twisting tunnel, using the feel of rough rock beneath one hand to guide the way. The glow of red-orange light grew brighter. Without warning, the dark tunnel opened up to a wide, deep cavern. There, in the flickering shadows beside a river of molten lava, a great black Tairen crouched over a torn, bloody carcass, feeding. The carcass moved. A human hand lifted weakly. A ravaged face turned to her. Celian's blue eyes stared out at her through rivulets of thick, dark blood. Ellie woke with a sudden jerk and a ringing cry, sitting up and gasping for air. She was at home in her bedroom. To her surprise, soft morning sunlight streamed through her bedroom window. Usually her nightmares came in the deepest dark of night, not so close to dawn.
"Ellysetta, Kemphala, are you all right?"
Belliard's voice sounded outside her door. She didn't answer right away. Blessed gods, what a nightmare. All Rain Tairen Soul's talk of eld, death, and dark magic last night must have frightened her more than she'd known. The door rattled with the force of Belle's staccato knocking.
"Answer me, Ellysetta, or I will come in. Are you harmed? Should I call the Fae Risen?"
Before Ellie could answer, she heard her mother's voice.
"What is it? What's wrong?"
"I'm fine,"
Ellie called, hoping to allay their concern. She threw off the covers, dragged a robe over her nightgown, and opened her bedroom door to let Belliard and her mother see for themselves.
"I'm fine," she repeated. "It was just a nightmare."
Loriana tugged the belt of her robe. "Another bad one?" she asked cautiously. It hurt Ellie to see the fear, so long absent, back in her mother's eyes.
"I'm sure it's just all the excitement from the last few days."
Heightened emotions had always served as a catalyst to nightmares and other things in the past. Loriana didn't ask what the nightmare had been about, and Ellie had long ago learned not to offer the information. Even when she'd been young, there were things she dreamed that no child should. Her mother scowled and cast a dark look at Belliard. "I told your father nothing good would come of this. I told him letting these fae remain beneath our roof was a bad idea, that the last thing you needed was to be around a bunch of magic wielders. But did he listen?"
"Mama," Ellie interrupted, "you know you can't blame my nightmares on the fae."
Her mother took a deep breath and clamped her lips closed. Ellie could all but see her carefully tucking her fears away and forcibly reasserting her normal, steady calm. "You should dress, Ellie. There's much to be done today, and wear something nice. We'll be meeting the Queen's personal dressmaker this morning so you can be measured for your wedding gown, as well as half a dozen of the Queen's street merchants, who'll supply the rest of what you'll need. And then we have an appointment with the Archbishop himself to plan your wedding ceremony." Loriana gave Ellie a brisk kiss, sniffed at Belliard, and walked back down the short hall to her own bedroom. The fae remained where he was, his cobalt eyes intent and searching. "Will you tell me what you dreamed to cause such fear? Perhaps there is something I can do to help." Considering the subject of her dream, she was even more loath to discuss it with him than with her mother. Telling Belliard about her nightmare could lead to unwelcome questions about Celiane.
"I've had nightmares all my life, especially when I've had too much excitement in a day, as I have for the past few days. They mean nothing except that I don't get as much sleep as most Silurians."
She forced herself to hold his gaze, but her smile refused to cooperate. It trembled traitorously until she gave up the attempt at false bravado and shrugged. "But thank you for your offer to help, Serval Jaloni." After a silent, searching moment, Belliard bowed. "I am Bel to you, Kemphala," he reminded her in a gentle voice. "My soul and my steel are pledged to your protection."
"Belavo is a fae way of saying thank you, isn't it?"
"It is." She touched the back of his hand.
"Then Belavo, Bel. I appreciate your concern."
His fingers covered the spot she touched, and he gave her an odd little half-smile. "You do that with so little effort I can scarce fathom it."
"Do what?"
"Share the warmth of your soul." He tucked away his wonder, and his expression grew serious. "Not all magic is evil, Kemphala, despite what your mother believes. To the fae, magic is a gift from the gods. Only the manner of its using can despoil it." His gaze shifted to a point past her head, and his eyes lightened once more. "Indeed, most magic is a thing of natural wonder and beauty." She turned to follow his gaze, and her breath caught in her throat.
"What is that?"
On the nightstand beside her bed, perched on a tasseled velvet pillow, a bright, spiraling weave of multicolored magic danced within a small, perfect crystal globe. "A fae courtship gift," Bel said. "I had thought all poetry had been scorched from Rain's heart by the wars and Serial's death, but I see I was wrong."
"What do you mean?"
"The gift is more than what it appears. As with all fae courtship gifts, it is also a symbol. The deeper and more layered the meanings, the finer the gift. Rain has given you his magic, Kemphala, the essence of himself, an eternal fivefold weave of it embraced forever in a fragile Silurian-made vessel, strength wedded to vulnerability, magic to mortal craft, him to you. It sings so many different songs. It is a very fine gift indeed." Bel turned a shining gaze upon Ellysetta. "And you, Kemphala, are the greatest gift of all. You breathe life back into the dying ember of our king's soul." His expression grew somber. "If your nightmares persist, you must promise to tell me or your Shaitan. Not all dreams are harmless."
Ellie nodded.
That was a truth she'd learned for herself long ago. A few blocks from the warded and guarded Baristani home, a knock rapped on the front door of a small weaver's shop. "A moment!" Maestra Tuelis Sabar, recently ringed master weaver, pulled her hair into an untidy knot and clattered down the stairs from the private apartments above her shop. What in the bright Lord's name was someone doing pounding on her door at 7:15 bells? It was not as if normal folk ever woke possessed with a sudden and driving need to purchase a length of fine cloth. Maestra Sabar unlatched, but did not unchain her door, and frowned irritably through the 3-inch crack at the man standing on her stoop. Dazzling white teeth flashed in a dark, well-oiled beard threaded with gold rings. He was a fine-looking man, with lovely bright blue-green eyes, but Tuelis was no fool woman to judge a man by a pretty face. She looked at the cuffs of his blue sea captain's coat. The weave was fine, smooth, tight, and unslubbed, the threads of obvious quality, and the jacket cuffs showed no signs of fraying about the edges. A merchantman, then, and successful enough to keep himself in good thread. "What can I do for you, sir?"
"You are Maestra Sabar, the weaver?"
"I am."
"You have a daughter named Celiane."
Wariness froze her. "Why do you ask?" Immediately on the heels of wariness came dread, clenching Tuelis's innards in an iron fist. "Has something happened to her?"
"What?"
The captain evinced utter shock, then humble contrition.
"Oh, no, dear lady. Forgive me for giving you a start. I simply meant to ascertain that I had the right, Maestra Sabar."
The man executed a deep courtly bow.
"I am Captain Bate. I sell a merchantman out of Sorelia. Forgive such an early intrusion, but my ship sails at noontide today. At dinner last evening, I heard tales that you could work magic with a loom. There are nobles in Sorelia who'll pay a fine price for quality fabrics, and I still have enough room in my hold for a dozen boats or so. I thought I'd seek you out and glance over your wares, Maestra."
The handsome smile widened.
"If you'd care to let me into your shop, that is."
Tuelis didn't unchain the door. "Who was it sent you my way?"
"A gentleman who purchased a parlor suite from a local woodcarver, a master Baristani, who used your fabric for the cushions."
When the chain still remained firmly in place, the Sorelian smile disappeared.
"Forgive me, it's obvious I've intruded with my too early call. The gentleman gave me another master weaver's name as well, a Master Frel. I will try him instead."
Tuelis bit her lip. A dozen bolts would bring a sizable sum of cash. Careful as she was, being a woman alone now that her husband was dead and her daughter Celiane wed and gone, Tuelis was too much a businesswoman to let such an offer slip past, especially if the business would then go to Frel, the smirking bloat-toad. The Sorelian was well dressed after all, and he knew that Sol Baristani used Tuelis's cloth for his upholstery. "My pardon, Captain Bate. Of course you may come in." The chain rattled as she unlatched it and opened the door.
"My thanks."
The captain entered the small shop. Tuelis closed the door behind him. "What would you like to see first? Brocade, velvet, or something finer? I've just finished a bolt of spider silk in a Celerian blue so rich you'd think I'd woven the sky itself."
"To be honest, Tuelis, my pet, what I really want to see is your obedience."
"What?" she gasped in affront. Captain Bate turned to her, his dazzling smile now cold and dreadful. Tuelis fell back a step, pressing a hand against her chest, where a long-forgotten ache began to throb. "No! Oh, no!" The sea captain's striking blue-green eyes darkened to deep, shadowy pits that flashed with red lights. She managed 2 racing steps towards the door, but Captain Bate moved with inhuman swiftness. His bronzed hand circled with deceptively beautiful blue cuffs, slapped against the door. In her mind, a cold, insistent voice called her name, demanding submission. The pain in her chest grew sharper, and a foreign yet horribly familiar black malevolence consumed her, engulfing her in an icy darkness she hadn't felt since her early childhood in Eld. Tuelis had one final desperate thought before her consciousness fell to total subjugation. "Celiane, dearling, what have I done?" Several bells later, bright, late-morning sunlight streamed through the curtained windows of Rain's palace suite. casting ribbons of warmth across his skin. Rain lay in his too soft Silurian bed and stared blindly at the velvet canopies overhead. He'd only just awakened from the few snatched bells of restless sleep granted a courting fae, and his mind whirled with a mix of shock and wonder that had nothing to do with the Shaitanitsa need humming through his veins. For the first time in 1,000 years, he had not dreamed, not of the wars, not of the dead, not of Serial. How was it possible? Rain sat up and swung his legs over the side of the mattress. He remembered last night, holding Ellysetta beside the riverbank and wondering at the flood of peace that almost made him weep in her arms. Cautiously he checked the internal barricades that held back the sorrows of all those millions of souls whose weight he carried on his own. The barriers were still in place, and behind them, the torment of 1,000 years still throbbed. Yet the familiar pain seemed muted now, the burden lighter. Ellysetta had healed his soul, just as she'd healed Belle's. Not completely, that would have been beyond miraculous, but to a greater degree than Mauricia's substantial Shadowland powers, or even Tairen's song had managed over the years. And she'd done it without even trying, in one brief moment of communion. Who was she? No simple Silurian, that was certain. But if not that, then who? What? He sent a thread of spirit across the city. Belle. He didn't even have to ask the question. Belle knew him too well. We are on our way to the cathedral to meet with her family's priest and the archbishop. She is well. I must meet with Dorian this morning. I will join you when I can. And because he could not help it, Rain sent another thought along a different path. Shit, honey. He felt her sudden alertness, sensed the moment of fear followed by the hesitant happiness. She didn't like that he could send his thoughts to her, and yet she was glad he did. My lord. It was a tentative mental touch at best, a whisper unbacked by power. It barely reached him, yet because it was her whisper, it sounded in his mind with the force of a gong. His body clenched, his need for her deep and strong and instant. He felt the jumbled heat of her emotions, and knew that half a city away his desire was lapping over, making her nerves sing with awareness, demanding a response. Innocently, doubtlessly unable to prevent it, she did respond. Nectar sweet, liquor potent. Her own awakening desires reached out with a delicate hand and gripped him with the strength of steel. He staggered from the impact of her untutored, unshielded emotions. He flung out his hand, fingers curling around the bedpost to steady himself, and sucked in a deep, ragged breath. Gods have mercy. Within him the Tairen stretched and dug its claws deep. He felt it reach for her, felt her quick flare of fear as she sensed it. He slammed down his mental barriers, groaned as he pitted his will against the Tairen's and battled it back into submission. I will come to you soon, Jayatani. He sent when he could, accompanying the thought with a mental projection of a kiss that he placed with warm promise on her lips. How did he do that? Ellie touched her lips. The spirit kiss had felt every bit as convincing as the real thing. She could even smell Rain's fresh, distinctive scent and feel the warmth of his arms pulling her close. I hope the meeting with Father Selenor and the Archbishop doesn't take too long, she said. She glanced at her mother as they walked down Celeria's busy streets. I promised the girls I'd meet them in the park for a game of stones. I still don't know why you made that promise, Ellie, Loriana chided. You know how busy we were going to be today. I know, Ellie agreed, but I suspected I'd need a break after dealing with the Queen's craftsmasters, and I was right. 4 unpleasant bells in the company of haughty dressmakers, cobblers, and clothiers had left Ellie aching to leap into the nearest hermit hole. Who knew wealthy people spent so much time in pursuit of the perfect outfit, or that there were so many decisions to be made for so simple a task? Until today, Ellie had never realized that the number of buttons on a lady's boot held some particular social significance. Gods, what utter madness! Not to mention the fact that each and every one of the merchants had sniffed at her common appearance and made it clear they served her only because the Queen had commanded them. The worst was Maestra Binci, the Queen's dressmaker, who had sized her up in one cold, calculating glance, sneered, and muttered something about silk purses and sowlet ears. Loriana shook her head. You shouldn't have let them bother you, Ellie. They may be masters of their own crafts and serving by appointment of the king or queen, but so is your father now. They're no better than you or I, even if they do have a bit more gold in their pockets. In fact, though I still think your father made a dreadful mistake, you're the betrothed of a king now. They should be thanking the gods for the opportunity to serve you. Ellie didn't answer. Mama was very good at ignoring the opinions of others when it suited her. Ellie wasn't so lucky. She'd felt the dislike of those merchants crawling over her skin until she'd wanted to cry out that she had no more choice about being there than they did. Ahead, the road curved to the right, and Celeria's grand cathedral of light came into view. Built entirely of gleaming hand-carved white marble and gold leaf, the grand cathedral stood testament to both the glory of the bright lord and the mastery of ancient Celerian, Fey, and Elvian artisans. Situated on the small Isle of Grace, in the middle of the Velpen River, it rose up from the clear blue depths of the river like a palace of white clouds and sunbeams. 4 gilded sun-bright bridges radiated from the 4 corners of the island, connecting the holy site to the more mundane streets of the city. 13 spires adorned the cathedral's golden roof, one for each of the major gods. The largest of the spires rose up on 6 marble columns from the top of the central dome. An enormous statue of Adelis, Lord of Light, stood in the center of those columns, arms upraised, holding aloft a golden crystal globe that blazed an eternal beacon. Every time Ellie saw the cathedral, it both awed and frightened her. Even now, as she crossed the golden northeast bridge and climbed the 13 steps leading up to the cathedral's grand entrance, her stomach roiled and her palms went clammy. She loved the bright lord, but his priests would forever be tied in her memory with the terror of her childhood exorcism. Father Selenor, the priest from our family's West End church, was waiting in the covered portico just outside the cathedral doors. A young man with bright blue eyes and sandy hair that always seemed mussed, Father Selenor was the first cleric who had ever managed to get past Ellie's terror of priests after her childhood exorcism. Madame Berestoni. He held out his hands and exchanged the kiss of peace with Ellie's mother, then turned to her, smiling with genuine affection and welcome. And Ellysetta. His fingers squeezed hers. I never dreamed the Most High had such plans in store for you. This is your opportunity to share the word of light with those who have not heard its call. Ellie gave a small laugh. Let me find peace in my new life first, Father. But you may take comfort that the Fae already do follow the bright path. Of course. He patted her hand and smiled. Come, meet the Archbishop. He glanced at the Fae warriors. I'm afraid canon law forbids you from entering the cathedral bearing arms. You must leave your blades at the door. There's a room there to the left where you may check them with Brother Verisal before entering. Fae protecting a Sheatani do not shed their steel, Bell replied. Then you must remain here, outside the sanctuary. Not even the king himself may carry weapons across this threshold. The cathedral is a holy place, a haven of peace. Bell exchanged a glance with the rest of Ellie's quintet. Without another word, all 5 removed their fecha belts, the curved mecha at their waists and the twin Seani swords strapped across their backs. They handed the weapons to their Fae brethren. Bell gestured, and all but Ellysetta's quintet and 5 other Fae fanned out to surround the cathedral. We will observe your custom, he conceded, but no one will be permitted to enter or leave this building or island so long as the Fae Risa remains within. Father Selenor's jaw went lax. He hurried to the top of the steps and gaped at the sight of Fae weaving magical barriers at the bridges. You can't block access to the Isle of Grace. This is the Grand Cathedral of Light, a haven to all. So long as Celerian custom dictates that Fae steel must remain outside the cathedral while the Fae Risa stands within, Fae custom dictates that all haven seekers will have to wait until she departs. Bell held the priest's shocked gaze without wavering. As we honor your customs, you shall honor ours. I'm sorry, Father, Loriana apologized in an aggrieved tone. There is no reasoning with them when it comes to Ellie and what they perceive as ensuring her safety. I've concluded it's best to just humor their requests and ignore them as much as possible. She glowered at Bell.
The Archbishop will not like this. He will not like this at all.
Ellysetta cleared her throat. Perhaps, Father, you should introduce us to the Archbishop. The sooner we're done, the sooner the cathedral can return to normal. The priest ran a hand through his hair, leaving the thick waves of gold-streaked brown in disarray.
Yes, well, I suppose you're right, Ellie. Follow me.
Ringed by her quintet, Ellysetta followed Father Selenor and her mother down the nave towards the large ornate altar, towering alabaster luminary and dual pulpits at the center of the cathedral. Behind the altar, a large wedge-shaped portion of the cathedral was reserved for seating clergy and choir, and several doors led to clerical offices and ceremonial chambers. As they neared the altar, one of the doors opened, and a stocky older man emerged. He wore the spotless ankle-length white tunic and sleeveless gold-trimmed blue robes of a Church of Light archbishop. A scowl rode low on his brow.
Selenor, I distinctly saw fey warriors weaving magic outside my window. Great Father, Mistress Baristani and her mother have arrived. The fey escorting her would not remove their weapons without weaving magic around the Isle of Grace.
Bell bowed to the archbishop.
The weaves are shields of protection to ensure the safety of the Fey Ryza, which you would not permit Fey Steel to do, he explained.
If anything, Bell's comment only made the archbishop's scowl deepen.
I do not approve. Rest assured, as soon as this meeting is over, I will request an audience with the king. I will not have cursed Fey magic stand between this church and the faithful.
Ellie bit her lip. For years now, the church had been growing less and less tolerant of magic in all its forms, a direct result of the sharp increase in the numbers of northern priests moving into positions of power in the church's hierarchy. But until now, she never heard any priest in Celeria City, let alone the city's most senior cleric, openly condemn Fey magic as cursed. As the king himself wielded Fey magic, such a statement bordered on treason. Bell executed a stiff bow. His eyes had gone flat and cold.
As you will, Excellency, but not even King Dorian can prevent the Fey from protecting our queen.
Yes, well, Father Selenor rubbed his hands together briskly.
Let's get on with the introductions, shall we?
He coughed and cleared his throat.
Ellysetta, Madame Baristani, it's my honor to introduce you both to His Excellency, Great Father Tivrest, Archbishop of Celeria, Great Father. This is Mistress Ellysetta Baristani, the Tairen soul's betrothed, and her mother, Madame Loriana Baristani, wife of Master Woodcarver Soul Baristani. As I mentioned to you earlier, their family has been in my West End congregation since I first assumed my appointment there 10 years ago.
Great Father. Ellysetta and Loriana sank into deep curtsies.
Madame Baristani, Mistress Baristani.
The Archbishop laid a hand on each of their heads and murmured a blessing, then extended a loosely clenched fist for them to kiss the ring of office on his right thumb. When they straightened, he graced them both with a tight smile.
Well, Mistress Baristani, for the last 2 days you've caused quite a stir in the city, and I see the commotion is going to continue.
So it seems, Great Father, Ellie murmured.
The Archbishop straightened his robes. First things first, the bride's blessing. The king has already informed me of your need for urgency, though I emphatically do not approve of subverting church protocol for personal whim. Precedence does exist for accelerating some of our lengthier ceremonies. It is not the preferred choice. The longer the devotions, the stronger the bond. But it can be done. I have agreed to perform the 7-day version of the blessing. 6 days of devotion followed by the blessing on the 7th day.
If you need more time, Great Father, you must say so, Loriana urged. I would never forgive myself if any rush on our part weakened the effects of the blessing. The Archbishop missed the silent plea shining in Loriana's eyes.
I wouldn't worry too much, Madame Baristani. 7 is a godly number, full of protection and strength.
He turned to Ellysetta.
Who will stand as your honorea, Mistress Baristani?
Every bride was accompanied at the blessing by her mother and her honorea, a married female relative or friend who served as her attendant and guide in the purification ceremony.
Oh, no question there, Great Father,
Loriana answered before Ellysetta could speak.
Celia and Pierson. Ever since childhood, she and Ellie have been close as 2 feathers on the same wing.
Ellie's eyes rounded. Oh, Mama? I don't know if she can. She flicked a glance back towards Belle and the others and lowered her voice. She's a bit intimidated by the Fae.
Aren't we all? Mama muttered under her breath.
Then a bit louder. I'll send a boy round with a note later today. I'm sure she'll be honored to stand by you. Ellie opened her mouth to protest again, then saw Belle watching. If she continued to protest, she'd just call undue attention to Celiane. She swallowed the objection quickly and forced a smile. There's no one else in the world I'd rather have. We always vowed that whoever married first would serve as the other's honoria.
Excellent, the Archbishop said. I'll need all 3 of you to meet me here at 12 bells on King's Day for the initial consecration. You will continue to come at the same time every day until the 6 devotions are complete. On the 7th day, you'll be ready for the bright bell. Please arrange to arrive no later than 11 bells, so you can begin the bright bell precisely at 11:30, when the great sun is approaching its zenith and the powers of the Solaris are at their height. If you are even a single chime late, the ceremony will have to be postponed for another day. Do you understand?
Yes, Great Father.
Good. Now, about the wedding ceremony itself.
Rain strode down the corridor to King Dorian's private office on the 2nd floor of the palace, where Dax and the king were waiting for him to join them. Anura was in court, as was Marissia, protected for the moment by her own quintet rather than her mate. This meeting with Dorian was one Dax and Marissia had prompted, and Rain had reluctantly agreed to. If Dalryzen had begun murdering Silurians in the north, the Fae must help put an end to it. A pair of royal guardsmen flanked the door to the king's office. They bowed as Rain approached and granted him entrance, closing the door behind him. The office was a spacious, wood-paneled room, designed more for comfort and efficiency than pomp. Tall windows overlooked a view of the south gardens, their partially open, slanted wooden shutters admitting plenty of light while obstructing unwanted observation from below. A matching pair of golden leather armchairs faced the large, heavily carved desk that dominated the room. King Dorian, standing near one of the windows, smiled pleasantly as Rain entered.
Greetings, my Lord Feyrizen. I hope you have found your palace accommodations acceptable.
Rain gave a brief nod.
I regret putting you through that circus in the courts yesterday, but it was necessary. We are a country of laws, and even noble visitors must live by them. I trust the girl, your Sheatani, is fine and suffered no ill effects from the excitement.
Rain's spine stiffened, and his eyes narrowed. She is well. I would not leave her were it otherwise. The implication was a grave insult. Dorian blinked in bewilderment.
Yes, of course. I meant no offense.
Silurians consider it polite to ask after the health of one's mate. Dax murmured silently. It was the same before the wars. Rain had a vague memory, long forgotten, of a similar incident many centuries past. I remember now. I didn't like it then either. They should take better care of their mates, so the question of their mate's health need never be in doubt. With Dax's laughter rippling through his mind, Rain shook off his irritation and got straight to the purpose of the meeting. I have come to discuss the situation in the north. Dax and Marissia tell me you believe Dalryzen have begun murdering Silurians.
Dorian nodded. There have been 6 attacks in the last 2 months, and 20 Silurians slain since first moon this spring. Another 10 since harvest last fall, mostly farmers and village folk along the northern march. The border lords had been keeping the situation quiet, but now that the pamphleteers and newspapers have wind of it, all hope of quietly resolving the problem is gone.
He explained about the witnesses and showed Rain the recovered fecha.
Dax has already told me it's unlikely the blade was left behind by accident.
Beyond unlikely, Rain agreed. All blades forged in a Fey smithy have a weave spun into them so their owners may summon them back to their sheaths after use. The spell works on any blade within half a mile of its owner. It was either left deliberately as a challenge or stolen and left to cast suspicion on the Fey. He examined the dagger and the name mark forged on it. I don't recognize this mark, but it does appear to be a true fecha. Dax, send an image of the mark to all the Fey. See if any of them know it. Turning his attention back to Dorian, he added,
As for witnesses to a Dalryzen crime, that too is unlikely. Dalryzen live outside our laws. If it serves them to manipulate mortal minds, they would likely do so. Not even Marissia would be able to tell the false memories from the true ones. Still, you should bring the witnesses in for truth-speaking, just in case they are using these rumors of Dalryzen murders to hide their own crimes. King Dorian shook his head. Seaborn, the lord whose lands were attacked, has already refused. He says the witnesses are terrified of having their minds manipulated by the Fae, and he's angry enough over the number of murders on his land to support them. Dorian cast an apologetic glance Dax's way. To suggest that Marissia would misuse her powers was a grave insult. Is there a map that shows where the raids have taken place? Rain asked. Here. Dorian walked around his desk and opened a narrow door in the corner of the far wall. We started monitoring the incidents after the first half-dozen deaths last year. He pulled out a large map of Celeria mounted vertically on a wheeled spongewood backing. A handful of colored pins set with tiny annotated flags were scattered across the northern border, except for the fact that most of the raids have taken place in the villages along the Celerian Eld border. There is no apparent pattern to the attacks. Rain examined the collection of pins. The raids had taken place over 1,000 miles of borderland, ranging from Bola near the eastern coast all the way to Toulon in the west. What would a band of Dalryzen gain from slaughtering Celerian peasants? Dorian asked. That's what I cannot understand. Rain cast a glance back over his shoulder. Have you considered the possibility that it might not be Dalryzen? Fae enemies are numerous, and as you know, the greatest of them lies just across your northern border. The king's brows rose. You think the Eld are behind this? The possibility must at least be considered. But the Eld have no more reason to kill Celerian peasants than Dalryzen do, unless they mean to drive a wedge between Celeria and the Fading Lands. Celerians have rarely distinguished between Fae actions and those of the Dalryzen. The Eld know that. They would use it to their advantage. Rain turned back to the map, frowning at the large expanse of border. How many troops do you have on the border? He asked. 2,000, give or take a few hundred. That's not enough. You should have triple that number at least. Rain straightened and turned around. I can offer 2,000 Fae to ward the borders and track the attackers when they strike again. Dorian's jaw sagged in surprise. Fae and mortal troops had not stood side by side along the Eld border in 900 years. Not since Celeria had reconstituted its military after the decimation of the Mage Wars. Fae had periodically quartered themselves in the border keeps to watch for signs of Eld magic and strengthen the wards put in place at the end of the wars, but never more than that. The mages had been defeated, and the Fae had withdrawn from the world. Your offer is quite generous, my lord Faeryzen, and an unexpected honor. Dorian cleared his throat. I don't know what to say. I do not offer Fae lives or Fae steel lightly, Rain answered. I've sensed a growing darkness in Eld. The mages are at work again. It is one reason why I question whether the Dalryzen are truly behind these raids of yours. Do you have proof of this mage activity? Reports from spies? Rain raised a brow. This I do not need. I sense the darkness, and that is enough. I see. Dorian drew a deep breath. Well, unfortunately, the Council of Lords will require more than just Fae intuition before they authorize tripling the number of troops along our border, or quartering foreign warriors, especially Fae warriors, given the current suspicions about the Dalryzen. Besides, the Eld would view a troop buildup as an act of open aggression. You must understand, he added when Rain's expression darkened. Our relations with the Eld have settled considerably in the last decades. In fact, the Elden ambassador was here not a fortnight ago seeking to recommence direct trade between our two countries. He spoke quite eloquently, and the terms he offered were very appealing. Rain's hands fell to the silk-wrapped handles of the curved mecha at his hips. His fingers curled tight around the grips. You let the Eld ambassador set foot on Celerian land? He growled. You're contemplating trade with those black-souled vermin? The windows of Dorian's office rattled in their panes. The king cast a confused glance in Dax's direction. We've been trading with them indirectly for more than 3 centuries, ever since the Great Plague threatened the mortal world. They possess the only supply of KO, one of the ingredients required for the cure. We still purchase it yearly through Cerealian intermediaries, along with a few other goods.
Dax, Rain hissed with silent fury. You had only just regained your sanity. Marissia and I both agreed it was best you did not know. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, had already died. Millions more would have. There weren't enough healers to have stopped it. And after, when I no longer teetered on the brink of insanity. They'd been trading for years by then with no ill effects, and there remained occasional threats of the plague returning. We didn't see any harm in letting it continue. Rain shook his head in disbelief and turned his attention back to Dorian. You Silurians with your short lifespans. The Mage Wars are not but a distant dream to you. A conflict that happened so many generations in the past, it has no bearing on the present. But the Fae fought those wars. We died by the thousands, hideously in those wars. We remember. He spared Dax with another hot glance. At least most of us do. We still mourn our dead. The Eld are not to be trusted. Ever. Rain. Dax held out his hands. There has been no trouble with the Eld since the wars. Perhaps Dorian's advisors are right. Perhaps it is time to heal the wounds. Your own mate's sister died at their hands. Her brother became Dalryzen, forever banished from the fading lands because of what he did in vengeance. You dare say this to me? Trade with the black-souled practitioners of Osran? It is because of Marika, because of Galen, that I do feel free to speak, Dax returned. They are gone from the Fae forever. Nothing can bring either of them back to us. But the Mage Wars were a millennium ago, and the mages were all but destroyed. You saw to that. The other Eld, those not from mage families, they don't practice Osran. It only takes one. Oh, your enemy Tairen soul. Opening the borders to trade gives us an opportunity to introduce our own eyes and ears into Eld. They can find the proof Dorian needs. Never will I willingly put another Fae life within reach of Eld evil. The darkness is there. It grows. Opening the borders does not help us. It endangers us all the more. Dax is right, Dorian said. The Mage Wars were 1,000 years ago, provoked by a senseless assassination that snowballed into full-scale war thanks to Galen Valseranis' excessive vengeance. The assassination, Rain answered with clenched jaw, was not senseless. It was retaliation by the Eld for a wound your ancestors delivered 2,000 years earlier. The Eld don't forget, and they count on the fact that you do. I think perhaps you lack objectivity in this situation. You suffered a great many personal losses in the wars. You hate the Eld. You'll never see them as anything but enemies, because that is all they will ever be. My advisors, Dorian said, see this opportunity as a way to provide a needed boost to our economy, as do many of the nobles on the Council of Lords. Your advisors, Rain retorted, and your nobles are greedy fools. When an evil man dangles a heavy purse before you, beware. Have you never learned that? When his children are hungry, a desperate man will do desperate things, the king countered. The last year has not been easy. Droughts and floods ruined most of last year's crops. Even with the help the Fae provided to manage the weather, our stockpiles of food are nearly depleted. If this year's harvests are not plentiful, there will be starvation come winter. If Rain could promise Fae help to bring fertility to the Silurian fields, he would. But any such promise would be a lie. Fertility was a woman's gift, and the Fae women had been barren for centuries. I can send warriors to you, one strong in earth, water, and air. They can help manage the weather and bring the nutrients in the soil closer to the surface. Fae with earth magic could create food, but not on a scale large enough to feed Sileria for a winter. Aiding the world in performing its natural functions would produce greater results. And in return,
Cease your trade with Eld. Do not open the borders. That way is dangerous. The threat far greater than starvation, even if you do not see it. Dorian turned to Dax. Lord Dax, I have known you and my aunt all my life. I trust and value your opinion, yet never once have either of you mentioned the possibility of a revived mage threat in Eld. Why is that? Dax didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Rain. Marissia and Dax don't sense the darkness, Rain bit out. Only I do. Dorian's expression went blank, as if a shutter had been drawn closed. I see. Marissia truth-spoke Rain before he left the fading lands, Dax said. There is no doubt of his honesty. Forgive me, Dorian replied. But as we all know, truth-speaking only guarantees that the one being truth-spoken believes what he says. It doesn't guarantee that what he believes is true. The distinction may be small, but in this case vital, as I'm sure you agree, or we would not be having the conversation. Dax's gaze dropped. Faye did not lie. He could not dispute Dorian's conclusion. Rain swallowed a bitter curse, hating the Silurian for his blind determination to believe the Eld and doubt the Fae, hating himself for being unable to offer proof or control his temper long enough to make Dorian see reason, hating the fear that perhaps Dax and Dorian were right, and there was no darkness, only Rain's old companion, insanity, toying with him again. He couldn't say why he sensed what no one else did. He only knew he did. Perhaps it was all those mage souls anchored to his own. Perhaps it was because he was a Tairen soul, and they were not. Perhaps it was because he had spent 700 years tormented by madness, his mind a wide open field upon which all the millions he'd killed trampled without restraint. Whatever the cause, he knew he was right, believed it with unswerving certainty. The mages had regained their power, and the world was in danger once more. Believe me delusional if you like, King Dorian, but protect yourself in case I am not. Keep your borders closed. You've survived 1,000 years without the Eld. Surely you can survive a few more. At least give me time to gather the proof you require. I will consult my advisors. The Eld Treaty is scheduled for debate in the Council of Lords next week. We will discuss your concerns, so the Lords may take them into consideration before they cast their vote. This is not a matter for your advisors and council to decide, King Dorian, Rain countered. The monarchy did not give up all of its power when the Council of Lords was established. Invoke Primus. Make the decision yourself and keep your borders closed. Dorian drew back. Primus is a king's tool of last resort, he answered in a low voice. It is not to be invoked except in cases of utmost urgency. To use it carelessly is to tread the path of tyranny. Tyranny? Rain echoed in disbelief. It is not tyranny for a king to command the defense of his country and keep his borders closed to his enemies. Dorian shook his head and heaved a sigh. You have been too long away, Rainier Feyrizen. The Eld are not the enemies they once were, and I will not invoke Primus on the basis of groundless speculation and hard feelings. The Lords of Celeria will debate the issue. He held up a hand to forestall Rain's next objection, and unless you can provide definitive proof to the contrary, they will make the decision, not I. Rain's jaw clenched. Had this fool heard nothing? The Eld were dangerous. They greeted you with friendship, wormed past your defenses, gained your trust, and only revealed the dagger of betrayal as it was plunged into your vitals. Darkness was growing in Eld. The Eld were once again forming ties to Celeria, and Rain had claimed a mate with a Celerian family. It was as if history were repeating itself, only this time the Fae might be too weak to prevail. Then think on it, and have your debate, Dorian Vel Serranus Torrival. But while you do, think also on this. His eyes narrowed, glowing so fiercely Dorian's face was bathed in lavender light. If you open your borders to the Eld, you terminate your alliance with the Fae. With a final glare for Dorian and Dax, Rain spun on one booted heel and stalked out. Dorian frowned after the Feyrizen's rapidly departing figure. The Tairen are creatures of great power and great ferocity, Dax murmured. So likewise are the Tairen souls, and with them temper is always closer to the surface than with other fae. It is worse for our king because of Shaitanitsa. Dorian turned and gave Dax a cool look. You should never apologize for your king. I do not apologize, Bond nephew. I merely explain. Ellie glanced at her escort of sword-bristling shadows and sighed. She'd hoped to enjoy a quiet outing in the park with her sisters before completing the rest of her day's obligations, but quiet, it seemed, was a quality she'd lost when she'd inadvertently called Rain Tairen's soul out of the sky. Despite her objections, all 30 of the warriors who had accompanied her this morning had insisted on following her to the park as well. They'd posted themselves throughout the park and surrounding streets, drawing all manner of attention and increasing the crowds of curious bystanders. It was just as well Mama had stayed behind at the Grand Cathedral with Father Selenor to discuss the upcoming ceremonies in more detail and make her daily devotions. She'd have curled up in shame over the attention such a conspicuous fae presence was drawing. On the bright side, at least the twins were having fun. Earlier, Kieran had made them toys out of earth magic. A little bear that walked and roared, a tiny kitten that sat in the palm of Laurel's hand and meowed sweetly, a small yellow bird that tweeted when Lilith stroked its silky feathers. In return, the twins brought their own little gifts to Kieran, a gaily painted wooden top their father had made, a small rag doll with red yarn hair and green button eyes. He accepted the gifts to the girl's delight and let the teasing of his fellow fae roll off his back. He was courting a pair of infants, the warriors joked, and the infants were courting him back. Laurel hadn't taken too kindly to being called an infant, and had promptly and fiercely set the record straight. The warriors now bowed and called her Little Fecha, just as the blonde warrior Keel did, which seemed to suit Laurel just fine. A delicate tinkling laugh chimed, and Ellie groaned. The day had just gone from bad to worse. She tracked the familiar laugh back to a crowd of twittering local beauties drawn by all the handsome fae warriors in the park. In the midst of the crowd stood Ellie's nemesis, the golden-haired fae beautiful Ellysetta Mincet. Her large, limpid blue eyes, exactly the same pure blue as a summer sky, flirted beneath thick rows of fluttering brown lashes. The delicate heart-shaped face and lush red lips that had brought countless suitors calling over the years now smiled invitingly at the fae. Ellie couldn't prevent the stab of envy she felt any more than she could have stopped the pang of wistfulness. She'd always longed for a complexion as smooth and creamy as the one Ellysetta guarded beneath a wide-brimmed hat and delicate blue parasol, for a figure as petite and curvaceous as the one so exquisitely displayed in a form-fitting powder blue gown of Capellan silk, overlaid with delicate Elvian lace. Ellie watched from the corner of her eye as Ellysetta sauntered towards her. Ellie was instantly and painfully aware of the grass stains on her skirts, the sturdy woolen cloth and simple cotton of her navy dress and white chemise, and the unruly hair that had snuck free of its plait to wave in wild tendrils about her face.
"Hello, Ellie." Kellysson's voice was a honeyed whisper, a perfection of sound cultivated by years of speech tutoring. "Hello, Ellysetta." "I heard the most amazing story," Ellysetta announced, "but I didn't believe it was true until just now." She eyed Belle, Rowan, and Adriel and flashed them a beguiling smile. "People are saying that a fae warrior has claimed you as his mate."
The fae Ryzen has claimed her, Belle corrected before Ellie could answer. More than just a warrior.
He took a step closer to Ellysetta. She looked up at him in surprise. His face was expressionless, his eyes flat. That was when she became aware of the tension that tingled in the air. The humor that had danced so subtly between the warriors only moments before was completely erased. Ellie blinked. The fae were not watching Ellysetta with the goggle-eyed admiration Ellie expected. Rather, they'd once again affected the stone-faced demeanor that had become as much a hallmark of fae warriors as the weapons that adorned them. How odd. Ellysetta appeared blithely unaware that she was surrounded by lethal killers.
"The Tairen soul. Isn't he the crazy one who almost destroyed the world?"
Irritation flashed.
He's not crazy. Ellie got to her feet. Girls, would you like to play stones?
Yes, yes!
The twins jumped up and raced off to round up a group of local children. Will you join us, Ellysetta? Ellie asked politely, though only because she was certain of refusal. The West End's reigning beauty did not disappoint her. Giving a delicate shudder, Ellysetta declared,
And ruin my dress playing a silly child's game? Of course not. Unlike some girls I could name, I'm too mature for such nonsense.
That's right, Ellie murmured, her hand closing about the hilt of the dagger at her waist. You're older than I am. Your 25th birthday is only a few weeks away, isn't it?
4 months,
Ellysetta snapped. Ellie shook her head. Who'd ever have thought I would be wed before you?
I'm still trying to decide which of my 10 suitors to select.
Ellysetta closed her parasol with a quick jerk.
And who'd ever have thought you, Ellie Spindleshanks, would have any suitors at all, let alone 2. Of course, calling a crazy half-man and that loathsome little slug den Brodson suitors, maybe a bit of a stretch.
Well, Ellie had definitely managed to ruffle Kellysson's feathers. It had been a long time since a lovely Miss Mincett had struck out at her with such a lack of finesse. Surprisingly, the insult didn't cause even the tiniest wound. Suddenly, Kellysson's eyes went wide.
By the gods, who is that?
Ellysetta glanced over her shoulder and saw Rain Tairen Sol striding boldly down the street. Sunlight glinted on the myriad blades bristling from his black feathers, and his long hair blew back off his fiercely handsome face as he walked. A thrill of pride coupled with a swift bite of desire shivered up Ellie's spine. She straightened to her full height. That, she replied, is the crazy half-man who has claimed me.
He is magnificent.
The words were a bare whisper. Ellie doubted Ellysetta even realized she had spoken aloud. Her dazzled blue eyes seemed to drink in the sight of rain as he approached. She turned to Ellie and smiled.
You must introduce him to me.
Ellie's satisfaction shriveled to a heavy rock that sank to the pit of her stomach. Never once in her life had she known Ellysetta not to get her way when she had that hungry, determined look in her eye, and now Ellysetta wanted to meet Rain. Ellie wanted to scream, "No!" rip out Kellysson's silky blonde hair and scratch her perfect skin. Of course, she replied politely, and she wondered how she would survive the torment of Ellysetta Mincett's perfect beauty calling Rain's attention to Ellie's many physical flaws. Rain sensed his Sheatani's unhappiness as he drew near. Her gentle face, with its dusting of golden freckles and large expressive eyes, was set in a carefully composed mask, and the glowing aura of compassion and fresh innocence that called so sweetly to his ancient soul was dimmed. Something had wounded her tender heart, or someone, he corrected, when Ellysetta quietly introduced him to the sun-haired woman beside her. The blonde girl was physically beautiful, but darkness hung about her like a shroud.
Hello,
the young woman purred. Mistress Mincett. He did not bow. Somehow she was to blame for his truemate's distress. Such a woman would receive no honor from him. He turned to Ellysetta. Sheatani. His voice was a caress. He did not touch her. It was not the Fey way. But he reached out to her with a warm weave of spirit. What has made your heart sad? When she did not reply, he sent the same question to Belle. The golden one with the dark soul said unkind things and took the laughter from your Sheatani's eyes. Belle replied with disgust. We did not know what to do. Had Ellysetta Mincett been a man, she would have found herself facing bared facia steel. But she was a woman, and no Fey warrior would ever harm even a dark-souled female except to save lives.
Come on, Ellie!
A chorus of childish voices called out from a short distance away. I'm coming, Ellysetta called back. To Rain, she said, the children and I were just about to play a game of stones. She paused in the process of turning away. Hesitant invitation and uncertainty flickered in her gaze. Would you like to join us? A harsh, mocking laugh rang out.
For the God's sake, Ellie, he's a king, Ellysetta sneered. Kings don't play stones in the park with a bunch of filthy peasant children.
Rain saw embarrassment redden Ellysetta's cheeks. I'm sorry, she said. I wasn't thinking. She turned away quickly. Sheatani.
He started to follow her, only to stop in his tracks when Kelly-san grabbed his wrist. The instant her skin touched his, the mean, grasping ugliness of her soul poured into him. Her thoughts were hateful and self-indulgent. She was beautiful. Ellie was not. She was the one who deserved a king for a mate. Rain was handsome and powerful, and Kelly-san had decided she would have him. Stealing him from Ellie lack grace would be child's play. With a grimace of distaste, he grasped Kelly-san's wrist and removed her clinging hand, deliberately gritting his teeth against the soul-eating darkness that emanated from her. He gripped her other wrist as well, and bent close to her beautiful face. "You dare too much, foolish Silurian female," he growled. He let power flare in his eyes, and enjoyed the fear that blossomed on her face. How could she think a true-mated man would ever have eyes for anyone but his own mate? Stupid woman. Ignorant, primitive, ungifted, dark-hearted creature of no worth. Even were she not my true mate, I would choose Ellysetta over you every time. Do you think a Fey Lord cannot see past your pretty face to the ugliness inside? All your beauty, all your wealth, could not make any Fey desire you. He bound her in weaves of earth and spirit to keep her still, and grasped her heart-shaped face with frightening gentleness. He felt her terror, and it made him smile, made the Tairen roar and flex its claws. Hurt my Sheatani again in any way, and female or not, you will have made an enemy worth fearing. This I do promise you. Rain. Even as Belle's warning voice sounded in his mind, Rain felt the waves of Ellysetta's emotion roll over him, misery bubbling with hurt and anger and disappointment, and something unexpected that Rain recognized as jealousy. He lifted his head and found Ellysetta staring at him. Her eyes were huge in her fine-boned face, filled with accusation and, yes, jealousy. He gazed at her in bewilderment. Why would she feel such a thing? Had he not claimed her? Had he not set aside even the memory of his love for Sariel to court her? Did she not understand what that meant? Directly on the heels of that thought, common sense asserted itself. Of course, she did not understand what the Shaitanitsa bond meant. She'd been raised Silurian, not Fey. Thrusting Kelly-san from him, he straightened and held out his hands to his true mate. Ellysetta.
The children are waiting. You and Kelly-san can join us or not, as you desire.
She spun away and marched off. The elegant line of her spine was stiff as a board, and her thick flame-red plate twitched behind her as she walked, reminding him of an angry female Tairen's very dangerous tale. Chapter 10. It wasn't jealousy. It wasn't. Ellie wasn't stupid enough to be jealous just because Rain Tairen's soul responded like all men did when the beautiful Kelly-san Minset cast a lure their way. Betrayal. That's what it was. She felt betrayed. He had dazzled her with his masculine beauty, his power, his Tairen fierceness, until she'd actually begun to believe that her plain drabness didn't matter to him, that he saw beauty in her. Sheatani. His hand, so strong, so warm, touched her shoulder. She shuddered from the instant wave of helpless need that flooded her. Dear gods, when he touched her, all she wanted to do was fling herself into his arms. She wanted to forget about the tender way he'd cupped Kelly-san's perfect face, absolve him for the quiet words he'd murmured so close to Kelly-san's soft lips. Ellie wrenched herself out of his grasp. Pride. It seemed she actually possessed some, and it would not let her accept a touch from the same hands that had just caressed Kelly-san.
Go back to Kelly-san, she snapped. I'm sure there are many more sweet words you'd like to whisper in her ear.
His eyes opened wide in surprise, then narrowed. I was not.
Not that it matters to me, she interrupted. I haven't put any claims on you, and despite the claims you've made, you're free to do as you like.
His beautiful lips compressed into a thin line. And this would not concern you.
Of course not, she scoffed.
You lie.
I don't lie.
But she was lying now, and wretched because of it. Sheatani. Ellysetta, you don't understand.
Get out of my head!
Angry, she wished she had the power to thrust him out of her thoughts. Imagined the satisfaction of her anger taking the form of two giant hands that picked him up and flung him out of her mind.
A split second later, she felt a surprise followed by a bruising jolt of pain. His pain. The Tairen soul staggered. She couldn't stop the rush of concern that sent her lurching towards him. "Rain?" He put a hand to his head.
"Flames, woman, you pack a punch."
"Are you all right?" She bit her lip to stop its trembling, tried to harden her heart against him. She failed miserably.
Surprised mostly."
He shook his head.
"Your jealousy's flattering, Sheatani, but unnecessary, I assure you."
"Jealousy?" Her spine became a steel poker, her jaw a hard thrusting rock of feminine outrage. "Jealousy?" She clenched her fists and wished she dared to hit him. Instead, she sniffed and turned away, forcing a tight smile to her face as she met the curious, interested gazes of a dozen or more children. "Come, children, let's play stones." As his young Sheatani presented Rain with her back, the sound of silent fey laughter rang in his head. He gave Belle and the others a scorching look, but that only made them laugh all the more, not that anyone but a fey would know it. They would not dishonor their king by any outward display of amusement. He glanced over his shoulder. The Ellysetta creature had wisely retreated. She was now ringed by a bevy of panting Silurian fools, dull-witted mortals blind to all but her beautiful exterior. Rain dismissed them. As long as the woman kept clear of his Sheatani, he would not concern himself with her. He turned back to his truemate. She was smiling at the children, laughing as she played their stone-tossing game, doing her best to ignore him. How different she was from the dark-souled one, and how much more intriguing than he had first thought. She was one surprise after another, fey gentle, Tairen proud, woman passionate, and jealous when she thought her mate's attention had strayed. He savored that thought. A woman did not feel jealousy if her emotions were not engaged, and a wise man did not let it fester. With sudden purpose, Rain shed his fecha belts and the harnesses holding his sheathed swords. Naked of steel, he stepped towards a ring of playing children.
"It would please me to learn this game,"
he announced. That earned him all manner of surprised looks from the children, the Fae, and his Sheatani. "It is a child's game," Ellie told him warily. "Surely nothing that would interest a king." There was an emphasis on the last word, accompanied by a glance in Kellysson's direction.
But I am Tairen as well," he told her, "and Tairen delight in games."
It was true, though he had not indulged in Tairen games since the Mage Wars. She was his truemate, and he was pledged to win her. If a child's game could help him achieve his aim, then play it he would. He sent a warm, moist weave of air, water, and fire whispering up her throat and curling around her ear. She shivered and gave him a warning look. The fire in her eyes made the Tairen in him growl with appreciation. Tairen females were not timid. They were, in fact, often more dangerous than their mates.
"Come," he murmured, his voice low and seductive. "Teach me this game."
Satisfaction rumbled in his throat when he saw her nostrils flare in awareness of his pursuit. She explained the rules with a quick breathlessness that pleased him. Stones was a game of aim, dexterity, and speed. The object was to make a path from one side of a grid to the other by landing your stones on connecting squares, while keeping your opponents from stopping you and simultaneously doing your best to stop them. If two stones landed on the same square in the grid, the two players had to race to it by stepping only on those squares occupied by their stones. Whoever reached the disputed square and claimed the opponent's stone first won control of the square, while the other player forfeited his stone. The first player to build an unbroken path across the grid won the game.
"Are there any other rules?"
he asked when she was finished explaining. She shook her head.
"Good."
Inside his mind, where Ellysetta could not see, Rain smiled. It was a Tairen smile, full of teeth and cunning.
"And will you grant me a boon if I win this game?"
"A boon?"
Surely there must be some reward for winning."
"Such as what?" He ran a finger over her lips.
"A kiss, I think."
She swallowed. "A kiss?"
"I hunger for one."
She blinked and visibly struggled to collect her thoughts. "And if you lose?"
"Then I grant you a boon."
"Anything?"
"Anything.
What would she ask for? A shame he would not find out. He raised a brow. Well, do we have a wager? He enjoyed her wary frown. She knew there was some catch, but she had yet to figure it out.
Yes, she finally agreed. It's a wager. If you win, I'll give you a kiss. If anyone else wins, you'll grant me a wish. Anything I want.
And with that, the game began, on all levels. Ellysetta loaned him a spare bag of stones. His were purple, with a gold line painted across the diameter of each stone. The players took their spots along the borders of the grid, 4 on each side, with Rain standing beside Ellysetta. The game began with each player in turn dropping a stone on the grid square at his or her feet. It was simple enough, and if truth be told, rather boring. But within 3 or 4 plays, things began to get interesting as throwing distances grew greater, paths crossed, and the play converged on the center of the grid. To his surprise, Rain truly enjoyed himself, and not just because he was looking forward to his reward once he won. In the Fading Lands, even before the Mage Wars, children had been rare and precious, adored and protected by even the most soul-shadowed warrior. Their youthful innocence and wide-eyed delight in the world appealed to the gentle heart that lay at the core of every fae. The Silurian children, laughing as they leapt like little goats across the stone's grid, were no less appealing for all that they were not fae. Even the other warriors were not immune to the lure of childish joy. Fae laughter rang out across the common mental path, accompanied by the picking of favorites and good-natured teasing. No one placed bets. They all knew Tairen's soul played this game to win. At last, all the players but Ellysetta and Rain had lost their stones. Rain tossed his stone, deliberately landing it on Ellie's square. Like 2 elf bolts fired from an Elvian finger bow, the pair of them darted across the grid, leaping nimbly from square to square. She was laughing as she raced across the grid, still laughing as she plowed into his chest when she made the jump to the disputed square he had reached first. He absorbed her weight easily, and when she raised her face and laughed up at him, he was stunned anew. She was a gift from the gods. This woman with her gold-sprinkled skin, eyes clear and green as lush spring glades, and her soul that shone bright as the great sun itself. Aching to kiss her, he instead stepped back and showed her the red and green striped stone in his hand. "I believe your stone is forfeit, Ellysetta," he told her. He tucked her stone into the pocket on the inside of his tunic, close to his heart. "Do you forfeit the game as well?" Her eyes had followed the path of his hands and were now fixed on the small V of pale flesh revealed by the opening of his tunic. At his question, she blinked and dragged her gaze back to his face, the bright smile on her lips not quite masking the hunger in her eyes.
"Me? Forfeit a game of stones?" She forced a laugh and danced away. "Never!" She raced back to her home position on the grid. Pleased with the exchange, he followed at a more leisurely pace. As he prepared to throw his stone to win the game, she inched closer to him. "Take care with your aim," she advised him, smiling. "If you miss, I have a chance to win." "I will not miss." "Care to wager on that?" Interested, delighted by her daring, he raised a brow. "What did you have in mind?" "If you don't win on this play, I want to go flying." She paused. "On Tairen back."
"And if I win?"
"Your choice."
"Agreed." Rain lowered his lashes over eyes that suddenly glowed with heat and satisfaction. Taking wing with his Sheatani astride him would be no hardship. Still, no fae ever lost a challenge on purpose, and he would not be the first. Especially not with so many warriors looking on. Taking aim, he drew back his hand and loosed his last stone. At that precise moment, his Sheatani stood on her toes and blew directly into his ear. His entire body clenched. His throw went wild. Rather than landing with fae precision on the winning square, his stone hurtled through the air over the heads of squealing, ducking children, skipped 3 times across the surface of the river, and sank like, well, a stone. Ellysetta was bent double, laughing. "I win," she gasped between laughs. He grumbled, eyeing her with new appreciation. That little move was sneaky enough for a Tairen. "This wager, but I will win the game." She regained her composure and tossed her next stone towards an unoccupied square that would bring her one toss away from winning the game. Her aim was true. The arc of her throw perfect. The stone descended, then hit an invisible wall of air and bounced back to land on a disqualified player's square.
"What?"
Ellysetta exclaimed.
"Oh, foul!"
She turned to him, laughing all the while she attempted to pretend outrage.
"I cry foul!"
Ha, as if you could. Rain tossed his last stone with negligent ease, this time using air to direct it to its proper destination. It landed in the farthest row of the grid, completing his line. I win.
"You cheated," she accused. "More than I did," she added when he raised a brow.
Nay, I did not.
"You used your magic to win."
You never said I couldn't. His voice simmered with masculine satisfaction. When you wager with Tairen, take care with your words. Leaving the children to their game, he led her towards a copse of trees beside the river and pulled her close. Shaitanitsa need, never far from him, rose up in swift, insistent waves. I would collect my prize.
"Now?" she asked nervously. "Here?"
No, he confirmed. Here. Ellysetta's lips were soft and warm, her eyes solemn, nervous, and wide open. He smiled against her mouth, gently licked at her lips with flickering, teasing touches of his tongue, followed by tiny, nibbling bites. You taste of honeyed cream, Shaitani. Open your mouth to me. His hand splayed against her back, clutching her slender body closer as she hesitantly complied with his command. Triumph, pleasure, desire, and protectiveness swirled through him as he laid claim to the secrets of her mouth. Timid at first, she accepted, but did not respond to his kiss. Do not fear this, he urged. Do not fear me. Feel what you do to me. Feel how I need you. Deliberately, he lowered the protective barriers that were as much a part of him as his leathers and steel. Need and desire poured over her like warm honey, and she gasped against his mouth, closing her eyes against the almost painful pleasure that claimed her senses. He did desire her. Though it made no sense to her, she couldn't deny it. Kellisond, for all her beauty, couldn't make him feel what she, plain Ellysetta Baristani, did. The knowledge was heady, intoxicating. There was such longing in him, such loneliness. It was like a void crying to be filled, and she could feel herself being drawn to it, needing to bring him peace. Opening his senses to her, aware of every nuance of her emotions, of every beat of her heart, every shivered breath, Rain drank in her sweet response. Hesitant at first, she grew bolder as he greeted each tentative stroke of her tongue with a hungry stroke of his own, building her self-confidence, assuring her that she held the same sensual power over him that he held over her. He took her breath into his lungs and gave her back his own. She shuddered and twined her arms around him, clinging tight. His body grew hard as her feelings flowed to him, through him, saturating every cell of his being, just as his desire, his need, his passion flowed to her. Intensity doubled, quadrupled, as their emotions formed a harmonic frequency and amplified each other.
"Disgusting display,"
Kellison's sneering voice declared. "I'd heard he'd all but mated her in public. I see now the stories were true." Ellysetta gasped and tore her lips from Rain's, a tide of red rushing into her pale face. The banker's daughter stood on the gravel path beside the river, surrounded by her admirers and sneering at Ellysetta and Rain. He felt Ellysetta's shame for having shared in their passion, and it infuriated him. Power sparked in his eyes. The mincet woman had been warned. Before he could release his weave, Kellisson shrieked and toppled backwards into the Velpin. Thrashing and sputtering, she screamed for help, and 4 of her Silurian admirers promptly leapt in to rescue her. Rain followed the nearly invisible trail of the airweave back to Kieran. Beside Kieran, Lilith clapped her hands, squealed, and threw herself into the Fae's arms. The young warrior hugged her close and met his king's stern look with a broad grin and a careless shrug, showing not the faintest hint of remorse. Despite himself, Rain almost laughed.
How could he upbraid the Fae for doing something he'd been about to do himself? Unaware of the silent communication going on over her head, Ellie felt a spurt of wicked happiness as she watched Kellyson flounder her way out of the river. The glee was followed immediately by shame at her unkind feelings. She knew what it was to be publicly humiliated, and to take enjoyment in the humiliation of another made her little better than Kellysond. She tried to free herself from Rain's arms, intending to go to Kellyson's aid, but his grip tightened. He shook his head and cupped her face. "Do not waste your compassion on her, Shehatani. Her heart is hard." Ellie blinked. She was aware of that, but Rain was the first man she'd ever known to see it. "Don't you find her beautiful?" she asked. Surely he did. After all, only a short while ago he'd been whispering sweet nothings into Kellyson's ear, hadn't he? "She is like a coumarined fruit, beautiful on the outside, but bitter inside. Fae do not prize the coumarined. We let it rot on the branches." He touched a finger to her lips. "The Fae find beauty in the soul. That is where true beauty always lies. And believe me, Ellysetta Baristani, your soul is beautiful indeed." She absorbed his words, scarcely daring to believe that this man could find her more appealing than Kellysond Minset. She glanced at the other Fae around her. None of them had lifted a finger to help Kellysond out of her predicament. To the contrary, several of them seemed to find the situation amusing. Rain, it seemed, wasn't the only one unaffected by Kellysond's perfect beauty. Somehow, that made the possibility that Rain actually preferred Ellie more believable. As the dripping, disheveled young woman was delivered from the watery clutches of the Velpin, she shot Ellie a look of such virulent hatred that Ellysetta actually flinched and stepped back. Immediately, Rain and the Fae closed ranks around her, faces hard, their eyes cold and lethal. They glared at the soaked girl. To Ellie's surprise, Kellysond turned pale and stumbled back into the arms of her rescuers. Fear contorted her face. Ellie followed the girl's terrified gaze to Rain, who was watching her coldly, his eyes glowing with faint lavender light. "What are you doing to her?" "I'm making sure she understands what will happen if she persists in this foolish desire to hurt you." Ellie frowned. "Well, stop it. You're scaring her." After one last forceful look, Rain released Kellysond and turned to Ellie. "I am your mate. It is my duty and privilege to protect you, even from your own too forgiving heart. She hurt you, wounded your feelings, made you doubt the bond between us, and now she thinks dark thoughts that give you fear. Such evil I will not allow. Those gentle words you thought I whispered to her were my first warning of what I would do should she persist in wounding you. Now I've shown her what sort of enemy she has made. Should she think to hurt you a third time, it will be the last." There was no compassion in his eyes, no hint of mercy, just cold, implacable promise. Ellie shivered, and his face immediately softened. "I make you fear me. This is not my intent." He raised a knuckle to her cheek. "Do not fear me, Ellysetta. Never will I harm you. I seek only to ensure your protection and your happiness." "I know," she whispered, surprised to find it true. Though the cold power and deadly promise in his eyes frightened her, she knew it was not directed at her, and her fear was more for others than for herself. She would not want to be witness to the unleashing of that power. She did not want to think of it being exercised on her behalf. He held out his hand, palm down in the Fae fashion. She placed her fingers on his wrist, the way he had taught her the day before. Now he did smile, the barest curve of his lips, but the warmth of his approval filled her with joy. In a shadowed alleyway across from the park, two pairs of eyes had watched the passionate kiss, one gaze blazing with hatred, the other glowing black with hints of smug, satisfied red. "You see how wantonly she displays herself. Would the Ellysetta you know do this? He uses spirit to force her mind to his will. She is his puppet. He has taken your bride and made her his whore."
"Demon-souled sorcerer," Den hissed. "He's got her so besotted she'll do anything he asks with her power."
"Her power?" Captain Bate repeated with interest.
"She heals with a touch. finds things that are lost. And I've even seen her."
He broke off, flicked a quick glance at his companion, and remembered caution.
"Never mind."
He frowned and turned his head to study the man beside him. A moment ago, at Den's quick first glance, Bate's eyes had looked like dark pits filled with glowing red coals. It must have been a trick of the light. Now they were their usual blue-green. White teeth flashed in the shadowy darkness. "Come, my young friend. There is much to be done." A dark-sleeved arm wrapped around Den's shoulders like a tentacle, making the butcher's son shiver with a premonition of dread. He shook off the feeling. To reclaim Ellysetta Baristani and all the riches that would come when he put her powers to lucrative use, Den would even deal with a Drogan bloodlord. Compared to those vicious blood-drinking cannibals, what was there to fear from the captain of a Sorelian merchant ship? "What would you like to do now, Ellysetta?" Rain asked as they left the park. She flashed him a surprised look. She had been expecting him to go off to do whatever it was kings did when visiting a foreign city. Surely King Dorian and Queen Onura had entertainment planned for him. "Don't you have things to do?" His eyebrows lifted. "You wish me to leave you?" "Not at all, but I'm sure you came to Celeria for a purpose. Don't let me keep you from it." She bit her lip as his eyebrows rose higher. "That didn't come out right. I don't want you to leave, but I'll understand if you must." "You think there is business I must attend to, which I put off so I may court you?" "Yes." She gave him an earnest look. "And you don't have to. I'll understand." He was silent for a moment, staring so intently into her eyes that she forgot to breathe. His hand came up to cup her cheek, fingers sliding into her hair, the warmth of his palm cradling her jaw. His thumb stroked the high ridge of her cheekbone. "You are the reason I came to Celeria," he told her. "My only purpose for being here." "How can I be the reason you came?" she whispered. "You didn't even know I was alive until 2 days ago." 3, he corrected. "You called to me 3 days ago. That was when I first knew of you." His thumb continued to brush across her cheek. "Do you remember what I said when we first spoke? I told you that I'd seen the mist of your reflection in the eye of truth. It was the eye that sent me here to find you, though I did not know it until you called me from the sky." "But why would this eye of truth send you to find me?" He took his hand from her face. Her cheek felt cold and bereft at the sudden absence of his warmth. "You are my Sheetani, my truemate." "Is that what the eye does? Sends Fey warriors to find their truemates?" "Nay, but you are no ordinary truemate, if there is such a thing." "What do you mean?" "I am the Fey Risen, the Tairen soul, and yet you are my truemate. No Tairen soul before me has ever had a Sheetani." "What about Lady Serial?" He shook his head. "We loved as children. She knew I would never have a Sheetani, and loved me enough to join her life with mine, giving up her desire for a Sheetan of her own." "I don't understand." "She was Itani, the mate of my heart. We chose the bond. You are Sheetani, the mate of my soul, my true mate. A Fae doesn't choose the true mate bond. It chooses the Fae. For me there will never be another, whether you accept the bond or not." "And for me?" His eyes held an odd combination of remorse and satisfaction. "Nay, you would not be my true mate were I not also yours. If you do not accept our bond, perhaps one day there might be a man with whom you could find some measure of happiness. But there will be no other mate who can reach your soul." Why didn't the prospect of never loving any man but him fill her with dread? It should have frightened her, or at the very least made her cry out against the unfairness of it all. And yet, she could not help feeling an answering surge of satisfaction as her soul rose up to recognize and thrill in the bond between them. She knew the instant her feelings reached him. His eyes flared. Magic wrapped around her with sudden electric warmth. But the warmth changed in an instant as a powerful primitive force invaded her mind, calling to her, roaring with triumph and searing hunger, battering at the privacy of her soul. She felt something inside her start to give way, and fear rose hard and fast. With a cry,
She flung herself out of Rain's arms. Rain groaned aloud, a raw, hoarse sound. His hands fisted and he closed his eyes. Sparks flashed around him like fireflies. "Sixta," he apologized tightly. "Do not be frightened. It is the Tairen in me that frightens you, but I can control it. I will control it, Sheatani. I promise you. Please do not shrink from me." Even as he spoke, the sparks began to fade. "The Tairen!" Her heart was pounding, her breath coming in shallow gasps. "The Tairen lives in all Fae warriors," he replied, opening his eyes. Relief flooded her. She saw that his control was back. His magic no longer sparkled around him. The glow in his eyes was dimming. In most, it is dormant. But when a Fae is born with full strength in all the Fae magics, the Tairen awakens. These Fae become Tairen souls. The Tairen is conscious within them, leashed by their will, but always driving the Fae with the same instincts of a true Tairen.
It attacked me."
Nay, it did not attack. It tried to claim. His hand reached out but stopped shy of touching her face. He pulled his hand back, thrust his fingers through his hair and sighed. Mating and the claiming of a mate is the fiercest of any Tairen instinct. I have recognized you as my Sheatani. A moment ago your soul reached out willingly to mine. I felt it. The Tairen in me responded as any Tairen would to its mate. I should have been prepared. I was not. His eyelids lowered. For this I apologize. I have dishonored myself. Even though she was still frightened, her heart could not bear to see him humbled. He was the Tairen soul, the hero of her life's dreams, and for some strange reason, some joke of the gods she could not hope to fathom, he had claimed her as his mate. She bit her lip in indecision, then dragged a deep breath into her lungs and stepped forward to clasp his hands. At her touch, his eyes flew open and fixed on hers. "Sheatani."
"I'm the one who should be sorry," she told him. "You asked me not to fear you, to understand that you would never hurt me. But at the first test, I let myself be terrified. I'm afraid I'm not going to be a very good truemate for a Tairen soul. I'm a coward at heart."
"You are all that a truemate should be," he told her firmly. "Never think otherwise." The harsh line of his mouth softened. "Come," he said. "The afternoon is ours to enjoy. What would you like to do?"
She bit her lip. "Actually, I have another appointment with the Queen's dressmaker to review fabric samples for my wedding dress."
"This does not appear to please you."
"No," she admitted.
She wasn't looking forward to yet another half-day of sneering dislike from the cold, haughty tradesman recommended by Queen Anura. She'd particularly hated standing in the presence of Maestra Binchi, the Queen's dressmaker, this morning, being measured, both physically and figuratively, by a woman who obviously found Ellie lacking.
"But she's making a special effort to fit me into her schedule. Besides, I have an appointment at the palace with the Queen's Master of Graces after that."
Rain glanced at Belle for a moment, and his face grew still. A hint of anger entered his eyes, and Ellie realized Belliard had just related the morning's events. Rain's next words confirmed her suspicions. "Belle has told me of this dressmaker. You are the Feyriza. She will attend your pleasure, not the other way around, as with the Queen's Master of Graces." Ellie blinked at the implacable finality of his statement.
"Oh, but—"
"Ellysetta." He gave her a look that made her close her mouth and swallow her objection. "I despise Celeria. I remain here only to fulfill my oath to your father, and to give you a little time at least to grow accustomed to me before I take you from all that is familiar to you. I will not cut short my time with you, merely to indulge the self-importance of a foolish woman who insults a Tairen soul's truemate, and I am speaking of both the Queen and her servants. The dressmaker will attend you tomorrow morning, early, before I come to you. The Master of Graces will tutor you after that, while I am there to observe him. And Ellysetta." He lifted her chin with a gentleness that somehow made the fierce look in his eyes even more terrifying. "If anyone insults you again, you, not Belle, shall tell me of it." Ellie gulped and nodded. She would promise almost anything to stop him looking at her with those eyes that leapt with flickering lights of cold fire.
Bela, Vo, thank you.
The hard lines of Rain's expression softened and his eyes calmed.
Now, what would you like to do?
She wet her lips and tried to still her rapidly beating heart. I don't know. She'd never been courted before. Didn't have the first idea of where to go or what to do. Inspiration struck. You could take me flying. After all, I did win that wager.
You did indeed. Very well, then. Flying it is.
Chapter 11. With wings unfurled and joy unbound, I dance on laughter-spangled winds. I bathe in freedom's rushing breath and drink cool nectar from the clouds. Up, up, through sunlit fields of blue, I soar through boundless ether. Look, starlight shines at height of day. I hear infinity calling. Tairen's Flight by Kadrian Velsorendal. Tairen Soul. Why did I bring my coat? Rain cast an amused glance at Ellysetta. His Sheatani had been an uncorked bottle of questions since they dropped off the twins at her home. Her hesitance with him had been replaced by incessant curiosity and wide-eyed wonder that reminded him very much of a young Tairen eagerly examining the world for the first time.
Because, Sheatani, he replied, it is very cold in the high reaches of the sky. If it gets too cold, I will weave fire and air around you to keep you warm, but then you will not feel the wind on your face. Feeling the wind is one of the best parts of Tairen flight.
What if I discover that I'm afraid of heights?
You will not be.
How do you know?
Because you know you will always be safe in my care.
Ah, blessed arrogance. He wanted to grin. He astonished himself. The Fae and Tairen were teetering on the brink of extinction. Darkness was rising again in Eld, and Rain Tairen's soul, defender of the Fae, was happier than he'd been in 1,000 years, all because he was taking his mate for a ride in the skies. Even the anger that had simmered in him since leaving Dorian, and roused again upon learning of Ellysetta's treatment at the hands of Anura's tradesfolk, was gone. If Ellysetta was weaving a Shadalin's peace on him, he could not detect it. Lilith and Laurel are probably still wailing because they couldn't come, Ellie said. The twins had pitched an unholy fit, complete with copious tears, when Loriana had informed them that no, they were not going to ride on Tairen back, and no, they were not going to tag along with their sister and her betrothed this time.
This I doubt, Rain replied. Keel and Kieran would not permit their unhappiness.
Keel and Kieran had both stayed behind to entertain the girls, while the holders of water and earth in Ellysetta's secondary quintet took their places for the afternoon. They walked through the city gates, out into the open fields that ringed the city. Tell me again, why do we have to come out here?
I prefer to have space for the change. Besides, there are fewer eyes.
She glanced over her shoulder at the crowds gathered on the walls. Right. She had a dry sense of humor, very Fae, that made him want to laugh as he had not in centuries.
Just imagine the audience we'd have if we had stayed in the city, he replied.
Rain brought the group to a halt about 200 yards from the city wall.
Stay here, Ellysetta, and wait until I tell you it is safe to come forward.
She nodded. He turned and began jogging away, slowly at first, then faster and faster until he was sprinting. With a tremendous air-powered leap, he catapulted himself into the sky and flashed into Tairen form, winging high above the earth. Skyward he soared, up towards the mid-afternoon sun, and into the bright, endless blue of the warm spring day. Black wings spread wide. He banked left and circled back over Celeria, back over the small knot of black-clad warriors, and the single slender figure in navy skirts standing safely in their midst. He knew he was an impressive Tairen, large, sleek, powerful. In flight, his Tairen body was even more graceful, 4 legs flattened aerodynamically against his belly, powerful hind legs trailing behind, his long, thick tail trailing even further, its blunt, curling tip acting like a rudder in flight. He watched his shadow speed across the Celerian landscape and basked in the warmth of Ellysetta's dazed admiration. Slowly, lazily, he glided down to earth and settled with graceful precision on the ground not far from Ellysetta and the Fae warriors. He stretched his wings high, flapped them, then tucked them against his back and padded towards Ellysetta. Stopping a few feet from her, he lay down on his belly beside her and gave a rumbling purr. That was a prideful display, Belle's dry voice sounded in his mind. Tairen fangs bared in a grin. Belle knew him too well. Rain could have transformed without taking flight, but it wasn't nearly as impressive. And he had wanted to impress his Sheatani. From the dazzled look on her face and the wonderment that he felt through their bond, it was plain he had succeeded. Tairen are prideful creatures, he replied. His glowing lavender eyes turned to Ellysetta. His tail swished slowly. You can come closer now. Ellie heard the voice in her mind, but it didn't register. She had never seen anything so incredible or so beautiful as a sight of Rainier Velandaris leaping into the sky like a human dart and flashing into a huge, sleek, soaring Tairen. He'd ridden the sky on broad black wings, and she'd stood earthbound and wingless, aching to fly beside him. Not on him, but with him, beside him, under the power of her own broad wings. Sheatani. His voice sounded in her mind again.